Everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.
You left Lin Mo's home. You rode your horse toward Danxia sect. This time you weren't in a hurry. You leisurely rode that horse with the sore, but all the way. Though you had good rapport with this horse, you must emphasize, this horse's butt got sore when Xiaohueda was chasing you, not from any violent handling. You didn't neglect cultivation during your journey. You can now cultivate while riding horseback. You cultivated the entire journey, managing both travel and cultivation. 2 months later, year 14, you had returned to Yutong County at the foot of Danxia sect. You were leading your horse through the bustling streets. Suddenly, you felt the urge. You immediately rented a room at an inn. Alone on the bed, you sat cross-legged and cultivated intensely. You sensed the opportunity to break through to early organ fortifying stage. You calmed your mind and focused. True chi circulated along the pathways of the Star River Blade art. After just half a day, your cultivation cycle accelerated faster and faster. Finally, you groaned, breaking through the final barrier to release. True chi within you suddenly roared, continuously vibrating. You directly advanced to early organ fortifying realm. Organ fortifying, as the name suggests, strengthens the 5 internal organs, strengthening the hardest parts of the human body to reinforce. Early organ fortifying focuses on strengthening the kidneys, achieving essence consolidation and root stabilization. Your current combat power could effortlessly defeat ordinary early dragon transformation practitioners. Breaking through a major realm excited you greatly. You decided to celebrate. You ran to the inn's lobby and shouted, "Everyone, tonight's drinks are on young Master He. Cheers! Woohoo! Hell yeah!" The dining and drinking patrons all cheered for you. Their cheers and shouts continued. You laughed heartily, sharing joy with the people. After the revelry, a waiter approached with a tray and bill. He smiled politely. "Young Master He, tonight's total is 48 taels. Please settle the bill." You looked puzzled. "I'm not young Master He." "Ah, then you are. My name is Zhao Taiju." The waiter froze. "Then why did you shout about young Master He paying?" "I just said it randomly. Tomorrow I might shout young Master Zhang or Li. Would you believe that too? Shouldn't you verify first?" "Wait, are you trying to cheat us?" "Who's cheating? I never said I'd pay." Later, you used movement techniques to dash from the inn. The waiter blinked and you'd vanished. The waiter collapsed sitting, "We're ruined." The next moment, he felt his tray grow heavy. Looking down, he saw 2 silver ingots placed neatly. One exactly 48 taels, the other smaller piece about 2 taels. Overjoyed, the waiter pocketed the 2-tael piece. "Huh, I'm not ruined after all." You returned to Danxia sect after dark. So, you went straight to your courtyard to sleep. Next day, you went to Xiaohueda to announce your return. Entering Xiaohueda's courtyard, Xiaohueda was refining pills. Xiaohueda had acquired a new cauldron. Seeing you, he immediately stopped refining. Abandoning a batch of pills, he swiftly put away the new cauldron. "Master, what's this about?" you asked in shock. "Nothing. This batch failed," Xiaohueda said calmly. You saw clearly. But this batch was nearly done, ready to finish. Xiaohueda remained composed. "Better to waste one batch than one cauldron." You lamented. "I never imagined Master would think so poorly of me. This disciple's heart is broken. Only a better cauldron could heal it." Xiaohueda finally snapped. "Get the hell out. I only have 2 good cauldrons." You tried to continue the act, but Xiaohueda cut you off. "Enough. Stop pestering me." Jiao Mingxiu returned. "Go see him." Jiao Mingxiu? How that kid dare come back? You remembered Jiao Mingxiu got He Yushan pregnant before marriage, then eloped with her. You'd even given the couple 100,000 silver taels. You were practically their benefactor. Aren't they afraid her family would kill them? You wondered. You glanced at Siehueta. Siehueta immediately grabbed his just-set-down cauldron defensively. Fine, master. I'll return tomorrow. Don't you fucking come back. You went to Jiao Mingshu's old courtyard. Sure enough, Jiao Mingshu and He Yushan were there. A chair swing stood in the yard. The couple happily swung together. Between them sat a 5-year-old girl giggling. A happy family scene. Mingshu. Jiao Mingshu looked up sharply. Recognizing you, his face lit with joy. You'd been his great benefactor, beyond the silver you gave them when they left. You'd essentially taught both Jiao Mingshu and Bai Chun pill refining and medicine. You were both senior brother and half-teacher to Jiao Mingshu. Jiao Mingshu rushed over excitedly. Senior brother. Mingshu. Senior brother. Mingshu. Senior brother. Damn it. Say something else. Senior brother. I missed you so much. You smiled. You miss me? Yes. Jiao Mingshu's honest face showed sincerity. You coldly snorted. Looks more like you've got a death wish. Jiao Mingshu froze. Senior brother, what do you mean? Your expression darkened. How dare you return? If a Yushan's family finds you, they'll skin you alive. Jiao Mingshu's tense face suddenly relaxed. He even laughed happily. You stare, confused. He Yushan approached, leading the little girl. She brought the child before you, saying softly, Senior brother, this is our daughter, Jiao Xiaoyao. You crouched and patted the cute girl's head. So adorable. Uncle will buy you 2 workbooks later. Wow. Jiao Xiaoyao ran off crying. Standing, you pressed. Explain. How dare you return? Not afraid of your official uncle anymore. Jiao Mingshu started to answer. But He Yushan grew excited. She interjected joyfully. Senior brother, don't worry. My uncle got arrested for corruption. Huh. You looked at He Yushan's excited face and nearly thought you'd misheard. Why would she be so thrilled about her own uncle being imprisoned? You even suspected it was this couple who had reported him. Seeing their excitement, you didn't want to ruin their mood. You could only respond, Good, good. Getting locked up is great. The sooner he goes in, the sooner he'll be reincarnated. Senior brother, he wasn't sentenced to execution, just exile. He Yushan earnestly explained. You gave her a speechless look. Ah yes, just exiled. Your suspicion that this couple had reported him grew stronger. That night, you invited Bai Chen over. The 3 junior brothers drank merrily in your courtyard, freely consuming alcohol and feasting on meat. Jiao Mingshu recounted his life over the past few years away, occasionally revealing a blissful smile. Bai Chun described the special talents of the courtesans in nearby towns, occasionally showing a lecherous grin. They all had bright futures ahead. The next day, you visited Xie Huida's courtyard. He informed you that he and Deng Rusong would begin refining the reviving Yang pill in 8 months. Currently, he needed to travel to acquire an important ingredient and told you to consult Deng Rusong about any pill refining questions. Master, go and return quickly. Try not to die out there, you said. Xie Huida's face darkened. You rebellious disciple. Always wishing for my death so you can inherit my pill furnace. Is that it? This is my sincere blessing, you replied. Xie Huida snorted coldly and turned to leave, but suddenly paused in astonishment. You've reached organ fortifying? Having stopped using the art of hidden breath to conceal your cultivation, Xie Huida detected your early-stage organ fortifying realm. You chuckled lightly. Just got lucky. This isn't something luck can achieve, he said, sighing repeatedly. You rebellious disciple's martial talent far surpasses mine. Xie Huida seemed somewhat discouraged. You quickly comforted him. Master, while my talent may be better, you're much older than me. Suppressing the urge to strike you, Xie Huida departed the Danxia sect. After Xie Huida left, you devoted yourself entirely to cultivation and pill refining. Within 2 months, you completed your first true qi condensation in the organ fortifying realm. The 9 condensation's profound skill was a crucial pillar of your strength, so cultivation took priority. Subsequently, you spent another 2 months advancing your pill refining skills. Your fifth-grade pill refining had stabilized at producing 3 pills, occasionally managing 4. Your fifth-grade pill refining had reached initial proficiency. The remaining time was spent attempting to enter the divine microvision state, hoping to examine that Earth source again. Despite having successfully entered this state once before, replicating it proved difficult. After over a month of attempts, you barely sensed anything. Persisting for another 10-plus days, you finally re-entered the divine microvision state. You immediately projected your consciousness into the simulation space. The Earth source still manifested as an ethereal sword. As you tried approaching with your consciousness, the razor-sharp sword energy surrounding it once again made your brain feel like it was being churned. Dizzy and disoriented, you were forced to exit the divine microvision state. How am I supposed to comprehend this thing? I'll turn into an idiot from this Earth source before I make any progress. Frustrated, you felt like you were sitting on a gold mine you couldn't excavate. 2 days later, Siehueda returned to Danxia sect. With 2 months remaining before he and Deng Rusong would begin refining the reviving Yang pill, Deng Rusong gradually transferred sect affairs to Grand Elder Yuyin. Siehueda likewise avoided expending energy on other matters. Siehueda meticulously explained all aspects of Deng Wanchu's care to you, and you began tending to her. With 1 month remaining before the pill refinement, both men completely withdrew from all affairs, shutting themselves away to focus on mental preparation. You could sense their tension. However, this matter hardly affected you. You continued cultivating as usual. One day, unwilling to give up, you attempted another divine microvision exercise. Whether by coincidence or not, you entered the state smoothly, but frustratingly, your Earth source examination still yielded nothing. You even began doubting whether this was truly an Earth source. Perhaps you'd made a mistake. You recalled an acquaintance from your hometown who had mistaken someone's discarded girlfriend for a rare medicinal mushroom and steeped her in water for days. Could you have similarly mistaken this object for an Earth source? While maintaining the divine microvision state and pondering this, you suddenly sensed inexplicable scrutiny. In this heightened state of awareness, you couldn't be mistaken. You immediately exited the state, eyes darting around wildly. Who's there? I fucking see you. Show yourself, you shouted. That someone would dare spy on you within Danxia sect was audacious. You guessed it must be an outsider who knew Deng Rusong, the sect's only grandmaster, was in seclusion, thus daring to infiltrate. Though the sect still had dragon transformation elders, this intruder showed no fear. Could they be a grandmaster? Frowning, you slowly retreated 2 steps, mentally shielding yourself behind non-existent allies. Just as you prepared to flee, a voice sounded. "Ha ha! Nephew's perception is remarkable. You detected me immediately upon my arrival." Grand Elder Yu Yun of Danxia sect appeared, smiling at your courtyard gate. At late-stage dragon transformation and a 7th-grade pill refiner, Yu Yun was quite capable. Instantly, 10,000 suspicions arose in your mind. "So it's you, you old bastard, scared the hell out of me," you thought silently while smiling and saying, "Ah, Grand Elder, please come in." Yu Yun chuckled as he entered. "Nephew, I just finished handling sect affairs and thought to chat with you." Previously, Yu Yun had little interaction with you and had never visited your courtyard. Why now, when temporarily managing sect affairs, would he suddenly come to chat? Humoring him, you wondered what scheme Yu Yun was really cooking up. But after some idle talk, you realized he genuinely seemed to be making casual conversation, mostly about sect matters. He mentioned who didn't get along with whom, which members had shared interests, and recent affairs he'd handled, a disjointed ramble without clear purpose. After this, Yu Yin departed, leaving you utterly baffled. What the hell was that old codger's angle? You initially thought Yu Yin might have conflicts with Siehueda, so you assumed he was taking advantage of Siehueda's seclusion to intimidate you, Siehueda's direct disciple. Though temporarily no match for him, you knew he couldn't kill you either. You even contemplated giving him a taste of cross-level combat. Yet Yin came sneaking around only to leave inexplicably, thoroughly confusing you. Frowning, You resolved to remain vigilant against Yu Yun in the future. 1 month later, Deng Rusong and Xie Huida officially began closed-door refinement of the reviving Yang pill. Their estimated refinement period was 1 month. Deng Rusong instructed Yu Yun that nothing, not even exploding crystals, should disturb them. After Deng Rusong and Xie Huida entered seclusion, you continued your cultivation. Within days, you advanced the treading heaven steps to initial achievement proficiency. Now you could remain airborne for 10 breaths. But the movement speed mid-air remained problematic. If only treading heaven steps could match an ultimate grandmaster's speed. You indulged in unrealistic fantasies that would grant you true flight, albeit briefly. Still, it would fulfill your childhood dream of becoming an astronaut. Frowning in thought, suddenly inspiration struck. I've got it. What if I have Lin Mo practice treading heaven steps? Might yield different results. After all, Lin Mo was the genius who created the heaven-defying 9 condensations profound skill. Excited by the idea, you exclaimed, right? I should utilize this human skill enhancer. Acting immediately, you summoned Jiao Mingshu and He Yushan to care for Deng Wanshu for a month. Deng Wanshu's condition wasn't secret. Most Danxia sect members knew. Jiao Mingshu and He Yushan readily agreed, solemnly vowing proper care. That same day, you rode a fast horse to Lin Mo's home. Calculations showed round trip would take just over a month, coinciding with Xie Huida's estimated completion of the reviving Yang pill refinement. Barring accidents, you'd return to find your martial aunt revived. After half a month's travel, you arrived. Lin Mo had grown considerably taller this past year. Overjoyed at your return, he eagerly pulled you. Uncle Yu, you came back. Uncle Yu, I missed you so much. Haven't slacked in cultivation, have you? Lin Mo proudly declared. Uncle Yu, no slacking. I've cultivated diligently. A quick sensing left you stunned. Lin Mo had reached late-stage skin refining in 1 year. You needed 15 damned years for the same. Excellent. Late-stage skin refining in 1 year. Time for advanced training. You handed Lin Mo treading heaven steps. Here, child, a movement martial skill. Lin Mo accepted it solemnly. Thank you, Uncle Yu. I'll master it. Not just master. I want you to modify it for maximum aerial speed. Modify skills? Uncle Yu, can I? Lin Mo hesitated. You glared. At your age, I was creating skills. Modification is nothing. Lin Mo's expression firmed. Uncle Yu, I'll strive to match your footsteps. Smiling, you nodded. Good lad. Catching me won't be easy. Work hard. After successfully motivating Lin Mo, you returned contentedly to Danxia sect. The return trip took another half-month. Total round trip, 1 month and 4 days, remarkably fast. Yet no revived martial aunt greeted you. Nor were Deng Rusong or Xie Huida present. Turns out they remained refining the reviving Yang pill. Resuming cultivation, your pill refinement advanced after another month. Now, consistently producing 4 5th-grade pills, solidifying initial achievement proficiency. But Deng Rusong and Xie Huida still hadn't emerged. Growing suspicious, you began periodically patrolling outside their sealed stone chamber. Unable to interfere, only observe. One day, during courtyard training, Yu Yin approached again, purportedly for casual chat. This time, he voluntarily mentioned Xie Huida, how Xie Huida possessed the greatest pill talent of their generation, universally expected to become Danxia sect's next leader, until Deng Wanshu's incident derailed everything. Thereafter, Xie Huida became obsessed, frantically researching revival pills and medicines, like a stubborn bull charging down dead ends, neglecting proper pill refinement. His martial cultivation lagging further behind. Then Yu Yin abruptly shifted focus to you, praising you as Xie Huida's outstanding disciple, surpassing even Xie Huida's martial achievements. Baffled by this sudden flattery, you bluntly asked, Elder Yu, enough riddles, what do you want? Yu Yin laughed awkwardly. Straight to the point. Very well. Glancing around, he whispered, "Has the sect leader named you successor?" Suddenly you understood. This was about Danxia sect's petty power struggles. Disappointingly mundane. Now, realizing Yu Yun's previous casual visit was actually probing your political stance, especially after noticing your closeness to Deng Rusong, likely just fishing for confirmation. Wanting no part in such distractions, you resolved to decline any leadership position after Deng Rusong emerged, requesting instead some cushy sinecure. To Yu Yun, you feigned ignorance. "Elder, this is news to me." Undeterred, Yu Yun smiled. "No need for caution. My faction seeks no leadership, only to support the next sect leader's prosperity." Your triple denial finally sent him away uncertain. Watching his retreating figure, your eyes gleamed thoughtfully, seriously considering leaving Danxia sect. Your involvement had grown too deep, constantly distracted by trivial matters, drastically deviating from your original goal of peaceful cultivation. You longed for former freedom, like a wild donkey galloping across plains. Eyes flickering with resolve, you pondered deeply. While you were deep in thought, a sect member suddenly rushed over. He informed you that Xie Huida and Deng Rusong had emerged from seclusion. Both of them were at Xie Huida's courtyard, summoning you to come. You immediately went to Xie Huida's residence. Upon arrival, only Xie Huida and Deng Rusong were present. Both men looked extremely grim. Xie Huida, in particular, appeared devastated, slumped in his reclining chair with lifeless eyes and an ashen face. He glanced at you indifferently when you approached. After a long silence, he finally spoke slowly. "I failed." You had actually anticipated this outcome. Their pill refinement had taken over a month longer than expected, an almost unheard of occurrence in alchemy. After 2 breaths of silence, you asked, "What went wrong?" Xie Huida just kept shaking his head, tilted to one side without speaking. Deng Rusong sighed quietly before explaining. Everything had gone smoothly during Deng Rusong's stages. But when Xie Huida needed to fuse the earth source, disaster struck. First, Xie Huida couldn't enter the divine microvision state no matter how hard he tried. He barely managed it at the last possible moment. Before they could relax, Xie Huida's state immediately became unstable again. Having mastered divine microvision long ago, he'd never experienced such fluctuations before. His mentality was completely off this time. Deng Rusong's repeated encouragements proved useless. Ultimately, Xie Huida violently exited the divine microvision state at the critical moment, causing the half-fused earth source to instantly dissipate. Xie Huida went mad with despair, muttering "impossible" like a delirious man. He clawed frantically at the air as if trying to recapture the lost earth source. But dissipated earth source could never be recovered. Refusing to accept this, Xie Huida forced Deng Rusong to stay for another attempt. Both knew it was hopeless without the earth source. They sat silently in the stone chamber for a month, Xie Huida drowning in self-loathing. You frowned after hearing this. "Master, can't we just collect more earth source?" Xie Huida didn't lift his head. "No, impossible now." "Why impossible?" Deng Rusong answered mournfully. "The shock was too great. Your master can no longer enter divine microvision." Only then did you understand this hidden consequence. The divine microvision state truly seemed mystical. You grew curious about its fundamental nature. Moreover, you noticed Xie Huida's strange condition during this refinement. While nervousness before refining the reviving yang pill was understandable, such uncharacteristic incompetence from a 7th-grade pill refiner who'd mastered divine microvision made no sense. Like a master chef suddenly forgetting how to stir-fry, ruining a prepared dish at the last moment. Something was clearly wrong. Not fearing to reopen wounds, you asked directly, "Master, your failure wasn't just about poor condition, furnace heat, or fire control, was it?" After long deliberation, Xie Huida finally spoke, still hunched over with disheveled hair. "Hu Zhongshuan, no need to hide. Come out." Both you and Deng Rusong startled violently. Neither had detected Hu Zhongshuan's presence. Especially shocking for Deng Rusong as a grandmaster. Could it be? Your suspicion was confirmed when, after 2 breaths, Hu Zhongshuan descended gracefully from above. Ultimate Grandmaster. Junior brother Hu, you succeeded, Deng Rusong exclaimed. Hu Zhongshuan remained impassive. Long time no see, senior brothers. Then he turned to you. And you, Junior. You nodded slightly in greeting. Hu Zhongshuan had truly comprehended Earth Source to become an ultimate grandmaster. His martial talent was indeed remarkable. You made a mental note to ask him later about Earth Source comprehension. Suddenly you realized, when Yu Yin first visited you during your divine microvision state, you'd sensed someone spying. Yu Yin claimed he'd just arrived, making you doubt his excuse. Now you understood. You'd actually detected Hu Zhongshuan's surveillance. Hu Zhongshuan asked Xie Huida, "How did you know I was here? You shouldn't have visited Wan Shu." Xie Huida shook his head. "You noticed me?" After a heavy sigh, Xie Huida explained. He visited Deng Wan Shu daily. So 2 months ago, he'd accidentally discovered Hu Zhongshuan's secret visit. Most crucially, Xie Huida realized Hu Zhongshuan had become an ultimate grandmaster, shattering his mentality completely. Now he knew, whether Wan Shu woke or not, Hu Zhongshuan would ultimately be the one by her side. This broken Dao heart caused a refinement failure. Xie Huida stood up, disheveled and swaying. I arranged everything for Wan Shu myself. I noticed every tiny change. He glared furiously at Hu Zhongshuan. Hu Zhongshuan, you shouldn't have gone. You shouldn't have. What right did you have? Trembling with rage, he pointed accusingly. What have you ever done for her? What good is your martial pursuit? Your ultimate grandmaster status? Can you wake her? You can't. We're both useless. Useless. Hu Zhongshuan remained stone-faced as Xie Huida's rant escalated. Enough, Huida, Deng Rusong growled. Xie Huida laughed bitterly before shuffling out of the courtyard. Haha, useless, all useless. His voice faded into the distance. The 3 of you stood in heavy silence. Zhongshuan, come with me, Deng Rusong finally said, leading Hu Zhongshuan away. You sighed and returned to your own courtyard. The next morning, before you'd even finished washing up, Xie Huida summoned you again. Puzzled by his sudden initiative after yesterday's despair, you went to his courtyard. Gone was yesterday's dishevelment. Today Xie Huida was immaculately groomed. Hair perfectly tied back. Snow-white robes without a single wrinkle. His handsome early 30s features giving an ethereal aura. The broken man from yesterday had vanished. Sitting primly on a stone stool, he smiled and beckoned. You come here. Seeing this drastic transformation, a terrible premonition gripped you. Master, what is it? You approached. Xie Huida produced an alchemy furnace. You've always wanted this. It's yours now. Your heart sank. This really feels like last arrangements. You hastily declined. I just use it as an ashtray. Keep it yourself. He pushed the exquisite furnace into your hands. Whatever you do with it, accept it. When you tried refusing again, he waved dismissively with a faint smile. Now, come see your martial aunt with me. You and Xie Huida entered Deng Wanshu's secret chamber. Hu Zhongshuan and Deng Rusong were both present. Xie Huida didn't even glance at them. He only turned to you and said, you won't need to take care of your martial aunt anymore. But I'm grateful you agreed to my request back then. Without waiting for your response, Xie Huida walked straight toward the cold jade bed, toward the love of his life. Xie Huida sat on the cold jade bed, then turned slightly to lie down beside Deng Wanshu. He gently caressed Deng Wanshu's cheek, murmuring endless words in a low voice. Xie Huida didn't know if Deng Wanshu could truly hear him. He poured out his heart completely, oblivious to anyone else's presence. Suddenly, a single clear tear rolled down from Deng Wanshu's eye. Xie Huida froze, his expression deeply moved. He tenderly wiped away Deng Wanshu's tear with his finger. Wanshu, can you hear me? That's wonderful. Xie Huida's voice was incredibly gentle as he continued. But Wanshu. His words trailed off into silence. After a long pause, Xiaohuida abruptly sat up without warning, staring desperately at Deng Wanshu. His face suddenly twisted into a terrifying grimace, as if confronting the most horrifying existence in the world. His voice turned shrill and piercing. He screamed hoarsely, "But Wanshu, I don't want to die." Thud! After his final scream, Xiaohuida collapsed limply onto the cold jade bed. His gaze remained fixed on Deng Wanshu's serene face. A single clear tear streamed from Xiaohuida's eye, flowing onto the cold jade bed where it mingled with Deng Wanshu's tear. The mingled tears formed a small wet patch, reflecting both their peaceful, sleeping faces. You looked at Xiaohuida's motionless form on the bed. Uncertain, you turned to Hu Zhongshuan and Deng Rusong. "Martial uncle, sect leader, my master." Their somber nods confirmed it. Xiaohuida was indeed dead. He had died beside the person he loved most. You unconsciously rubbed the pill furnace in your hands. You decided to keep this furnace carefully preserved. Deng Rusong held a grand funeral for Xiaohuida. He was buried on Danxia Sect's back mountain. You would occasionally visit to burn paper offerings for him. Remembering Xiaohuida's deeds would inevitably make your eyes sting, shedding a few tears. You informed Deng Rusong of your decision not to become Danxia Sect's next leader. Deng Rusong tried persuading you several times, but you politely declined. Eventually, he had to concede. However, he urged you to remain with Danxia Sect. You requested a position guarding the transmission pavilion, wishing only to live quietly like a floor-sweeping monk. Deng Rusong agreed. From then on, you ignored all Danxia Sect affairs, maintaining only 2 points in your daily routine: the transmission pavilion and your courtyard. Between cultivation and alchemy research, you found happiness. Hu Zhongshuan had stayed at Danxia Sect for half a month now. He visited Deng Wanshu daily. Even as an ultimate grandmaster, he couldn't find joy, because he still couldn't awaken Deng Wanshu. What devastated him more was realizing there were no paths beyond ultimate grandmaster. He had reached martial arts' absolute peak. His sole comfort was gaining nearly 2 centuries of lifespan to accompany Deng Wanshu's remaining years. One day, you approached Hu Zhongshuan to inquire about Earth sources. As someone who had succeeded, he shared his insights unreservedly. As you suspected, each Earth source's essence differed. It could manifest as a sword, a blade, a folding fan, or even a brush. Some appeared as floating words in the air. To perceive an Earth source required having attributes resonating with it. Hu Zhongshuan's Earth source had taken form as a fierce white-browed tiger. For this, he had ventured into Black Serpent Woods to observe tigers, eventually living and even sleeping alongside them. Your eyes widened in shock. "Martial uncle, was the sleeping necessary? Couldn't you skip that?" A vein pulsed on Hu Zhongshuan's forehead. "I coexisted with tigers, not married them." You sighed in relief. "Oh good, that's a relief." Only after fully understanding tiger behavior and absorbing their aura could Hu Zhongshuan perceive his Earth source. Perception duration varied. Some took years, others mere moments. Hu Zhongshuan's perception lasted only 3 years before completion and fusion. Fusion 2? You recalled Hu Zhongshuan previously mentioning perception alone. He explained, "After perception, fusion occurs naturally. The Earth source recognizes you and willingly merges with your body." Does fusion make one an ultimate grandmaster? Yes. Once fused, you share a symbiotic existence. Perish together if either dies. Post-fusion, a grandmaster's body undergoes metamorphosis, gaining flight capability and 2-century lifespan. Most crucially, their true chi transforms into source power, a power tier completely beyond conventional true chi. This explained the vast chasm between grandmasters and ultimate grandmasters. Yet Lin Mo, Miao Gift, had fought ultimate grandmasters evenly at peak grandmaster level, like battling a Guandao wielder with a wooden stick and holding ground, showcasing terrifying talent. "Now that's what I call horrifying talent," you mused privately. Considering ultimate Grandmaster abilities, transcendent power, flight, extended lifespan. You frown deeply. Isn't this basically fucking immortal cultivation? But Hu Zhongshuan revealed no paths existed beyond Ultimate Grandmaster. Ultimate Grandmasters couldn't enhance combat power or cultivation further. Moreover, each Grandmaster could only fuse with one Earth source. Attempting a second would cause it to dissipate harmlessly. You pondered further. Martial uncle, what if someone perceived an Earth source before reaching Grandmaster? They die, Hu Zhongshuan stated flatly. You blinked. Die? Why? Only a peak Grandmaster's physique can withstand the metamorphosis. Weaker bodies would collapse. You nodded thoughtfully, initially thinking your divine microvision could bypass perception requirements. You now face the fusion barrier. Must I really wait until peak Grandmaster to unlock Earth sources? After consideration, sudden realization flashed in your eyes. Perhaps not. My 9 condensation's profound skill lets me combat foes 2 major realms stronger. Doesn't that mean my physique already matches 2 realms ahead? In other words, at peak essence refining with 9-fold true chi condensation, my body might equal a peak Grandmaster's. The theory seemed increasingly plausible. Besides, with your cheat-like advantages, failure merely meant death. Were you afraid of death? Only of meaningless death. For worthy cause, you feared nothing. You had many more conversations with Hu Zhongshuan. He learned about your promise to take care of Dang Wanshu. Hu Zhongshuan's impression of you changed significantly. He previously thought you were just a careless, cowardly person. Now he thinks you're still careless and cowardly, but also a smooth-talking bullshitter. Hu Zhongshuan wrote down his entire process and insights about comprehending Earth Source and gave them to you. Junior nephew, I hope you can make use of this someday. Hu Zhongshuan sincerely wished you. I definitely will. You had full confidence in yourself, your cheat. Hu Zhongshuan left 2 days later. He returned to Yajianku. Because Hu Zhongshuan advanced to Grandmaster unusually fast, he gained Li Onlong's favor and was promoted to Deputy Commander. Hu Zhongshuan told Deng Rusong he would take care of Deng Wanshu from now on, to which Deng Rusong replied, I'm not dead yet. When Hu Zhongshuan suggested taking Deng Wanshu with him, Deng Rusong directly told him to get lost. Yajianku was war-torn with harsh conditions. Bringing Deng Wanshu there would be extremely inconvenient. After Hu Zhongshuan left, you obtained a top-tier organ-fortifying cultivation method from the transmission pavilion, the Lightning Shadow sword technique. You also acquired a long sword. You plan to practice swordsmanship to generate sword energy and test its effects. To verify whether this could help you comprehend Earth Source. Year 17. As a crude saber user, your initial sword training progressed very slowly. Fortunately, your martial talent was already quite good. After half a year, you mastered the Lightning Shadow sword technique to marrow washing peak stage. However, being unaccustomed to swords, you substituted your soul, awakening blade, during practice. So now you could slash out sword energy with your saber. This absurd NTR experience actually excited you a little. You immediately attempted to enter divine microvision state, but having not mastered it yet, you failed after a month of attempts. Reluctantly, you had to temporarily give up. You spent 2 more months completing your second true chi condensation. After finishing, you inexplicably tried entering divine microvision again. To your surprise, it worked exceptionally smoothly this time. You succeeded on the first attempt. You felt divine microvision was utterly mystical. There could even be cases like Xiehueda's where one could never enter the state again. Could it be because he's old and needs medicinal assistance now? You frowned. Why does that sentence sound weird? Shaking your head to clear distractions, you took advantage of the stable divine microvision to extend your consciousness into space. This time, you directly released the sword energy gained from practicing Lightning Shadow sword technique. Then something miraculous happened. The long sword immediately calmed upon sensing your sword energy. The sharp sword energy around it also became gentle. For For the first time, your consciousness could slowly approach the Earth's source longsword. You were so excited you nearly lost focus and exited the state. You hurriedly stabilized your mind. As your consciousness gradually approached, it finally fully attached to the Earth's source longsword. A few remaining powerful sword energies still caused slight pain, but it was bearable. Following Hu Zhongshuan's notes, your consciousness explored the Earth's source longsword back and forth, carefully comprehending its mysteries. Unfortunately, you gained no substantial insights before exiting the state. But you weren't discouraged. This path was viable. After exiting, you surprisingly found the weakness much reduced compared to before. This indicated real progress in your divine microvision. You were extremely pleased. To celebrate, you invited Jiao Mingshu's family and Bai Chun for barbecue in your courtyard. Jiao Mingshu arrived carrying a large bag. You welcomed him. Junior brother, we didn't need to bring. Oh, just Jiao Xiaoyao's toys? How shameless of you. Get in here. Bai Chun came with a beautiful young woman. You asked, new sister-in-law. Bai Chun grinned. Brand new, completely new. You nodded kindly and asked the girl, which brothel do you work at? Senior brother. AU is a proper girl. Bai Chun hastily explained. You acted surprised. Since when did your taste change? Bai Chun glared intensely, gritting his teeth. My taste never changed, senior brother. You immediately understood and gave him an okay gesture. Then you told the girl, don't worry, AU, Bai Chun never visits brothels, never spends all his pill money tipping courtesans to be top donor, and definitely wouldn't Talambadi S. Senior brother. Bai Chun interrupted. He grabbed a roasted chicken leg. Senior brother, have some chicken leg. He stuffed it in your mouth and quickly retreated with AU. You took a bite and announced, keep the music playing. Keep dancing. Year 18. While cultivating one day, you suddenly had an epiphany. You immediately circulated the Star River Blade art. Within moments, you broke through to mid-stage organ fortifying, simultaneously completing your fourth true chi condensation. Now, ordinary mid-stage dragon transformation cultivators couldn't withstand your attacks. You felt incredibly refreshed. Feeling impulsive, you attempted divine microvision again, this time succeeding after 7 or 8 tries. Though gaining no new Earth source insights, you discover a method to increase success rate, true chi condensation. You realized attempts after completing condensation worked better. This time was no exception. You guessed the 9 condensation's profound skill granted finer chi control, which manifested as divine microvision. You plan to monitor whether condensation frequency correlated with divine microvision proficiency. You also advanced treading heaven steps to great mastery, now able to remain airborne for 18 breaths. You intended to check on Lin Mo's progress with the revised version. You never doubted Lin Mo's ability. Your trust in him was second only to the simulator. Plus, just assigning tasks while he did the work made you appreciate being a boss. Your pill refining also improved significantly. Now able to stably produce 6 fifth-grade pills, small mastery. One more level, and you'd officially become a 5th-grade pill refiner. At just 33, only Xia Hueda had matched this speed. Besides natural talent, Xia Hueda and Deng Rusong's materials were invaluable, like having 2 master refiners personally guiding you. After 6 more months of cultivation, you advanced both Wild Heaven Saber technique and Heavenly Desire Formless technique to mid-stage organ fortifying. To better approach the Earth Source Longsword, you progressed Lightning Shadow Sword technique from Marrow Washing Peak to early organ fortifying. Your sword energy became purer and sharper, just as you prepared for 5th true chi condensation. Deng Rusong sent someone to the transmission pavilion. The messenger said 2 guests specifically requested you. Guests? You frowned, then said, I'm not feeling well today. No visitors. Senior brother the sect leader insists you must come. You're puzzled. What kind of guest could Deng Rusong not handle without you? What do these guests look like? You ask. The disciple gives you a strange look. Senior brother, they look like mother and daughter. Mother and daughter. You don't recall ever being that wild. But then it hits you. Wan Qingwan and Yin Ji Shua. You frown. Why would they come, and why must they see me? With questions in mind, you arrive at Danxia Sect's reception hall. Sure enough, Wan Qingwan and Yin Jishue are there. Wan Qingwan wears a pure white dress, coolly observing you with curious eyes. You nod slightly at this most familiar stranger. Yin Jishue is in a black dress, exuding gentle grace with her ever-present warm smile. She carries none of the extermination sect leader's demeanor, appearing instead like a well-maintained noblewoman from a scholarly family. You're perplexed. Yin Jishue seems saner than anyone, hardly fitting as leader of those extermination sect lunatics. Deng Rusong introduces, This is extermination sect leader Yin Jishue, and that is extermination sect sanus Wan Qingwan. Greetings to both. You keep your tone measured. Yin Jishue immediately studies you, her voice soft yet magnetic. Young hero, he is indeed talented, quite well matched with our Qingwan. You startle, completely thrown. Are they here to propose marriage? You quickly say, Sect leader Yin, perhaps you've misunderstood my relationship with heroine Wan? Yin Jishue covers her mouth with elegant amusement. Does young hero, he feel unworthy of our Qingwan? Your eyebrow twitches indignantly. Unworthy of her? You could outmatch her 10 times over. As a cheat character, you could match anyone. You just don't want deep involvement with the extermination sect. I can't decide this myself. My guardian isn't home. You deflect. Where is your master? Yin Jishue asks. Underground. Yin Jishue? Question mark. Deng Rusong glares. You. Stop talking nonsense. He politely explains. Sect leader Yin, Yu's master, my junior brother Xiehuida, passed away over a year ago. Yin Jishue nods. Since young hero he's master is gone, sect leader Deng can decide. You quickly interject. Sect leader Yin, let's postpone this discussion. I'm observing 3 years mourning for my master. Wan Qingwan tilt her head. What's 3 years mourning? You explain. It means maintaining solemnity for 3 years without smiling. What if you slip up? Accidents don't count. Wan Qingwan nods sagely. You know so much. My duty. Deng Rusong can't tolerate your nonsense anymore. You accompany heroine Wan around Danxia sect. You mentally curse. Deng's too scared of Yin Jishue, so he sends you to charm her instead. Some sect leader While distracted, you feel a soft hand slip into yours. Let's go. Wan Qingwan's voice remains coolly matter-of-fact. Your pupil's contract. Wait, what's this? Her bright eyes show confusion. Wasn't it like this last time? Lady, last time was because you stopped mid-sentence. Yin Jishue is watching you too with a matchmaker's grin. Even Deng Rusong's sporting a damn fatherly smile. Hopeless, you grab Wan Qingwan's hand. Fine, let me show you Danxia sect scenery. As you stroll through the expansive, tree-lined sect grounds. Heroine Wan, what do you like about me? I'll change it. Wan Qingwan squeezes your hand. I never said I liked you. You brought your sect leader to propose marriage. The sect leader came to see your leader. She just enjoys matchmaking, don't mind it. You, as an ancient person, you just said 2 letters. Wan Qingwan, details aren't important. Did she come to request pill refining? To romance your sect leader. You excuse me? Wan Qingwan arches her willow leaf brows. You didn't know? She explains Deng Rusong and Yin Jishue were lovers in youth. But as extermination sect saintess, Deng's father forbade their relationship. Deng buried his feelings and never married. Only after his father's passing did he reconnect with Yin Jishue. Now, as an ultimate grandmaster, Yin Jishue's mind isn't affected by sect techniques, allowing their rekindled romance. You're amazed. Between your ambiguous relationship with Wan Qingwan and Deng's with Yin Jishue, Danxia sect's men sure have game. No wonder they sent us away. We were third wheels. Wan Qingwan nods. Exactly. You smirk. The sect leader really is vigorous despite his age. Later, at Xie Huida's grave, you burn spirit money together. Returning to the hall, you find Deng Rusong setting Yin Jishua down from his lap. Wiping drool, he says, "Back so soon." You apologize, sorry for interrupting the making of Danxia's next heir. Deng waves it off, no matter. As Yin Jishua and Wan Qingwan depart, you and Deng watch them vanish into the horizon. You muse, "Sect leader, you wouldn't want people knowing about you and sect leader Yin, right? Speak." 5 8th grade pill recipes. You return to your courtyard from Deng Rusong's place. In your hand were 5 8th grade pill recipes. You burned the midnight oil, carefully studying these 5 recipes. The refining techniques and material combinations gave you great inspiration. Your current 5th grade pill proficiency was at minor mastery. You plan to focus on pill refining next, striving to reach major mastery and become a genuine 5th grade pill refiner. You began concentrating on refining 5th grade pills. The 19th year, during the 5th grade pill refining process, your control over true qi became increasingly precise. You incidentally completed your 5th true qi condensation. After finishing the condensation, you attempted divine microvision based on your hypothesis. The success came so easily it was almost unbelievable. Your divine microvision had finally reached beginner level. You became completely certain. The more times you condensed true qi, the easier it became to advance divine microvision's proficiency. This discovery delighted you, while also leading to a realization. Your divine microvision talent wasn't innate after all. Rather, it resulted from repeated true qi condensation, allowing you to contain high-quality qi 1 or 2 realms early, granting near-perfect qi control at each realm. This was what enabled your post-birth awakening of divine microvision. You murmured to yourself, "So I'm not actually a genius?" Your tone carried surprise, as if learning this for the first time. Feeling disappointed, you gritted your teeth and, in extreme frustration, advanced your 5th grade pill refining from minor to major mastery. At 34, you became the youngest 5th grade pill refiner in Danxia Sect's history. If counting the 70-plus years spent refining blood qi pills during your 3rd simulation, you'd simultaneously be the oldest 5th grade pill refiner in sect history. Either way, you'd set records, filling yourself with pride. That day, Deng Rusong came to your courtyard. Over the past year, he'd frequently visited for idle chatter. Today was no different. He intended to chat casually again, but then he suddenly noticed the 8 freshly refined 5th grade pills. Deng Rusong pointed in astonishment at the pill furnace you'd obtained from Xie Huida. "You refined these? If not me, then maybe the furnace grew them after I made a wish." "Cut the nonsense, boy." Deng Rusong's face darkened. "Sect leader, there's nobody else in this courtyard." Deng Rusong studied you deeply before carefully examining all 8 pills. Confirming they were indeed your work, he sighed. "You're truly not interested in becoming sect leader? Honored leader, you've asked 800 times this year already." Deng Rusong reclined on a lounge chair that creaked as he rocked. "You've hidden your abilities well, sneaking off to the transmission pavilion to train in secret." "Leader, I wasn't hiding. You simply never noticed before." Deng Rusong glanced sideways. "True enough. Previously only recognized your martial talent. Thought your pill talent was merely decent. Never expected you'd surpass even your late master." "RNOS." You lounged beside him. "Leader seems troubled lately?" After hesitation, Deng Rusong admitted, "Somewhat." "Did sect leader Yin hit menopause?" Deng Rusong glared. "If Jishua had menopause, she'd have killed you last time." You stiffened. "How so?" "Jishua said you know too many of Wan Qingwan's secrets, that you even stole the extermination sect's heavenly desire formless technique. By all rights, she should have killed you. In truth, that was her intention last visit." This shocked you. You'd sensed no killing intent from Yin Jishua, only perceiving a gentle neighborly aura. So this was an ultimate grandmaster's demeanor. Internally cursing. That old which seemed so kind yet schemes murder, truly befitting their wicked sect. You asked Deng Rusong. You protected me? He shook his head honestly, eyes guilty. I can't protect anyone Jishua wants dead. Stunned, you remarked. Leader, damn your honesty. I almost want to award you a gold star. Gazing skyward, Deng Rusong said, you should resent me. If Jishua had killed you, Hueda would blame me too. A long silence followed. You harbored no real hatred. Understanding the extermination sect's temperament made this beyond Deng Rusong's control. Why didn't the old witch finish me off then? Ignoring your disrespectful term, Deng Rusong explained. Wan Qingluan, Jishua detected her developing feelings for you. Killing you would leave Wan Qingluan's mental state incomplete, catastrophic for their sex techniques. Nodding silently, you recognized Yin Jishua's volatility. Without Wan Qingluan's restraint, she might eliminate you anytime. Having an ultimate grandmaster constantly eyeing your life left you insecure. You simply wanted peaceful cultivation, not living under death's shadow. Your gaze turned ruthless as a plan formed. Coldly thinking, Old Witch, let's revisit that death scenario. Noticing your prolonged silence, Deng Rusong comforted. You, if Jishua ever comes for you, I'll die ensuring you're buried beside your master. You smiled bitterly. How comforting. However, you paused. Hope you won't mind, leader. Mind what? Shaking your head. Nothing. Deng Rusong eyed you curiously but pressed no further, instead discussing recent sect affairs. Factions had emerged competing for next leadership, primarily between Grand Elder Yu Yun's faction and 5th Elder Shinding Yuan's. Both factions' disciples were 4th-grade refiners nearing 5th grade, with roughly equal support. Ultimately, Deng Rusong would decide, favoring Yu Yun's disciple for slightly better talent and broader perspective. You recalled Yu Yun claiming disinterest in leadership, yet now he spearheaded the struggle. What a deceitful old man. Watching these power struggles affirmed your decision to avoid leadership, sparing yourself such headaches. Now you could leisurely observe their battles. Even if they overturned the entire sect, you'd merely need to lift a foot. You knew true power lay in strength, not titles. With your current cultivation, few in Danxia sect could oppose you. Any foolish enough to involve you would learn what basic martial skills truly meant. After Deng Rusong left, you departed the sect. Mounting a swift horse, you sought Lin Mo, presuming treading heaven's steps had been modified and ready for inspection. The harvest season arrives, you mused cheerfully. En route, another matter surfaced requiring Lin Mo's early preparation. You quickly rode your horse to Lin Mo's home. The 10-year-old Lin Mo had already reached the peak of bone tempering, not far from marrow washing. Seeing you, Lin Mo happily said, Uncle you came to see me again. You nodded. I came to check how you're doing with the little test I left you last time. Lin Mo's joyful expression immediately turned somewhat troubled. Uncle you, I haven't successfully modified the treading heaven steps yet. You didn't expect Lin Mo to fail. Testing the waters, you said, It's all right. Show me how far you've gotten. Lin Mo hesitated but nodded reluctantly. Boom! Without any warning, Lin Mo shot into the sky like a cannonball, leaving a cloud of dust where he had been standing. At incredible speed, he circled around you in the air several times. After a few breaths, Lin Mo gracefully landed. He walked up to you sheepishly. Uncle you, I don't think I've reached the maximum speed you mentioned, but I can improve it further. Your eyes widened in shock, completely dumbfounded. Inside, you were screaming. This is what you call a failed modification. If this is failure, then everyone else might as well give up. It took you a while to calm down. Patting Lin Mo's head, you said, Good kid, you've done well already. You've reached about my ankle level from back in the day. Lin Mo jumped for joy. Yeah, I love reaching ankle level. You had Lin Mo give you the modified treading heaven steps and instructed him to continue optimizing it. While the new version's speed had improved dramatically, it still fell short of an ultimate Grandmaster speed. The aerial duration hadn't increased either, making it somewhat limited overall, but you were confident Lin Mo would surprise you. You renamed the technique to Wandering Heaven Steps. You then told Lin Mo to start recruiting martial artists to form his own small group, which could eventually grow into a proper sect. You explained that many hands make light work, and everything would be more convenient. What you didn't tell Lin Mo was that this was mainly for your own convenience. Future operations against Yin Jishue couldn't be traced directly back to you. You left Lin Mo with large quantities of blood chi pills and internal spirit pills, along with various healing and restorative pills popular among martial artists, to help recruit talent. Deeply moved, Lin Mo literally flew with you for 2 miles to see you off. You told him to keep a low profile and never reveal your relationship, with all future meetings to be conducted discreetly. Though confused, Lin Mo agreed without hesitation. You also had Lin Mo's family relocate to a small town about 10 days' journey from Danxia sect. Returning to Danxia sect, you immediately began practicing the Wandering Heaven steps. By the 20th year, you had completely mastered the technique. Racing to a remote bamboo forest deep in the sect's back mountains, you wildly zigzagged through the trees and skimmed just above the ground. Hovering in midair, you looked down at the green ocean of bamboo below and roared excitedly to the sky, startling flocks of birds into flight. Your maximum flight duration remained only 18 breaths, but with brief rest periods you could now use the technique for short-distance travel. After exhausting your excitement, you returned to Danxia sect to continue cultivation. Meanwhile, the competition for sect leadership had intensified dramatically. Fifth Elder Shun Dingyuan's faction had even drawn blood from Grand Elder Yu Yun's followers, forcing Deng Rusong to intervene. The offending disciple had his martial arts abolished and was expelled, though Deng Rusong didn't actually discourage the competition. As long as it remained within reasonable bounds, he actually encouraged such struggles, having risen to power through similar conflict himself. A leader who hadn't weathered storms wouldn't be able to steer the sect. Though slightly conflicted about his successor and already 97 years old, Deng Rusong wasn't in any hurry. Past Danxia sect leaders typically lived past 110, some even reaching 120, thanks to regular pill consumption. You couldn't care less who ultimately became leader. They could beat each other's brains out for all you cared. You maintained your disciplined cultivation routine. Before long, you completed your 6th true chi condensation, which finally stabilized your divine microvision at the beginner level, succeeding twice out of every 10 attempts. You confirmed that true chi condensation acted as a catalyst for divine microvision. You also advanced your lightning shadow sword technique to mid-stage organ fortifying, further enhancing your sword attributes. Carrying this sword-enhanced state, you again attempted to perceive Earth Source, making slight progress this time. The sword energy around the Earth Source longsword completely accepted you, circling around like an affectionate puppy. Sensing this cheerful energy, you nodded in satisfaction, knowing the day you could truly utilize Earth Source wasn't far off. By the 23rd year, when you turned 38, the sect leadership struggle had reached fever pitch. 5th Elder Shun Dingyuan approached you, as one of the few remaining unaligned members, subtly suggesting you support his faction's candidate by Wenyu. You declared your sole interests were cultivation and pill refining, with no involvement in leadership disputes. Unaware that you'd voluntarily withdrawn from the succession, making their current struggle possible, Shun Dingyuan persisted with empty promises that held no appeal. He also didn't know you were actually a 5th-grade pill refiner, superior to both competing candidates, or he'd have regarded you as serious competition for his disciple. Elder Shun, please leave, you said calmly without even opening your eyes, showing little courtesy as his interruption annoyed you. At mid-stage dragon transformation, Shun Dingyuan would be lucky to withstand 3 moves from you, no matter how well-connected his ancestors were underground. Recognizing your special relationship with Deng Rusong as Xiehuida's disciple, he dared not press further and left, forming an impression of your arrogance, which you ignored as you resumed cultivation, sensing an impending breakthrough. 6 months later, while practicing in your courtyard, with a sudden stretch and stare, you broke through to late-stage organ fortifying, simultaneously completing your 8th true chi condensation. Your combat power now surpassed late-stage dragon transformation practitioners, approaching peak dragon transformation level. In all of Danxia sect, only Deng Rusong could potentially escape your soul awakening blade, and if sufficiently provoked, you might even test yourself against him. Death held no terror for you. The eighth true Qi condensation directly advanced your divine microvision to initial proficiency, with significantly reduced side effects. Recovery time shortened from 10 days to 6, while usable duration doubled from 15 to 30 minutes. Very satisfactory results. Though still far from minor achievement, divine microvision greatly improved your pill refining success rates. That day, you officially began refining 6th grade pills, keeping divine microvision active throughout to train proficiency. The results were outstanding. Your first batch yielded 3 6th grade pills, skipping the beginner level entirely to reach initial achievement. I'm a fucking genius, you cheered. Genius, what have you accomplished now? Deng Rusong and Hu Zhongshuan walked into your courtyard, smiling. You looked up to see Hu Zhongshuan had actually come. Hu Zhongshuan was usually stationed at Yajianku and rarely able to leave. His visit to the Danxia sect must have been for some important matter. You smiled and said, "Uncle, what a rare guest. You've grown so much since we last met years ago." Hu Zhongshuan pointed at you with a wry smile. "You brat, always fooling around. You seem in good spirits, uncle?" you asked with a grin. Hu Zhongshuan laughed heartily. "Indeed, I have good news. He told you that thanks to Lian Long's favor, he had been transferred from Yajianka back to the capital, now serving as left vice minister of the Ministry of War, becoming the second most powerful figure in the ministry. Compared to fighting on the front lines, sitting high in the imperial court playing political games was clearly more worthwhile. But for Hu Zhongshuan, the official position and power were secondary. Most importantly, he now had the means to take Deng Wanshu under his care. This put him in excellent spirits. You offered him sincere congratulations. Clearly, Hu Zhongshuan had worked extremely hard at Yajianku to earn such special treatment from Lian Long. However, Deng Rusong still only permitted Hu Zhongshuan to visit Deng Wanshu, not allowing him to take her to the capital. Deng Rusong understood Hu Zhongshuan's feelings, but she was his own younger sister after all. He wanted to care for her himself as much as possible. There would be time enough to entrust her to Hu Zhongshuan after his own passing. Hu Zhongshuan wasn't in a hurry either. He now had plenty of time to visit Deng Wanshu. During your casual conversation, Deng Rusong suddenly noticed 3 6th grade pills lying in your alchemy furnace. He exclaimed in shock, You've achieved initial achievement in 6th grade pills?" You chuckled. "It's not that I'm deliberately showing off. You just happened to arrive right as this batch of 6th grade pills finished." Deng Rusong stared at you open-mouthed, speechless for a long while. Finally, he said in amazement, "You reached initial achievement in 6th grade pills in just over 3 years." After hesitating, you nodded. In truth, you'd spent these 3 years honing 5th grade alchemy skills, only attempting 6th grade pills for the first time today. So it wasn't 3 years to initial achievement. With the boost from divine microvision, you'd reached initial achievement proficiency in a single attempt. Not bothering to explain, you simply accepted Deng Rusong's assumption. Deng Rusong's expression kept changing as he looked at you, finally saying, "You brat are truly talented." Hu Zhongshuan said nothing, only silently walking over to the furnace. In a low voice he murmured, 6th grade pills, 6th grade pills." Then he looked up at you. Do you have confidence to reach 7th grade, or even 8th grade?" Hu Zhongshuan's eyes burned with fervent hope. If he weren't male, you might have thought he was confessing his feelings. Hearing this, Deng Rusong also looked at you with expectation. You understood their meaning. They wanted you, with your divine microvision talent, to refine a reviving yang pill to awaken Deng Wanshu. You nodded. "I can refine a reviving yang pill for Aunt Wanshu, but we lack Earth Source." Your relationship with Deng Wanshu wasn't close enough for you to offer your own Earth Source. Moreover, if you inexplicably produced an Earth Source, you couldn't explain its origin, risking exposure of your cheat abilities. You might have to restart everything. You wouldn't take that risk. After hesitant consideration, Hu Zhongshuan finally resolved himself. "Hiyu, I'll find a way to get the Earth Source." Deng Rusong's eyes sharpened. "You can still obtain Earth Source?" Earth Source wasn't some common vegetable that could be acquired by the cartload. It represented the pinnacle of martial arts, symbolizing every martial artist's ultimate dream. Hu Zhongshuan smiled. "Don't be too surprised, senior brother. I can't guarantee success, but I'll try my best." Deng Rusong sighed lightly. "Don't push yourself too hard. Once you already held Hueda back. I don't want you to—" You laughed lightly. "Sect leader, aren't you underestimating an ultimate grandmaster? At Uncle's level of martial achievement, what could possibly hold him back?" Deng Rusong suddenly laughed in realization. "Ha ha ha, true enough. I find you often see things most clearly, you brat. Sect leader, I wouldn't boast about other things, but you have to admit this much." Deng Rusong smiled helplessly. "I think you'd boast about anything." Hu Zhongshuan looked at you solemnly. "Hiyu, name your demands, whatever they may be." "Uncle, no rewards without merit. I haven't refined the reviving yang pill yet." Though you said this, you actually weren't in a hurry to make demands. Having an ultimate grandmaster owe you a massive favor wasn't something to be satisfied with just any request. It needed careful consideration. At least currently you lacked for nothing, with no pressing needs. As for Yin Jishua's situation, it remained stable for now. Besides, if you really had Hu Zhongshuan confront Yin Jishua, you suspected he wouldn't stand a chance against her. Understanding your meaning, Hu Zhongshuan nodded. "Take your time to think. Today I'll burn some paper offerings for your master before returning to the capital." "I'll go too," you said. The three of you came before Xie Huida's grave and burned many paper offerings. Now he'd have money to buy alchemy materials in the afterlife. Hu Zhongshuan departed that same day for the capital. After several days of cultivation at Danxia sect, you also left. Concealing your whereabouts, you went to find Lin Mo. In just 4 years, Lin Mo had advanced from bone-tempering peak to marrow-washing late stage, skyrocketing like a rocket. It made your heart pound with astonishment. Moreover, without joining any sect, Lin Mo had somehow obtained 2 sect guarding level techniques and practiced them enthusiastically. The Fortune Child series of fortunate encounters left you utterly dumbfounded. "Uncle Yu, I've improved the Wandering Heaven steps. The speed increase is tremendous." You said, "Show me." Lin Mo shot skyward once more, pushing his speed to the limit. In an instant, he flew into the distance, returning moments later. His speed now nearly matched that of the ultimate grandmasters you'd seen. Only his aerial endurance hadn't increased, a problem even Lin Mo couldn't solve. But this was a minor issue now. You shouted to Lin Mo in the sky, "Great sage, please retract your divine powers." Lin Mo slowly descended, excited. "Uncle Yu, isn't the improved speed amazing?" This time, even you couldn't bring yourself to offer your usual discouraging remarks. You praised sincerely. "Lin Mo, you've done exceptionally well." Thrilled by your praise, Lin Mo asked, "Uncle Yu, the techniques you created back then must have been even more incredible, right?" You froze, then narrowed your eyes, thinking this was his own doing. Clearing your throat, you asked, "What do you think of the 9 condensations' profound skill?" Lin Mo's eyes lit up immediately, showering the 9 condensations' profound skill with the most heartfelt praise he could muster. After listening to Lin Mo's compliments, you merely smiled faintly. You stood with your hands behind your back, gazing toward the horizon, and said calmly, "The 9 condensations' profound skill is the one among my many creations that I can least be proud of." Lin Mo's eyes sparkled with admiration as he worshipped you with complete devotion. "Uncle Yu, you're truly amazing. Ever since I learned the 9 condensations' profound skill, I felt like I'm living in your shadow." You nodded lightly. "My thoughts run too deep. It's normal for you to feel that way. Keep studying, it's very profound." At this point, you no longer cared and decided to fully embrace the act, shamelessly flaunting it. You knew if you didn't keep up the pretense now, you'd lose the chance. Lin Mo's cultivation would catch up to yours in a few years, and then all the facade would be exposed. So this last big performance was worth it. You then asked Lin and Mo about forming a team. Lin and Mo said that, following your instructions, he had formed a group of dozens of people. By being generous and broad-minded, Lin and Mo had gathered a loyal core of fans around him. He called this group the Heavenly Tao Alliance, meaning to act on behalf of heaven's justice. From a name alone, it was clear that this group mostly consisted of wanted criminals who robbed the rich to aid the poor, arsonists, and murderers. Hardly any decent folks. But you didn't care. As long as they obeyed Lin and Mo, it was fine. Afterwards, you instructed Lin and Mo to send trusted people to exhume the grave of Jiang the barbarian's grandfather, Jiang Hui, and retrieve the items inside. Then, after a few months, have that person bring those items to a clinic you had set up in Yutong County to exchange for pills. If anyone investigated later, have that person claim they intended to settle in Shangyue village and happened upon Jiang Hui's grave by accident. Lin and Mo solemnly took note of your instructions. After you finished giving all the orders, you were about to leave. At the last moment, you added, have that person dissipate the true qi inside Jiang the barbarian's body. This is a silver note worth 5,000 taels. Leave it with the village chief of Shangyue village, so he can take care of Jiang the barbarian in the future. Beta. Lin and Mo didn't ask any questions and immediately agreed. All right, Uncle Yu. I'll send my most trusted person to handle it. You nodded and left. Carrying the twice-improved Wandering Heaven steps, you returned to the Dansha sect. As soon as you arrived, you dove straight into training the Wandering Heaven steps. The 24th year. In a hidden valley 2 days' journey from Dansha sect, you were like a hawk fighting the vast sky, circling and soaring through the mountain streams. After a long time, you skillfully landed softly, standing firmly on the ground. Finally perfected, your expression was elated. You had spent about half a year refining the twice-improved Wandering Heaven steps to completion. Your speed in the air was now comparable to an ultimate grandmaster. You could now remain airborne for 36 breaths, doubling the endurance time. Compared to the nearly infinite flight endurance of an ultimate grandmaster, the Wandering Heaven steps still fell short. But you were very satisfied with this effect. From now on, as long as you didn't get targeted by an ultimate grandmaster, you could go wherever you wanted. During these 6 months, you had also been contemplating Earth Source. Combining the insights who Zhongshuan gave you, you finally made some progress. You comprehended a sword chi from the Earth Source. This sword chi looked no different from ordinary sword chi, but was dozens of times more powerful. This super sword chi contained an aura that inexplicably made your heart tremble. Extremely extraordinary. You plan to incorporate this super sword chi alongside ordinary sword chi when fighting enemies. With this sneaky tactic, even if an ultimate grandmaster appeared, one careless move and they'd fall into your trap. Ahaha, thrilling. You returned to Dansha sect. The issue of the next sect leader had now become an open problem within Dansha sect. Thanks to the vigorous efforts of 5th Elder Shen Dingyuan, about 70% of the sect supported by Wenyu. Yu Yun and his personal disciple Ruan were gradually on the defensive. You didn't care how fiercely they fought. You simply focused on your own affairs. One day you went to the clinic you had opened in Yutong County. After sitting for 3 days, a scholarly-looking man with a short beard came. The scholar deliberately chose a time when the clinic was empty. After sitting down, the scholar glanced at you and quietly said, "The king covers the earth tiger." Your eyes sharpened. "Chicken stewed with mushrooms." The scholar cautiously looked around again. "Pagoda suppresses river demon." You replied, "Mushrooms with chili." Scholar, comrade. You, comrade. You successfully made contact. Then the scholar quietly left. The next day, many people came to the clinic for treatment. It was peak hours. The scholar came again. As soon as he sat down, you two began your acting routine. The scholar pretended to be destitute, dumping all his belongings on your counter, letting you pick anything you wanted as long as he could get 5 blood chi pills. You looked disdainfully, casually selecting the extermination sex talisman, the bounty key, and a few other trivial items. You told him his stuff was worthless, but gave him 5 blood chi pills at a loss. The scholar was immensely grateful, smiling brightly as he left. You continued treating patients. The day after the scholar left, you went to the Dragon Gate Inn in the Tsangwang Desert. You found the innkeeper, a charming proprietress. You left a message with her, asking Wan Xingwan to come to Danxia sect when she had time. You had important matters to discuss. After finishing this, you returned to Danxia sect to continue cultivation and pill refining. 5 months later, the 25th year, though Shen Ding Yuan's faction held the advantage in the struggle against Yu Yun, Deng Rusong had yet to declare his stance. This made Shen Ding Yuan and his disciple Bai Wenyu uneasy. So Shen Ding Yuan sent several elders loyal to him to probe Deng Rusong's intentions. However, Deng Rusong had not clearly expressed any leanings. Both sides were left uncertain. In truth, Deng Rusong was conflicted. He personally favored Ruan Bai, the great elder's side, because Ruan Bai had stronger pill refining talent and a broader vision. But currently, support within the sect leaned toward Bai Wenyu on Shen Ding Yuan's side. If Deng Rusong appointed Ruan Bai as sect leader, he would have to consider whether Ruan Bai could effectively handle the position. If not handled well, it might affect the stability of Danxia sect. These were Deng Rusong's headaches. You didn't care. Though physically at Danxia sect, you felt like an outsider, quietly watching their stage performances back and forth. You were very satisfied with your state of being beyond the 3 realms and outside the 5 elements. You often invited Bai Chun and Jiao Mingxu for drinks. Bai Chun no longer frequented brothels. Now only a girl named Au was by his side. You knew Bai Chun was truly sincere this time. You calculated that Bai Chun had just turned 60 this year. You silently mused that even a prodigal like Bai Chun should turn over a new leaf at 60. Luckily, Bai Chun didn't let you dwell on this for long. That day, while drinking, Bai Chun brought a different girl and declared she was his one and only for life. Bai Chun never disappointed when it came to letting women down. You gave Bai Chun a thumbs up. No wonder your persona remains so solid. The prodigal Bai Chun had lost his head. How could he turn back? Jiao Mingxu was much more steady. Though his pill refining talent was poor, his martial talent was decent. He had reached the peak of bone tempering cultivation. So he opened a martial arts school in Yutong County, teaching people boxing daily to earn a living. Jiao Mingxu also said his daughter, Jiao Xiaoyao, would get married next month. The groom was a scholar who had just passed the Shiozai Imperial exam. Jiao Mingxu was very supportive and satisfied with his daughter's marriage. Only then did you realize Jiao Xiaoyao was already 15 years old, not the cute little girl who'd cry when teased anymore. Time flies like a white horse passing a gap. You have been focused on cultivation all these years, unaware how fast time had gone by. You raise your wine cup. Come on, 2 junior brothers, drunk or not returning. Drunk or not returning. Drunk or not returning. The 3 of you drank until completely drunk. Finally, Yushan came to take Jiao Mingxu away. Bai Chan was also supported by his new girl as he left. You were left alone. You staggered around the courtyard a few laps, thinking you had reached your bedroom. Then you lay down and fell asleep. The next morning, you woke to find yourself sleeping all night, covered by a giant millstone. You had been performing chest-breaking stone crushing all night. You cursed, damn. No wonder my quilt was so hard. Wan Xingwan suddenly appeared at the courtyard gate. She tilted her head and said in a cold voice, "What did you say was very hard?" You glanced at Wan Xingwan, who had suddenly appeared, and said, "None of a child's business." Though confusion lingered in her eyes, Wan Xingwan truly didn't press further. You couldn't help but frown slightly. You felt that in this simulation, Wan Xingwan's thirst for knowledge seemed much weaker than before. She hadn't even asked once how you knew about the flaws in her cultivation technique. Even if she had asked, you would have just spouted nonsense. But her complete lack of curiosity still struck you as odd. This version of Wan Xingwan didn't seem nearly as unhinged. Is this another one of the extermination sect's new tricks? You wondered silently. You invited Wan Xingwan into the courtyard, where the 2 of you sat around the stone table on stone stools. You asked, "Did you see the message I left for you at the Dragon Gate Inn?" Wan Xingwan nodded. "Yes. You said you had something very important to tell me." With a faint smile, You directly place the extermination sect token and bounty key on the table. Wan Qingwan's red lips parted slightly in surprise. Oh, how do you have this key? So they really are your extermination sect's belongings, you said with an I knew it expression, quite pleased with your acting performance. Wan Qingwan nodded. Where did you get it? A patient couldn't afford the pill fees, so they traded it to me. After examining the key twice, Wan Qingwan asked, Can I have it? You waved grandly. Between us? We're practically best buds. For you, a friendship price, 500,000 taels. Wan Qingwan's delicate brows furrowed. You don't actually want money. Your heart skipped a beat. Shit. Almost forgot this woman's scarily perceptive. She might see through my Oscar-worthy terrible acting. Quickly composing yourself, you tried to appear more natural. With calm composure, you said, You saw through me. I just wanted to see how important this key is to your extermination sect. The corner of Wan Qingwan's lips curled slightly. You could say it's quite important. Oh, how so? After glancing at you, Wan Qingwan explained about collecting all 5 keys. Listening intently, you paused after she finished. You began questioning. So if you gather all 5 keys, sect leader Yin will do anything for you? Anything at all, Wan Qingwan replied, her tone identical to the 3rd simulation. Trying to match that timeline's mindset, you asked, even kill herself on the spot. That too. You damn. You and Wan Qingwan completed the scripted NPC-like dialogue. You didn't dwell further. That would seem too deliberate. Handing over the key, you told her to give you something interesting in exchange. After some thought, Wan Qingwan gave you a mind-awakening technique manual. The technique could clear one's spiritual platform and maintain mental clarity. Hold up, mental clarity? You skeptically flipped through the pages. Coming from an extermination sect member, how credible is that? Unfazed, Wan Qingwan calmly said, Without practicing the mind-awakening technique, we'd be even crazier. Fair point, absolutely flawless. You couldn't help but applaud her. You mused that the extermination sect's ancestors must have worried endlessly over their descendants. Knowing their techniques would drive them mad, they created the mind-awakening technique. Like endlessly adding water to flour, then flour to water. Eventually the brain would short-circuit from internal conflict. Glancing at Wan Qingwan mid-thought, she suddenly stated, You're insulting me. Lady, I haven't said a fucking word. Your eyes are wrong. If that's what you think, I can't help it. Now you can't help it? You had plenty of solutions when pursuing me. Are you mixing up scripts or something? After a thoughtful pause, Wan Qingwan said, My apologies, got too immersed in character. Then I'll take my leave. Wan Qingwan rose from the stone stool and walked toward the courtyard gate. You also stood to see her out, having achieved your goal with no intention of detaining her. At the gate, Wan Qingwan hesitated briefly. Turning back with a hint of expectation in her eyes, she asked, Don't you have anything else to say? You spread your hands. Nothing comes to mind. Pursing her lips, Wan Qingwan ultimately said nothing and simply left with a swish of her hips. Frowning, you called after her. Next time, could you pat your own ass? Wan Qingwan snorted without looking back. Watching her departing figure, your calm demeanor gave way to excitement. Go on, collect those keys diligently, make your wish. 1 month later, you achieved initial achievement in the mind-awakening technique. Your martial talent now handled top-tier techniques with effortless ease. The technique sharpened your mental focus and clarity. Most importantly, it helped maintain lucidity against mind-affecting attacks like sound wave assaults with greater composure. On a whim, you activated both the mind-awakening technique and divine microvision simultaneously. To your delight, this directly elevated divine microvision from initial achievement to small success. Ecstatic, you exclaimed, This mind-awakening technique truly refreshes. I've never felt more clear-headed. At small success, divine microvision succeeded 5 or 6 times out of 10 attempts, with cooldown reduced from 6 days to 2. But the greatest improvement was duration, exploding from 15 minutes to 4 hours. That endurance would make anyone's jaw drop. For hours suffice for refining third or fourth grade pills, vastly increasing practicality. Pondering further, you activated both techniques again and began sixth grade pill refinement. With double buffs, you smoothly produced 5 sixth grade pills, reaching small success proficiency. You edged closer to 7th grade pill refiner status, achieving that would allow assisting Deng Rusong in reviving Yang pill refinement. Successfully reviving Anshifu with the pill would fulfill Xie Huida's dying wish. With Divine Microvision's epic advancement, you decided to strike while the iron was hot and began comprehending Earth Source. You immersed yourself in new cultivation. However, the next day, Jiao Mingshu visited. He informed you Jiao Xiaoyao's wedding would occur in 2 days and requested you serve as officiant. You advised him to be socially savvy and invite Deng Rusong instead. At this, Jiao Mingshu stiffened his neck, insisting both he and He Yushan only wanted you as officiant. After consideration, you agreed. Firstly, you knew the couple remained grateful for your past help and respected you deeply. Secondly, Jiao Mingshu barely interacted with Deng Rusong. Among hundreds of ordinary Danxia sect disciples, few developed close ties with the sect leader. You were the exception. Even among all personal disciples, you stood closest to Deng Rusong. 2 days later, Jiao Xiaoyao's wedding commenced at a large courtyard Jiao Mingshu had purchased in Yutong County. Jiao Mingshu had earned considerable silver through operating a martial arts school and selling pills, no longer the poor young man he once was. Jiao Xiaoyao's husband only had a mother, but no father, and having just passed the imperial examination at the county level, it was more like he had married into Jiao Mingshu's family. For this wedding banquet, Jiao Mingshu hired the culinary team from Yudong County's most expensive restaurant. This was the same restaurant where you, Jiao Mingshu, and Bai Chun had your first meal together. Back then, Bai Chun had invited you to eat, but was too stingy to spend money, forcing the three of you to stand up and leave after already being seated. The courtyard was now filled with distinguished guests and bustling with excitement. Jiao Mingshu and He Yushan were busy welcoming guests, barely having time to catch their breath. You and Bai Chun sat at the main table. Bai Chun glanced at the dishes on the table. Senior brother, do you remember that restaurant? You set down the wine cup you had just picked up. Of course I remember. The meal you promised to treat me to back then. I still haven't gotten it. Bai Chun chuckled. What can I say, senior brother? If it were inviting you to a brothel, I wouldn't blink no matter how much it cost. But paying for that overpriced meal? I still refuse to waste my money. You clink cups with Bai Chun. Well said. You truly haven't forgotten your roots, you old rascal. At this moment, Jiao Mingshu approached and said to you, Senior brother, come with me to the main hall. The newlyweds are about to perform the bowing ceremony. You asked in surprise, what does the bowing ceremony have to do with me? You're the officiant. According to etiquette, the newlyweds must bow to you. Normally, the officiant would be the groom's father or grandfather, someone of prestige. Given Jiao Xiaoyao's special circumstances, they had asked you to sit in the officiant's position. You had no choice but to follow Jiao Mingshu to the main hall and accept the newlyweds' ceremonial bows. After attending Jiao Xiaoyao's wedding banquet, night had already fallen. You returned to Danxia sect. You planned to begin comprehending the Earth Source. To better maintain your divine microvision state, you first completed the 9th condensation of your 9 condensations profound skill. After achieving 9 condensations, entering divine microvision became much smoother. Upon activating divine microvision, your consciousness entered the spatial realm. This time you had 2 hours to work with, and your mindset was much calmer. Through exploration, you finally grasped the patterns of the Earth Source's sword energy. You discovered 24 primary sword energies surrounding the Earth Source, with all other seemingly chaotic sword energies deriving from these 24. Gradually, you realized that comprehending these 24 primary sword energies would allow you to uncover the Earth Source's ultimate secret. You recalled having already comprehended 1 sword energy before, meaning you still needed to comprehend 23 more. Without delay, you immediately began comprehending the Earth's source's sword energies. Hu Zhongshuan's notes on comprehending the Earth's source proved extremely helpful. You painstakingly groped your way forward, making gradual progress. Year 26. After a year of dedicated work, you comprehended 3 more Earth Source sword energies, totaling 4, including the previous one. These 4 sword energies were tremendously powerful. Even you could barely withstand them. Considering your combat power was already equivalent to peak dragon transformation, you couldn't imagine what kind of power mastering 20 would bring. After some thought, you had a startling realization. Could mastering all 24 sword energies allow me to challenge an ultimate grandmaster? You shook your head. I hope I never get to test that theory. Whether I could or not, I'd probably have to start over. When releasing these 4 sword energies, the heart-palpitating sensation grew increasingly intense. You speculated this might be due to traces of source power attached to the sword energy. Source power was a higher-level energy only accessible to ultimate grandmasters who had fully fused with the Earth source. The fact that you could faintly sense it excited you tremendously. You also perfected the mind-awakening technique, allowing you to enter deep meditation in your most focused state at will. This state greatly aided your pill refining. You could now refine 6 6th-grade pills at once. Though your 6th-grade pill proficiency was still at the minor achievement level, you were just one step away from major achievement. During breaks from cultivation, you noticed the Danxia sect's leadership struggle had reached an odd equilibrium. Both factions realized that no matter how fiercely they competed, Deng Rusong remained non-committal, keeping both sides in suspense. Their eyes were practically green with frustration. If not for Deng Rusong's overwhelming strength, they would have grabbed him by the collar and demanded answers. Just as both sides tacitly ceased hostilities, Deng Rusong finally made his decision. On this day, he convened a sect-wide assembly attended by all Danxia sect members. Hundreds of people crowded the sect square. Deng Rusong pressed his hands downward in the air as if hitting a mute button, instantly silencing the entire gathering. Alphabet. Without preamble, Deng Rusong announced, I have decided that Danxia sect's next leader will be Grand Elder Yu Yun's personal disciple, Ruan Bai. With this final pronouncement, the entire sect erupted in uproar. This outcome had defied most expectations. Only Yu Yun's faction secretly rejoiced at their come-from-behind victory. However, appointing Ruan Bai as successor didn't quell internal conflicts. If anything, undercurrents grew stronger. 5th Elder Shun Dingyuan's faction was particularly resentful, obstructing Ruan Bai both openly and covertly. Ruan Bai simply wanted to maintain Danxia sect's stability, precisely why Deng Rusong valued him most. But this only emboldened Shun Dingyuan's faction to escalate their actions. Fortunately, Deng Rusong's forceful suppression kept Shun Dingyuan and Bai Wenyu temporarily at bay. Year 27. You received word from Wan Qingluan that she had acquired 2 more keys, bringing her total to 3. You knew your plan was drawing closer to fruition. This feeling of controlling events through foreknowledge was somewhat intoxicating. The satisfaction of defeating a general from 1,000 miles away is truly wonderful. At Danxia sect, under Deng Rusong's guidance, Ruan Bai appeared to be gradually taking control of sect affairs, with the succession proceeding smoothly. But in reality, Shun Dingyuan's faction remained unwilling to concede. One day, Deng Rusong came to your courtyard. Without a word, he went straight to the rocking chair and lay down. After rocking creakily for a while unsatisfactorily, he stood up and paced restlessly. You could tell he wanted to discuss the leadership succession with you. You were the only person in the sect he could speak openly with about this matter. After watching him quietly for a moment, you smiled. Sect leader, why trouble yourself over a decision already made? Deng Rusong sighed lightly. While I'm here, I can still suppress 5th Elder's faction. After I'm gone, Danxia sect will likely face turmoil. You calculated. Deng Rusong was already 104 years old with limited time left to oversee Ruan Bai. Sect leader, if you'd chosen Bai Wenyu last year, you wouldn't have this worry now. He's too focused on petty rivalries and displays of toughness. His vision is too narrow. If Danxia's sect fell into his hands, turmoil would be the least of our problems. We might face decline or even destruction. At this point, Deng Rusong looked at you with an expression like a jilted lover. A chill ran down your spine. Sect leader, don't look at me like that. All I did was decline the leadership position. That doesn't warrant such a gaze. Deng Rusong continued as if talking to himself. You have ambition and courage, but since your aspirations lie elsewhere, I won't insist. I only hope that if Danxia's sect ever faces true calamity, you'll do what you can to help. You smiled. Sect leader, setting aside whether I'm capable, if that day comes, it wouldn't be my place to intervene. Isn't there still elder Hu Zhongshuan? Deng Rusong nodded. True, but Zhongshuan is only half a Danxia sect member. He can't devote himself fully to our affairs. Having said this, Deng Rusong stood and left your courtyard. As he walked away, he murmured, speaking of which, I did summon Zhongshuan from the capital today. I nearly forgotten. Forgetting something like that, you must be getting senile, old man. You shook your head and returned to cultivation, clearly sensing the opportunity to break through to peak organ fortifying. You devoted yourself to cultivation for half a month. Without any surprises, you directly broke through to the peak of the organ fortifying realm. The waterfall-like true qi surging through your body ensured your formidable combat power. After achieving perfection in organ fortifying, your 5 organs became unified, strengthening the last weak points of a martial artist. From this moment on, your physical body was comprehensively enhanced from external muscles to internal organs. With your peak organ fortifying realm and the 9 condensations of true qi completed through the 9 condensations profound skill, your actual combat power could now easily defeat martial artists at the peak of dragon transformation. However, you still couldn't directly confront an early-stage grandmaster. But if an early-stage grandmaster really provoked you, killing them wasn't entirely impossible. You could shamelessly use Wandering Heaven Steps combined with 4 Earth Source Sword Chi for indiscriminate aerial bombardment. An early-stage grandmaster? They'd still be forced to eat dirt. Though this method was rather violent, as a kind-hearted person, you wouldn't use it lightly. Okay, the truth was releasing 4 Earth Source Sword Chi would drain nearly all your true Chi, meaning if your opponent didn't die, you would, regardless. Even without relying on such unorthodox methods, your current stable ability to surpass 2 major realms was already astonishing enough to be specimen-worthy. That afternoon, after Hu Zhongshuan finished talking with Deng Rusong, he came to see you. The two of you sat around a stone table, drinking light tea. The sect leader told me about Danxia's sect situation. What do you think? You smiled. With an ultimate grandmaster like you watching over things, I can just relax and enjoy the show. Hu Zhongshuan smiled wryly. Just as the sect leader said, you really have no interest in these power struggles. Did the sect leader tell you anything else? Hu Zhongshuan fell silent before saying after a long pause, the sect leader's condition has deteriorated significantly. You frowned, realizing why Deng Rusong had summoned Hu Zhongshuan back to Danxia's sect today. He undoubtedly wanted Hu Zhongshuan to help Ruan by smoothly succeed as sect leader after Deng Rusong's passing. In the twilight of his life, Deng Rusong's control over Danxia's sect had gradually weakened, forcing him to recall Hu Zhongshuan as a stabilizing force. After verifying these thoughts with Hu Zhongshuan, they were confirmed correct. Hu Zhongshuan then mentioned Deng Wanshu, saying Deng Rusong's condition made him unable to refine the reviving yang pill, leaving the task solely to you. Hu Zhongshuan sighed lightly. I hope you can become an 8th-grade pill refiner. I'll do everything in my power to meet any of your requests. You smiled. No need for such courtesy, Uncle Master. This is also my master's dying wish. But there is something I'd like your help with. Hu Zhongshuan looked at you seriously. Go ahead. I'd like you to investigate Danzhou Prefect Duan Qian for me, as thoroughly as possible, including his associates and the experts around him. Duan Qian? Hu Zhongshuan looked puzzled. What conflict do you have with him? You casually replied. Just minor friction. Hu Zhongshuan pondered. This is simple. I'll investigate for you. Feel free to make other requests later. Pleased with Hu Zhongshuan's cooperation, you considered this investigation as advance interest payment for reviving your martial aunt. As for advancing to 8th grade pill refiner, you were highly confident with your divine microvision and mind awakening technique. But you didn't give Hu Zhongshuan absolute assurance, avoiding potential embarrassment if things went wrong. While thick-skinned, you still cared about saving face Arotan bodies. After more casual conversation, Hu Zhongshuan left Danxia sect for the capital. You continued cultivating. You had already brought the Star River Blade art to peak organ fortifying. Over 3 months, you elevated the heavenly desire formless technique to peak organ fortifying. Simultaneously, you easily pushed the wild heaven saber technique to peak organ fortifying. Thus, as an organ fortifying cultivation method, wild heaven saber technique had been mastered completely. The lightning shadow sword technique, also an organ fortifying method, was similarly raised to peak level. You didn't bother with other sword techniques as they wouldn't directly aid your earth source comprehension and would only waste energy. You began focusing on earth source comprehension. Year 29. With initial mastery of divine microvision, your earth source comprehension progressed smoothly. Within a year, you comprehended 4 more earth source sword chi. Of the 24 earth source sword chi, you had now mastered 8. When releasing these 8 sword chi, their overwhelming source power made even you unable to withstand them. An early-stage grandmaster would flee covering their rear. Tensions in Danxia sect escalated, with storms brewing on the horizon. Deng Rusong, now 106 years old, was approaching his limit, his condition visibly declining. He had essentially relinquished sect management to Ruanbai. This gave Shun Dingyuan's faction opportunities to obstruct Ruanbai's leadership and vie for control. Though Grand Elder Yu Yun tried supporting Ruanbai, being only slightly younger than Deng Rusong, his efforts were limited. When Deng Rusong visited you now, he often slept whole days in a rocking chair. You generally didn't disturb him, quietly cultivating nearby. One day, Hu Zhongshuan returned from the capital. As Deng Rusong could no longer care for Deng Wanshu, he had Hu Zhongshuan take her away. Hu Zhongshuan transported Deng Wanshu, bed and all. He also brought information about Duan Xian. Handing you a thick envelope, Hu Zhongshuan then departed. The envelope contained all available intelligence on Duan Xian, extremely detailed, even recording his underwear color preferences. After multiple careful readings, you extracted useful information. You found Duan Xian largely unremarkable, like typical corrupt officials. His hobbies included exploiting commoners, heavy taxation, embezzlement, factionalism, bribery, profiteering, selling offices, and other traditional activities. However, 2 aspects stood out. First, Duan Xian had a peak Grandmaster bodyguard constantly at his side, likely due to his many misdeeds. You recalled your 4th simulation where this shadow guard probably beheaded you. Second, Duan Xian was closely connected to Prince Yongning Liu, a martial arts prodigy who had reached Grandmaster realm at a young age. After analyzing this, you formed a plan. This simulation, you intended to confront Duan Xian, but only after achieving overwhelming superiority against peak grandmasters. Prince Yongning also warranted attention. After reading, you burned the letter without trace. Days later, you received another letter from Wan Qingwan with updates on her extermination sect bounty key collection. Wan Qingwan informs you she has collected 2 more bounty keys. Now, Wan Qingwan possesses 4 bounty keys in total, needing only the final one to make her wish. You grow excited. Just one last step remains before the sword of Damocles represented by Yin Jishue is lifted from your neck. Somewhat regrettably, the bounty key inherited from your 3rd simulation is identical to the one you previously gave Wan Qingwan. Otherwise, you could have set up a scheme to directly deliver the final key to her. Still, it's nearly done now. Just one key remains. During this period, you occasionally checked in on Lin Mo. The 20-year-old Lin Mo had reached late-stage organ fortifying cultivation, just one minor realm below you. Moreover, Lin Mo appeared on the verge of breaking through to peak organ fortifying. This good news weighs heavily on your heart as you offer your final insincere praise, telling Lin Mo he resembles your younger self. Lin Mo happily accepts your compliment, as always. Lin Mo's Heavenly Tao Alliance has expanded further. They've even purchased land to establish a mountain gate and proper headquarters. The cultivation techniques and funds Lin Mo used to build his sect all came through peculiar means. Some found, some gifted, some encountered by chance. Truly, the terror of a protagonist's luck defies understanding. You can't comprehend Lin Mo's miraculous feats, being merely an ordinary cheat user yourself. You return to Danxia sect to focus on mastering divine microvision. You aim to push divine microvision to grandmaster proficiency. Deng Rusong has practically ceased leaving his quarters. During your frequent visits, he only speaks to you in weak tones. His speech has become increasingly incoherent, one moment urging you to become sect leader, the next insisting Xiehueda will lead Danxia sect to glory, RA with diaresis newbie. You patiently respond to each disjointed statement. One day, while attending Deng Rusong, a panting disciple rushes in shouting, "Sect leader, senior brother the grand elder has passed." You're surprised. You hadn't expected Yu Yun to depart before Deng Rusong, though this observation isn't meant as a curse. Hearing the news, Deng Rusong musters some energy. "You, accompany me." Deng Rusong slowly rises to his feet. You escort Deng Rusong to pay respects, where he offers Ruan by condolences. Deng Rusong barely manages to preside over Yu Yun's funeral before the burial. With Yu Yun gone, Ruan Bai loses his primary supporter. Combined with Deng Rusong's fading capacity to lead, most remaining supporters defect to Shun Dingyuan and Bai Wenyu's faction. Shun Dingyuan and Bai Wenyu no longer bother pretending, openly mocking and humiliating the future sect leader Ruan Bai without restraint. Outnumbered, Ruan Bai can only retreat step by step. Effectively, Ruan Bai has already been sidelined. One day, during your courtyard cultivation, Shun Dingyuan approaches you. He comes to recruit you, having somehow learned the sect leadership was originally meant for you. He viciously disparages Ruan Bai while lavishing praise on you. Shun Dingyuan insists Ruan Bai stole your position, hoping to sway you into opposing the future sect leader. You slowly open your eyes mid-cultivation. Final warning, I don't care about leadership. Don't interrupt my cultivation again. Your cold gaze makes the mid-stage dragon transformation Shun Dingyuan's eyelids twitch. Though inwardly shocked, he maintains surface composure. Considering your close ties to Hu Zhongshuan, he keeps his tone measured. He persists. Nephew I'm advocating for your interests. Though denied leadership, the seventh elder's lineage needs your continuation. Bang! The courtyard gate slams shut automatically, leaving Shun Dingyuan outside. His expression darkens before he storms away. You resume cultivation. After 8 days intensely training divine microvision, you near mastery. On the 9th day, sudden inspiration strikes. Your eyes snap open. Instantly, you enter divine microvision state. The world appears clearer than ever. Every detail stands out vividly. Bees gathering pollen, ants transporting insect carcasses. Your divine microvision reaches Grandmaster proficiency, matching Xiehueda's former level. At this stage, attempts succeed 7 or 8 times out of 10. Duration extends from 2 hours to 12, a full day. Cooldown shrinks from 2 days to just 1. Not wasting this state, you immediately begin breakthrough attempts. You start pushing 6th grade pill proficiency, setting up the cauldron, lighting the fire, adding ingredients. In mere hours, your nearly max proficiency reaches completion. A A fragrant batch of 6th-grade pills emerges. Lifting the lid reveals 8 perfect pills, official certification as a 6th-grade pill refiner. Overjoyed, you rush to Deng Rusong's courtyard to share the news. But Deng Rusong struggles to even open his eyes, sleeping constantly. Attendants inform you he can no longer metabolize pills. You understand Deng Rusong's life has entered its final countdown. Year 30, age 45, Deng Rusong, 107. These past months, you've cultivated daily in Deng Rusong's courtyard. Today, you arrive, as usual. After checking on the bedridden Deng Rusong, you transfer True Qi to aid his pill absorption. Turning to leave for courtyard cultivation, Deng Rusong's hand suddenly grabs yours. Shocked, you turn to see him smiling and sitting up. Your heart sinks. Sect leader, how fares Danxia sect? His tone remains ordinary. After consideration, you reply, Danxia sect thrives. That's good. Has Wanshu awakened? She has. Living in the capital with martial uncle. That's good. Why hasn't your master come? He's breaking through to 9th-grade pill refiner, hence his absence. That's good. Where's Jishue? Does my father still disapprove? He's accepted her. She's discussing wedding arrangements with her parents. That's good. I'm tired now. I'll sleep. Remember to wake me tomorrow. Rest well, sect leader. I'll wake you tomorrow. Soon, Deng Rusong's steady breathing begins. Gradually, the breaths grow faint. Finally, they cease entirely. Deng Rusong is dead. You stand before Deng Rusong's bed, silent for a long time. No more waiting now. Yin Jishue's voice suddenly appears. You startle in alarm, turning to see Yin Jishue, who had somehow appeared beside you. Sect leader Yin Jishue's demeanor remains gentle, her smile elegant. Back then, he said to come find him after he became family head. Now, he said to come find him after his death. I'm always waiting. After pondering, you choose your words carefully. Perhaps the sect leader simply didn't wish sect leader Yin to see his diminished state these past 2 years. But I never actually waited. A faint smugness flashes in Yin Jishue's eyes. I watched him from afar every day back then. And these past 2 years, I never left for a single day. Yin Jishue maintains her slight smile, showing no trace of sorrow. You can't decipher her emotions. After speaking, she turns to you, smile unchanged, yet you feel an inexplicable pressure. Without another word, Yin Jishue gives a light laugh and departs immediately, without hesitation. The news of Deng Rusong's death spreads, and the entire Danxia sect dons mourning white. Many disciples weep genuine tears. The next sect leader, Ruan Bai, cries the most dramatically. He hadn't wept this bitterly even when his master Yu Yin died. Shen Dingyuan and Bai Wenyu also cry, so hard they nearly laugh aloud. At the funeral, Yin Jishue returns. She stands quietly before Deng Rusong's grave for a moment, then leaves directly. She comes and goes the same day. Not a single tear falls during the funeral. Only when Yin Jishue finally flies away do you see her rub at her beautiful eyes midair. Perhaps the winds up high were too strong, irritating her eyes. Hu Zhongshuan rushes over the same day. He receives your message. He brings Deng Wanshu along, having upgraded her equipment. The cold jade bed has become a cold jade coffin, now with sliding lid. Very convenient for Hu Zhongshuan to take Deng Wanshu out. Upon arriving, Hu Zhongshuan takes full control of Danxia sect affairs per Deng Rusong's instructions. Hu Zhongshuan ensures Ruan Bai's smooth succession. Ruan Bai officially becomes the new Danxia sect leader. Under Hu Zhongshuan's forceful suppression, Shun Dingyuan and Bai Wenyu dare not make trouble. 2 months later, Ruan Bai gradually consolidates control. One day, Hu Zhongshuan finds you. He warns you not to touch Duan Qian, as Duan Qian has extremely close ties to Prince Yongning Liu. Targeting Duan Qian means targeting Liu, which means provoking the entire Li imperial clan. Unthinkable consequences. You smile. Don't worry, Uncle Master. I know what to do. Hu Zhongshuan considers this, then nods and leaves. That same day, Hu Zhongshuan departs Danxia sect. Shun Dingyuan, and Bai Wenyu begin stirring again. As Ruan Bai always considers the bigger picture and maintains impartiality, appearing to treat all equally without favoritism, he actually pleases no one and offends everyone, and with three above newbie. Disciples feel following Ruan Bai makes no difference from not following him, so why bother? Thus Ruan Bai lacks any strong faction or steadfast supporters, his foundation weak. Shen Dingyuan notices this and begins lobbying factions, offering benefits, mixing threats with rewards. Within half a year, he wins over more than half the sects. Ruan Bai's position becomes precarious again. One morning, just as you wake, Shun Dingyuan visits your courtyard again. This time he's smarter, standing inside your courtyard, so he can't be locked out. Not just Shun Dingyuan and Bai Wenyu come, but representatives from 3 other elder factions too. Shun Dingyuan says they need you to represent Xie Huida's faction in jointly deposing Ruan Bai and installing Bai Wenyu as leader. Still wary of your connection to Hu Zhongshuan, he says politely, "Nephew He, just publicly support us at tomorrow's assembly. Name any condition." This Shun Dingyuan buzzes around like an annoying fly. His third attempt to recruit you. You tolerated him twice out of respect for Deng Rusong's former subordinate, but this leech won't detach. Your patience finally snaps. Today you'll show them something colorful, or they'll keep mistaking your silence for weakness. You glare coldly at Shun Dingyuan and slowly rise. Didn't I say last time was the final warning? Your direct challenge humiliates Shun Dingyuan before the others. Bai Wenyu flares up at your disrespect. You, know your place. I don't need your support to become leader. The calmer Shun Dingyuan scolds. Wenyu, stand down. Bai Wenyu wants to argue but shrinks under Shun Dingyuan's glare. You observe Shun Dingyuan, thinking how experience trumps youth. Shun Dingyuan forces a laugh. Nephew He, when you spoke out of turn, your gaze shifts to Bai Wenyu. Your soul-awakening blade materializes in hand, its darkness like a black hole drawing all eyes. Seeing you draw your weapon secretly pleases Shun Dingyuan. At mid-dragon transformation stage, he considers peak organ-fortifying realm no threat. He hopes you'll attack first. Killing you could be framed as self-defense, even Hu Zhongshuan couldn't dispute. His tone turns sharp. You, how dare you draw your blade? Even your dead master wouldn't be this insolent. Your gaze slowly shifts from Bai Wenyu to Shun Dingyuan. Your calm voice drips menace. You compete for everything, even cutting in death's line. As words fade, you vanish. Shun Dingyuan only sees a blur. Before he comprehends, alarm bells scream in his mind. Death's approach chokes him. Shocked, he instinctively retreats. But you anticipate this, flashing behind him, now facing Shun Dingyuan's back as he stumbles backward toward you. No. Shun Dingyuan glimpses you with peripheral vision. Scree. The blade flashes. Shun Dingyuan's terror cuts off midward. Thud. His body hits the ground. In the spreading blood pool lie 2 halves. One is Shun Dingyuan. The other is also Shun Dingyuan. A dragon transformation martial artist was instantly killed by your single slash. Everything happened in an instant and ended just as quickly. The terrified Bai Wenyu nearby resembled a rooster with its neck squeezed, only managing to produce hoarse, gurgling sounds after much effort. His fear-twisted face appeared extremely ferocious. The others were also frightened, speechless by this scene, instinctively assuming defensive postures. But if they couldn't even defeat Shun Dingyuan at mid-stage dragon transformation, how could they possibly be your match? You glanced at them, but wave your hand. You can leave. Bai Wenyu and the others could hardly believe their ears. The group first exchanged terrified glances, then immediately scattered like relieved burdens, fleeing from your courtyard in a frantic, stumbling rush. Wait a moment, you said calmly. They immediately froze in place, not daring to move. You walked toward Bai Wenyu and asked, "Did I tell you to leave?" Yes. Zing. Bai Wenyu's head separated from his body, blood from his neck artery spurting 3 meters high. Your voice held no emotion. I told you to leave, so why did you run? The others immediately broke out in cold sweat. They had all started running earlier. You looked at them. You're people of other elders. Yes, yes. Senior brother we're not Shinding Yuan's people. My master is the second elder. My master is the fourth elder. Senior brother, I'm the third elder's personal disciple. They hurriedly declared their affiliations, invoking their respective masters. You nodded. I see. Then I understand. I'll notify them to recruit new disciples. Huh? Senior brother, no. Senior brother, spare. Several concentrated blade flashes later. All of them were dead. You sheathed your soul awakening blade and stood in the courtyard, gazing at the not yet fully risen morning sun beyond the mountains. My morning temper is still too strong. This isn't good. The news of you killing Shan Dingyuan and the others spread throughout Danxia sect that very day. This incident caused an uproar throughout the sect. Danxia sect members only knew you as someone who focused entirely on cultivation and pill refining, never involving yourself in sect affairs. They assumed that after Xie Huida's death, you had lost your backer and were forced to keep a low profile. With grave OE. They never dared imagine that your usual unassuming demeanor concealed the ability to kill mid-stage dragon transformation Shun Dingyuan. Especially when Danxia sect members saw the corpses, they were utterly shocked. The elders who lost disciples were as silent as cicadas in winter, not daring to utter a word. No matter how skilled they were at pill refining, they would still die if killed. This was ultimately a world where martial power reigned supreme. If Hu Zhongshuan were removed from Danxia sect, you would be the sect's top combatant. These elders' cultivation levels were mostly inferior to Shunding Yuan's, making them utterly incapable of challenging you. You even specially want to tell them, hurry up and recruit some new disciples to continue the line. Don't let Danxia sect's legacy break. We'll recruit. We'll recruit immediately. We'll post notices right now. The terrified elders repeatedly agreed. I'm really worrying too much about the sect, you muttered while walking back. Upon hearing the news of Shun Dingyuan and Bai Wenyu's deaths, current sect leader Ruanbai cried tears of joy. Previously, Ruanbai hadn't paid much attention to you, only knowing you seemed close to Deng Rusong. When suffering Shun Dingyuan's oppression, he never considered seeking your help. In his view, you were just another personal disciple like himself. Seeking your help would be useless. Only after today did he realize your usefulness was fucking enormous. Your thigh was too thick. Ruanbai even wanted to cling to your leg forever without letting go. In his heart, you were his great benefactor. Ruanbai rushed anxiously to your courtyard that same day. He immediately had people remove the corpses and thoroughly cleaned your area 4 or 5 times. Then Ruanbai cautiously said to you, benefactor, no, senior brother, please accept the position of sect leader. Hearing Ruanbai's words, you looked at him calmly. I'm not interested in being sect leader. Do your job well. I have high hopes for you. Ruanbai's expression stiffened. Unable to discern your sincerity, he said anxiously, then would senior brother be willing to become the sect's grand elder? Ruanbai's face showed nothing but polite inquiry, fearing any displeasing word might get him chopped down. I don't want any position. Just don't disturb my cultivation in the future. Ruanbai felt uncertain. Understood. As you wish, senior brother. May I leave now? Wait, what further instructions does senior brother have? This sect leader adopted the humblest posture, treating you with utmost respect. After some thought, you said, like my master, I'll be the 7th elder. Ruanbai immediately agreed joyfully. He wasn't afraid of you making demands. He feared you having none. As long as you actually made requests, Ruanbai could feel slightly more at ease. What he feared most was your immense power combined with unpredictability. You naturally understood Ruanbai's concerns. You only requested to be 7th elder to reassure him about managing Danxia sect. After all, Ruanbai was Deng Rusong's chosen successor, and you wanted him focused on leading Danxia sect. However, you emphasized to Ruanbai that this was merely an honorary title to commemorate Xie Huida. You wouldn't manage sect affairs or take disciples. Ruanbai naturally noted everything. After the turmoil, Danxia sect returned to peace. But disregarding your instructions, Ruanbai would still occasionally bring major sect matters for your decision. Whether he was testing your attitude or genuinely showing utmost respect didn't matter to you. After being scolded by you several times, he finally understood you truly wouldn't interfere in sect affairs or contend for power. Thus, with Shun Dingyuan's major threat eliminated, Ruanbai gradually gained real control of Danxia sect, managing it according to Deng Rusong's expectations. You became Danxia sect's uninvolved seventh elder, and its stabilizing pillar. With the entire sect stabilized again, you could continue cultivating peacefully. Year 31. In a secluded valley, two terrifying sword chi beams of immense power shot forth. Boom! Two small mountain peaks, several zhang high, were cleanly severed, collapsing with thunderous noise and raising clouds of dust. Standing midair, you nodded in satisfaction. You had comprehended two more Earth Source sword chi, bringing your total to 10 out of 24. You were quite satisfied with this progress, especially since sword arts weren't your specialty. Otherwise, you'd have progressed faster. Although Earth Source sword chi could kill early-stage grandmasters, with your current organ-fortifying peak cultivation, you could unleash at most 6 sword chi before exhausting yourself. But most annoyingly, you happen to be a pill refiner. Feeling drained? A handful of internal spirit pills would restore your masculine vigor. Theoretically, you had unlimited firing rights with Earth Source sword chi. In actual combat, you could shovel internal spirit pills into your mouth with one hand while continuously unleashing Earth Source sword chi with the other, your body becoming a Gatling gun. As long as the barrel didn't overheat, you were unlimited firepower. Although this method placed tremendous strain on your body, causing irreversible damage to your foundational roots. But did you care? Obviously not. What significance did a mere body hold? You could discard this worthless life anytime. Just restart if needed. You couldn't help marveling. This cheat of mine wasn't wasted. After this reflection, you suddenly flew toward Danxia sect, disappearing beyond the horizon. Soon, you returned to Danxia sect. You received word from Wan Qingwan that she had collected all 5 bounty keys, and she would visit you at Danxia sect next month. Little Wan's quite capable. Finally got all 5 keys. You felt somewhat excited, but then you frowned suspiciously. Why is she coming to me instead of seeking Yan Jishue to make her wish? After some contemplation, you still couldn't figure out Wan Qingwan's intentions despite feeling something was off. You temporarily set the matter aside and refocused on cultivation and pill refining. For the past 2 years, you've been attempting to refine 7th grade pills without success. Today, you prepare to try again. You placed an exquisite pill furnace before you. Xiahuada had left you 2 furnaces. This practical one you'd obtained through your own efforts, and another commemorative model he'd specifically bequeathed to you on his deathbed. You treasured the commemorative furnace dearly, never using it for refining, only occasionally as an ashtray. Activating your divine microvision and mind awakening technique, you began adding ingredients to the practical furnace. With precise control, you guided the materials through transformation and fusion. Every step was completed with full concentration. Finally, with solemn expression, you opened the furnace lid. Your grave expression immediately transformed into joy. 2 perfectly formed 7th grade pills lay before you, looking utterly adorable. Damn, finally cracked it. Your 7th grade pill refining skills had finally reached entry level, putting you halfway into the ranks of high-level pill refiners. 1 month later, in your courtyard, you actually collected all the keys, you said with mild excitement, observing Wan Qingwan. The coldly elegant woman spread her hands, displaying 5 exquisitely crafted keys of varying designs. A faint smile played on her lips, while subtle intoxication flickered in her eyes. Indeed, genuine happiness colored your voice. Then go make your wish. Wan Qingwan's red lips curved as she asked, Do you have any wishes? Your brow twitched. I eat well and sleep soundly. No wishes. Then, her smile deepened. Do you have any enemies? The kind that must be killed? Her current demeanor strongly reminded you of her third simulation incarnation. Her mental state seemed beautifully unhinged. You suspected her cultivation progress had intensified her technique's influence. Laughing, you replied, I'm always amicable. If someone steps on my foot, I apologize for their shoes' discomfort. How could I have enemies? Wan Qingwan gave a light smile. Then I'll make my own wish. Of course you should. Collecting the keys, she chuckled and turned to leave. After thoughtful hesitation, you called out, What will you wish for? Half turning, her cunning gaze met yours as she slowly answered, Guess. You silently watched her radiant smile. Without another word, Wan Qingwan departed Danxia sect. Frowning, you muttered, Damn, this eerie atmosphere. Feels like disaster looming. But subsequent events were beyond your control. You'd done your part. Now you could only focus on cultivation advancement. Your organ-fortifying peak cultivation had accumulated 4 years' foundation. Breakthrough to essence refining wasn't far off. During cultivation breaks, you visited Lin Mo's family. His Heavenly Tao alliance had expanded significantly, absorbing several minor sects to reach over 300 members. However, the alliance's martial artists varied wildly in quality, including many deadweight members. With Danxia sect having just over 400 members, the alliance's 300 seemed bloated. You warned Lin Mo that such numbers invited unnecessary trouble. Lin Mo admitted recognizing this and was currently downsizing to about 100 members. His cultivation had caught up to yours, also at organ-fortifying peak. Learning your true level, Lin Mo solemnly declared, Uncle you from now on, I'll protect you. Smiling, you nodded. Good lad, that warms my heart all day, though I've nothing left to give you. Uncle you, I mean it sincerely. After consideration, you said, Then let me share something sincere about the 9 condensation's profound skill. Lin Mo grew attentive. Please speak, Uncle you. I lied about the technique. Lin Mo tensed, sensing importance. What do you mean? I claimed it was my creation, but least impressive work. That was false. As Lin Mo waited gravely, you met his gaze firmly. Truth is, not only did I create it, it's my masterpiece, extremely impressive. Standing mountaintop with hands clasped behind you, sunset gilding your form in radiant gold. Lin Mo stared awestruck with reverence. You knew your performance succeeded. Indeed, Lin Mo breathed, Uncle you, you're incredible. After this grand display, you visited Wei Xia and Lin Kaifeng at their lavish manor. Wei Xia had fully transformed into a noble woman. Her excellent maintenance made her 40-something self appear early 30s. Her ever-present warm smile welcomed you as she and Lin Kaifeng hurried out. After pleasantries, she excused herself to personally prepare specialties in the kitchen. Lin Kaifeng had thrice retaken provincial exams without success, yet bore no regret. Exposure to martial arts had shown him his son's extraordinary talents. Naturally easygoing, he now enjoyed domestic leisure, the ultimate lying-flat father. Having originally supported Lin Mo's martial path, he felt deeper gratitude than even Lin Mo for your guidance. Otherwise, he'd still be torturing himself with examination essays instead of comfortable retirement. That evening's sumptuous family banquet concluded with you staying overnight. Lin Mo insisted on escorting you back, accompanying you all the way to Yutong County below Danxia sect. As he departed, you noticed a bustling new brothel, Ming Chun Court, with constant traffic of giggling courtesans and patrons. Preparing to leave, you spotted Bai Chun exiting with satisfied expression. Noticing you, he hurried over. Haha, senior brother. What luck. You finally came down the mountain. You smiled. My rare descent coincides with you sowing wild oats. Senior brother misunderstands. A flustered courtesan interrupted, clinging to Bai Chun while complaining of a non-paying customer. Your eyebrow rose. Proprietor? You own this place. Bai Chun beamed. Haha, senior brother. Mingchun Court's grand opening. Care to experience? Do I seem the type? Undeterred, he pitched. We have promotions. Amused, you asked, such as first day free, hopefully meaning opening day. Later too, bring new customers for second item half price. Bai Chen's words nearly made you laugh in exasperation. I never realized you were such a business genius before. You genuinely hadn't expected Bai Chen, who frequented brothels daily, to end up opening one himself. It reminded you of how many people spend so much money at internet cafes that they could have bought their own computer to play at home. Consider that a compliment from your senior brother. Come take a seat and show your junior some support, Bai Chen said. You stepped toward Mingchun Court. Just a simple visit. None of those fancy services. Of course, whatever senior brother says. You and Bai Chen entered Mingchun Court together, making your way to his private second-floor lounge with its commanding view of the main hall below. At the center of the bustling hall, the courtesan performed an elegant dance, her graceful movements captivating the crowd of scholars and patrons drinking, composing poetry, and creating a lively atmosphere. Bai Chen ordered tea and snacks as you both observed the scene below, chatting leisurely between sips. After draining your cup in one gulp and leaning back, you asked, what happened to that guy who tried skipping payment earlier? Bai Chen calmly refilled your tea. Had Jiao Mingshu's people drag him to the magistrate? You blinked in surprise. Wait, does Jiao Mingshu have a stake in Mingchun Court too? You never imagined someone as honest as Jiao Mingshu would get involved in this business. Bai Chen tossed a peanut in his mouth. No, the court's entirely mine. But since Jiao Mingshu runs that martial arts school, I borrowed some of his tough-looking instructors to keep order here. Taking a sip of tea, you asked, you giving Jiao Mingshu a cut? Bai Chen quickly explained, I tried, but he refused outright. Just told me to pay the instructors properly. You nodded approvingly. Wise. Too much money between friends can ruin relationships. He's learned well over the years. Bai Chen agreed wholeheartedly. That guy seems simple, but understands life better than anyone. Never made a serious mistake his whole life. You chuckled. Then how'd he end up getting chased around by He Yushan's family back then? Bai Chen laughed loudly. Huh? The one exception to his perfect record. What man hasn't stumbled at that critical moment? Then he glanced at you, realizing you'd never had your own critical moment in decades. He hastily corrected himself. Well, other men, I mean. A perfect gentleman like senior brother would never make such mistakes. You glared playfully. Perfect gentleman? What exactly are you implying? Ahaha. More tea, senior brother. Drink your tea. After more conversation at Mingchun Court, you returned to Danxia sect, learning that Bai Chen had spent considerable money securing county magistrate approval beforehand. No small feat for opening a brothel. In Gobes, the establishment had earned Yudong County's prominent enterprise title on its very first day, transforming Bai Chen into a respected businessman overnight, proof of the magistrate's substantial support. Back at Danxia sect, you resumed cultivation. 3 days later, Hu Zhongshuan arrived from the capital, carrying Deng Wanshu's sliding-lid cold jade coffin with his true qi. Pausing your cultivation, you greeted, Martial Uncle, what brings you back home? It had been over a year since Hu Zhongshuan last visited after escorting Wan Bai. Following Deng Rusong's dying wishes, Hu Zhongshuan should have visited monthly to ensure the sect's stability. Recent matters kept me occupied, he admitted guiltily, though visibly relieved seeing the sect peaceful. Seems Ruan Bai manages well. Unaware you'd eliminated Shun Ding Yuan's faction to maintain stability, without which Ruan Bai would likely be rotting in some ditch. You simply agreed, yes, he manages fine. Hu Zhongshuan nodded, then I'm at ease. The late sect leader chose well. Martial Uncle, you came for something important? You asked. His eyes lit up excitedly. Hiyu, how's your pill refining? When can you reach 6th grade? Glancing at the silent Deng Wanshu, you understood. I've recently entered 7th grade. You answered honestly. 7th grade already? Hu Zhongshuan exclaimed. Yes. Ha ha. Excellent. Marvelous. He clapped your shoulder enthusiastically. nearly dislocating it with his ultimate grandmaster strength. Rubbing your shoulder, you complained, "Martial uncle, state your business before you cripple your only pill refiner." Ah, you've guessed it. I may have found a way to obtain Earth Source, meaning hope for the reviving Yang pill. How confident are you? Hu Zhongshuan sobered slightly. Not certain, but there's definite progress. He didn't elaborate on obtaining Earth Source, and you tactically didn't press. After brief conversation, he went to see Ruan Bai, returning within 15 minutes looking shocked. "You, Ruan Bai says you killed Shinding Yuan." Feigning exaggerated concern, you asked, "Martial uncle, was he your cousin or something? Don't play dumb. You truly killed Shinding Yuan. The sect would never know peace otherwise." Hu Zhongshuan studied you intensely. Organ fortifying peak killing dragon transformation mid-stage so easily. I've never seen such a thing. Beginner's luck, martial uncle. Bullshit. An ultimate grandmaster knows when someone's bullshitting about luck. Martial uncle. That sentence would give a censor a stroke. Circling you several times, Hu Zhongshuan nodded approvingly. I haven't seen such combat prowess even in the capital. Then you haven't seen enough. When he moved to clap your shoulder again, you sidestepped, awkwardly withdrawing his hand. Hu Zhongshuan admitted, "The late sect leader spared Shen Dingyuan out of brotherhood, but I worried about his ambitions. Earth Source matters kept me from checking more often. But with you here, I'm relieved." "Don't be too relieved. Do visit more." Right. I'll take my leave now. Await your advancement to 8th grade. I'll do my best. After Hu Zhongshuan's departure, you resumed cultivation, pushing toward the essence refining realm. Year 32. While cultivating your courtyard, you sense the early stage essence refining bottleneck weakening. Breakthrough could come within days or weeks. Suddenly sensing someone approach, you heard a cool yet cheerful voice. "Every time I see you, you're cultivating. So diligent." Opening your eyes, you saw Wan Qingwan in white robes entering. Your heart tightened, knowing she must have returned from making her wish to Yen Jishua. Maintaining composure, you joked, "What a wind blows the saint is here today." Ignoring your question, she stepped close, eyes intoxicated. "I've made my wish to the sect leader." She found it very interesting. "Oh, what did you wish for?" Instead of answering, she smiled faintly. Then she said, "You're very interesting too." "I think so myself." You seized the key point. "Let me understand. After granting your wish, your sect leader could still speak about me being interesting?" So, your sect leader could speak after you made your wish?" Leaning in urgently, you came close enough to share breaths, her faint fragrance unnoticed in your focus. Wan Qingwan's eyes flickered. Why couldn't the sect leader speak? You fell silent, calmly stepping back while cursing inwardly. "Damn it, I've miscalculated badly." Wan Qingwan watches you silently with an inexplicable smile. After a long while, Wan Qingwan giggles foolishly. "The sect leader asked me how I obtained all 5 keys. After I told her, she specifically inquired about the key you gave me. Then she said," You raise your head, sensing Wan Qingwan's mental state has now fully transformed into that of a genuine extermination sect member. A sense of caution rises within you. You frown and ask, "What did she say?" "Hee. She's coming to see you next month." Your heart sinks. To see me for what? To ask why you deliberately gave me that key. Your face remains calm, but internally you tremble violently. Fuck? Exposed? Did she fucking figure out my plan and is coming to finish me off? Your thoughts race wildly, considering countless possibilities in an instant. You can't help but lock eyes with Wan Qingwan. You stubbornly defend yourself. What deliberate giving. I just happened to open a clinic for a few days, happened to treat a patient, happened to see the extermination sect token, happened to exchange for a key, happened to know you're from the extermination sect, and happened to casually give it to you. A slightly flirtatious, intoxicated smile appears on Wan Qingwan's stunning face. She ignores your excuses and turns to leave the courtyard. You quickly call out to her, making one last attempt. You ask, "If I may ask, what exactly did you wish for?" Wan Xingwan pauses momentarily, laughing softly without answering. You shout at her slender, graceful retreating figure. Big sis, tell me already. Readers will curse you for being so mysterious. Wan Xingwan stops briefly and says lightly, I'll just say it's related to you. With these words, her white-clad figure quickly disappears into the mountains. You stand dumbfounded for a moment before cursing angrily. Classic crazy bitch behavior. Came here to tease me without saying anything substantial. Just get at your kicks, huh? Then you frown deeply. Regardless of what little Wan wished for, Yin Jishue has probably guessed most of my scheme to manipulate her. Yin Jishue will definitely come to hold me accountable. You murmur, but since little Wan has feelings for me, for her peace of mind, Yin Jishue probably won't kill me, but there'll definitely be punishment. What if she tries seduction? I'd be ruined. After 2 breaths of contemplation with a conflicted expression, you finally grit your teeth. Gotta run. Need to flee immediately. Yin Jishue wanted to kill you the first time she came. This time definitely won't be easier, especially since Yin Jishue is the extermination sect leader. This identity makes you extremely wary. You dare not fall in her hands. You decide to leave Danxia sect and seek refuge with Hu Zhongshuan in the capital. This way, even if your whereabouts are exposed, you'll have the protection of Hu Zhongshuan, an ultimate grandmaster. Hu Zhongshuan would certainly welcome you. He's counting on you to refine the reviving Yang pill for Dangwan Shu and would love daily updates on your alchemical progress new ES. As left vice minister of the Ministry of War, Hu Zhongshuan holds immense power. If you wished, you could live a luxurious life of leisure, bullying men and women as you please. Having made your decision, you immediately begin packing, though all important items are already in your storage space. Soon everything is ready. You first burn abundant paper offerings at Xie Huida's grave. Master, extra offerings this time. May you achieve financial freedom in the afterlife. You leave farewell letters for Bai Chun and Jiao Mingxiu, saying you're wandering the martial world and they shouldn't look for you. You then summon a sect disciple. The disciple stands respectfully outside the courtyard. 7th Elder. You hand him a letter. Give this to Ruan Bai. I'll be away for some time and can't watch over him. Starting today, he'll need to learn to wipe his own ass. The disciple accepts the letter respectfully. Rest assured, 7th Elder. I'll deliver it to the sect leader. After the disciple leaves, you turn to look at the courtyard you've lived in for 16 years. Nostalgia flashes briefly in your eyes. The next moment, you soar into the sky, flying toward the capital. The capital lies at the center of Great Qian. From Danxia sect, it's southwest. This route happens to pass by Lin Mo's Heavenly Tao Alliance. After 7 or 8 days of alternating between flying and riding, you reach the Heavenly Tao Alliance. You quietly find Lin Mo and similarly inform him you're traveling the martial world, telling him not to panic if he can't find you later. Lin Mo thinks nothing of it, assuming you're seeking poetry and distant horizons. Lin Mo wants to host a farewell banquet, but you decline the ceremonious, wind-whistling, river-freezing send-off as it feels inauspicious. You bid Lin Mo farewell and focus on your journey. One day, as you ride a glossy-coated mare along a deserted path, this elegant mare with refined features and shiny coat, suddenly, inspiration strikes. Your beastly nature erupts as you dismount to sit cross-legged and cultivate. The Star River Blade, art rapidly circulates as twinkling starlight surrounds you. Mere moments later, your true chi surges violently. Boom! Your true chi breaks through barriers, coursing endlessly through your meridians. Your eyes snap open, radiating golden light. You've officially reached the early stage essence refining realm. Excited, you declare, such a simple essence refining realm, conquered. Now, even without relying on Earth Source or Chi, you could easily defeat early stage Grandmaster martial artists. With your current true chi reserves, you can unleash all 10 comprehended Earth Source Sword Chi attacks simultaneously. Devastating power. Overjoyed, you lead the whining mare back and continue your journey. While traveling, you also cultivate the heavenly desire formless technique to early stage essence refining, and complete your first true chi refinement in the essence refining realm. Year 33, age 48. After traversing mountains and rivers, you finally reach Great Qian's capital. Massive walls, dense population, bustling commerce. If a brick fell randomly from the sky, it would hit a ranked capital official. Without delay, you proceed directly to Hu Zhongshuan's residence. Hu Zhongshuan happens to be returning from court, and you intercept him. His eyes light up upon seeing you. You. What brings you here, you rascal? You smile. Tired of cultivation, thought I'd travel and visit my martial uncle. You won't turn me away, will you? Ha ha ha. With your thick skin, would it matter if I turned you away? You'd still barge in. Martial uncle misunderstands me. I'm actually quite shy. I blush when talking to girls. Hu Zhongshuan pulls you toward his residence. Ha ha, enough nonsense. Come, I'll host a welcome banquet tonight. We'll drink until we drop. The two guards at Hu Zhongshuan's gate quickly open the doors. You and Hu Zhongshuan enter chatting and laughing. The two guards exchange glances, hearts pounding with relief. They'd actually noticed you earlier, lurking suspiciously near the gate, and nearly ordered you to leave. But when Hu Zhongshuan arrived and greeted you warmly, they thanked their stars they hadn't insulted you, or they'd be meeting their ancestors already. They rejoice at surviving another day. Both decide to renovate their long-negated family graves that very night evening, Hu Zhongshuan's residence. Come, you drink. You and Hu Zhongshuan drank freely together. During the drinking, you told Hu Zhongshuan about the Danxia sect situation, while he informed you about the capital's political landscape. You chatted about everything under heaven while drinking like there was no tomorrow. Hu Zhongshuan had been stationed at Yajianku for most of his career and hadn't spent much time in the capital, so he hadn't made any close friends here. Seeing you, a fellow sect member, come visit him today naturally made him extremely happy, and he kept refilling his own cup again and again. After clinking cups with Hu Zhongshuan once more, you glanced at the cold jade coffin containing Dang Wanshu beside him. Except when attending court, Hu Zhongshuan never went anywhere without Dang Wanshu. Naturally, Dang Wanshu was currently lying beside their dining table. Hu Zhongshuan had specially crafted an exquisite wooden stand slightly lower than the table to place the cold jade coffin, so he could always look at Dang Wanshu inside while eating. With Dang Wanshu's company, Hu Zhongshuan could eat 2 extra bowls of plain rice. Stories about Hu Zhongshuan's devotion had long spread throughout the capital, with officials praising him as Great Qian's most devoted husband. What these court officials didn't know was that another man equally devoted still lay buried in Danxia sect's graveyard. You asked, Uncle, is Annie's condition stable? Hu Zhongshuan gazed tenderly at Dang Wanshu beside the table and smiled. Wanshu is fine. I've been taking good care of her. You nodded. What about the Earth Source? Hu Zhongshuan, previously in high spirits, suddenly fell silent. After a long pause, he finally said, Not easy to obtain, but I'm trying. You knew Hu Zhongshuan would have to pay an enormous price to acquire that Earth Source. Seeing Hu Zhongshuan's low mood, you comforted him. Uncle, don't be too disheartened. Maybe there are other pills that could wake Annie. Hu Zhongshuan set down his cup and sighed lightly. Your master tried for so many years. We've tested everything possible. Apart from the reviving yang pill, nothing else would work. You laughed. Uncle, don't be so pessimistic. What if I accidentally become a 9th grade pill refiner? Hu Zhongshuan shook his head with a wry smile. If you really reached 9th grade, your master would be so happy he'd climb out of his grave. After drinking a while longer, you concluded the meal. You each retired to your rooms. But that night, you secretly sought out Hu Zhongshuan again. You told him about your plan to stay long-term at his residence, and also mentioned being targeted by a particularly ruthless ultimate grandmaster. Hu Zhongshuan naturally agreed to let you stay and promised you protection. He asked if you'd offended Duan Qian or Prince Yongning Liu and been discovered. You said no. It was Yin Jishue who was after you. Hu Zhongshuan looked surprised. I heard from his sect leader that you and the extermination sect's holy maiden were getting along well. Why would sect leader Yin want you dead? RENGB. It's complicated, but that's the situation now. Seeing your hesitation, Hu Zhongshuan suddenly had an epiphany. You got the holy maiden pregnant, didn't you? What? No, don't deny it. You got her pregnant and ran here to avoid responsibility. You sighed helplessly. Uncle, what nonsense is this? Stop making up stories. I'm still practicing virgin cultivation techniques. Hu Zhongshuan frowned skeptically. Really? Really? I swear, if I'm lying, may my master never win his resurrection match. With such a vicious oath, I'll believe you. You finally smiled. See, Uncle is reasonable after all. After I attend court, I won't need to rush back immediately. Could you look after your aunt during that time? No problem. I'll stay in the residence, cultivating, and take good care of Andy. From then on, you took up permanent residence at Hu Zhongshuan's home. Hu Zhongshuan told others you were Dang Wanshu's distant nephew. You hardly ever went out, spending all your time cultivating and refining pills in Hu Zhongshuan's residence. 2 peaceful years passed like this. In the 34th year, you turned 49. During these 2 years, whether Yin Jishua couldn't find you or feared Hu Zhongshuan, she never came looking for you once. This allowed you to cultivate in peace. Your true qi underwent its second refinement. You comprehended 2 more earth source sword qi, bringing your total to 12 out of 24. Over halfway through comprehending this earth source. At this rate, once fully comprehended, you'd become history's first non-grandmaster peak martial artist to fuse with an earth source. You weren't entirely sure if you could successfully fuse. You might just explode on the spot. But that would just be the simulated Hiyu exploding, having nothing to do with the real Forever 15 Hiyu. Your pill refining skills also improved, advancing from beginner to initial achievement in 7th grade pill refining. Seeing your rapid progress, Hu Zhongshuan became as happy as a 106-year-old child. With your mastery-level divine, microvision, and mind-awakening technique, your pill refining progressed faster than Xie Huida's back in the day. This made Hu Zhongshuan gradually realize that having you refine an 8th grade reviving yang pill was an impossible dream, but an achievable expectation. Your divine microvision remained at mastery level, with no clear indication when it might reach perfection. There wasn't exactly a progress bar. During these 2 years with Hu Zhongshuan, you also learned much about Great Qian's capital officials and the Li Imperial clan. Emperor Xuanwu Lianlong was an ultimate grandmaster who had firmly held the throne for over 70 years since inheriting it at 52. The current crown prince wasn't actually the crown prince, but the crown prince's grandson. The original crown prince had been outlived by Lianlong. That poor crown prince tried every life-extending pill, but still couldn't outlast Lianlong's 200-year lifespan. On his deathbed, Lianlong sat beside him, telling him to go in peace. The unlucky prince couldn't hold back on his final day, cursing his own grandmother at Lianlong before promptly dying. You also kept tabs on Prince Yongning Liu, who was closely connected to Duan Qian. This Liu was somewhat strange. While possessing exceptional martial talent reaching Grandmaster peak by his 60s, he'd voluntarily requested poor, remote fiefdom from Lianlong and lived there quietly with minimal public appearances. Were it not for his top-tier martial talent among the Li clan, few would probably notice him. After careful consideration, you suspected Liu's extreme, low profile wasn't just personality, but strategy. Most likely, Liu feared his martial talent would make Lianlong wary, so he deliberately secluded himself in impoverished lands to demonstrate no ambitions. Another possibility was Liu's close ties to Duan Qian, who engaged in large-scale human trafficking. This cast doubts on Liu's rapid martial progression. Perhaps it was a natural talent, but some life-sacrificing dark cultivation method requiring remote locations to avoid exposure. You couldn't determine which scenario was true, but decided to monitor Liu closely. After organizing this information, you continued your normal cultivation routine. One day, Hu Zhongshuan mysteriously sought you out, saying he needed to return to Danxia sect temporarily and insisting you lay low until his return. You couldn't help asking, "Uncle, what's happening that even an ultimate grandmaster like you is nervous?" Hu Zhongshuan wouldn't explain, only saying in a suppressed voice, "The storm is coming." You frowned. "Will it affect us?" After consideration, Hu Zhongshuan said, "Not directly, but keep a low profile recently." Relieved that your cultivation wouldn't be disrupted, you didn't care how big the storm grew. Still, you couldn't help feeling annoyed. Why does trouble follow me everywhere like some damn curse? After Hu Zhongshuan finished speaking with you, he departed for the Danxia sect that very day. Before leaving, he instructed everyone in the residence that during his absence, all household matters would follow your arrangements. Your daily routine consisted of caring for Auntie and cultivating. Every morning, you needed to deliver a Rosheng pill into Deng Wanshu's mouth using true qi, then channel energy to help her digest the pill. The Rosheng pill was a fourth-grade elixir specially developed by Xie Huida for Deng Wanshu. Just one pill per day was enough to maintain her basic life functions, like a compressed biscuit, though far more advanced. Besides providing essential nutrients, the pill could slowly increase Deng Wanshu's martial realm without requiring cultivation techniques, preventing the chaotic qi circulation Jiang the Barbarian experienced from lacking proper cultivation methods. After decades of this regimen, Deng Wanshu had reached the late bone tempering stage. You maintained this care routine for over a month. One day after administering Deng Wanshu's pill, you returned to your room to cultivate when the residence steward Old Wang knocked on your door. He stood respectfully outside. "Young master, there's a guest at the gate who specifically asked for you." "Asked for me?" You were puzzled. Having rarely left the residence during your years in the capital, behaving more reclusively than most noble maidens, you couldn't imagine who would seek you out by name. You halted your cultivation. "Man or woman? What do they look like?" "Young master, it's a young lady who looks very pretty." Wan Xingluan's cheerful voice rang out as she pushed your door open without permission. Old Wang, startled by her intrusion, immediately shouted, "Guards! Guards! Intruder in the residence! Protect the young master!" Ignoring the commotion, Wan Qingluan giggled as she skipped to you, then plopped her petite bottom down right beside you on the bed. A crowd of martial guards rushed in, weapons drawn and expressions tense. During your 2 years in the residence, the guards had learned exactly how much importance Hu Zhongshuan placed on you. Your status was second only to his, and any mishap would be unforgivable. But with you sitting so close to this unidentified woman, they hesitated, knowing any rash action might endanger you more. Old Wang cautiously intervened. Young lady, this is Vice Minister Hu's residence. Don't do anything reckless. Think of your parents, your family." You sighed and interrupted. "Old Wang, everyone withdraw." "Young master?" "But, withdraw." You waved dismissively, reading your expression and glancing at the vivacious beauty beside you. Old Wang's eyes lit up with sudden understanding. "Oh, young master, I get it, I get it." He hastily retreated, even closing the door behind him. Immediately after, his scolding voice carried through. "What are you doing with those big swords? Trying to kill someone? You'll scare the guests. And what if you frighten the children? Why are you staring? Don't you have duties?" All of you scram. After the clamor of retreating footsteps, Old Wang's obsequious voice called through the door. "Ha! Young master, carry on without restraint. I've sent them all away." Annoyed, you replied, "You can scram too." "Haha. Yes, young master. I'm scamming too." Old Wang jogged off with a knowing smirk. Turning to the radiantly smiling Wan Qingluan on your bed, you asked, "Happy personality today?" She giggled. You nodded calmly, having given up questioning how she'd found you at Hu Zhongshuan's residence. You were growing accustomed to being permanently marked on everyone's map. "Your sect leader knows I'm here too." "Of course. I came with her." Your neck shrunk in fear. "Yin Jishue is in the capital?" "She sure is." "Damn it, you left from the bed to flee." "With Hu Zhongshuan absent, You'd stand no chance if Yin Jishua came for you. Wan Qingwan grabbed your sleeve. Where are you going? Where? I'm running for my life. She said cheerfully. Why fear the sect leader? She won't come for you. She won't? What about questioning me about the key? She's currently with other ultimate grandmasters at Li Onlong's place. Won't leave the palace for days. Other ultimate grandmasters? You frowned, sensing something amiss. Combined with Hu Zhongshuan's warning about impending changes, you suspected palace turmoil. But regardless of palace affairs, as long as Yin Jishua wouldn't pursue you immediately, you had time to escape. You stood to leave without packing. You maintained constant readiness to flee. After 2 steps, a small hand slipped into yours. Though focused on escape, decades of muscle memory made you squeeze that delicate hand. Considering flight wouldn't be hindered by company, you decided to bring this little thing along. Hand in hand with Wan Xingwan, you exited to find old Wang waiting outside. Seeing you emerge so quickly, he chuckled awkwardly. Young master, you're quite efficient. But you frowned severely. You waited outside, terrified by your misunderstanding. Old Wang cowered. No, young master. I wasn't eavesdropping. The master has returned and sent me to summon you. Your face brightened. My lifeline is back. Knowing escape became unnecessary, you hurried to the main hall with Wan Qingwan, clinging happily like an accessory. Entering the hall, you saw Hu Zhongshuan. Martial uncle, you're back. I missed you so much. Noticing the girl you brought, Hu Zhongshuan assumed you'd picked up some love interest. He said calmly, you, have your friend wait outside. We need to talk. You introduced. Martial uncle, this is Wan Qingwan, saintess of the extermination sect. Hello, martial uncle. Wan Qingwan chirped brightly. Hu Zhongshuan's eyes sparkled. The famous heroine Wan. You mentioned you. Why didn't you bring your child? You glared. Martial uncle, stop fishing. We're just casual hand-holding friends. Wan Qingwan added obliviously. Martial uncle, we don't have children yet. Seeing her expression, Hu Zhongshuan realized you'd told the truth earlier and dropped the matter. He asked Wan Qingwan, your sect leader came to the capital too? Yes, martial uncle. She's already secretly entered the palace. Hu Zhongshuan nodded thoughtfully. You looked between them in confusion. Wait, what are you two discussing? Why do I feel like the only clueless one here? Hu Zhongshuan glanced at you, then looked around and said, let's talk in my study. The 3 of you arrived at Hu Zhongshuan's study. The 3 of you each took a seat. Hu Zhongshuan sat opposite you, and Wan Qingwan sat beside you. Hu Zhongshuan told you the entire situation in detail. 4 days ago, the front line at Yajianku was suddenly attacked by several ultimate grandmasters from Jinyu Nation, suffering heavy losses. The next day, Jinyu Nation gathered more than 20 ultimate grandmasters and launched an assault, nearly breaching Yajianku. In previous battles, ultimate grandmasters rarely took action themselves. Their presence was mostly to intimidate. This time, the surprise attack caught Ding Hanfei, the overall commander of Yajianku, completely off guard. Ding Hanfei hurriedly reported the situation to Li Onlong. In such an emergency, Li Onlong had no time to hesitate and immediately sent most of the ultimate grandmasters from the capital to reinforce the front line. As a result, the defensive forces around Li Onlong became dangerously thin. If someone could gather about a dozen ultimate grandmasters to appear in the capital at this moment, there was a very high chance of assassinating Li Onlong. Coincidentally, the current crown prince, formerly the imperial heir Li Jiang, realized this situation. Even more coincidentally, Li Jiang had secretly gathered a dozen or so ultimate grandmasters hidden within the capital. Most coincidentally, the Jinyu Nation's raid on Yajianku was actually a secret agreement between Li Jiang and the leader of the Mijin sect of Jinyu Nation. Jinyu Nation was responsible for pressuring the Yajianku defense line, forcing Li Onlong to urgently dispatch most of the ultimate grandmasters from the capital to reinforce the front line. Li Jiang was responsible for, after the ultimate grandmasters were redeployed, gathering the dozen or so ultimate grandmasters to launch an assassination attempt on Li Onlong. Li Jiang desperately wanted to become emperor. He was already nearly 70 years old, while Li Long was still not even 130. Li Jiang watched as he was about to end up like his father, worn down by his grandfather's long reign. Unable to wait any longer, Li Jiang decided to carry on the glorious tradition of usurping the throne. He proactively colluded with Jin Yu Nation, making some humiliating concessions to gain their full support. But who was Lian Long? He had sat steadily on the throne for over 70 years and was a very rare ultimate Grandmaster Emperor. Lian Long's ruling power had long penetrated every corner of Great Qian. How could such a bold move by Li Jiang escape Lian Long's notice? Lian Long had a clear grasp of Li Jiang's plan and could even recite their secret signals by heart. The only unknown to Lian Long was which unlucky ultimate grandmasters Li Jiang had gathered this time. So Lian Long decided to turn the tables, secretly sending most of the Li imperial clan's ultimate grandmasters in the capital to Yajianku as reinforcements. This was to confuse Li Jiang and expose all the ultimate grandmasters Li Jiang had recruited. But this truly left Lian Long's own defenses dangerously empty. Therefore, Lian Long secretly transferred trusted ultimate grandmasters from martial arts sects he trusted to the capital. Together with the remaining Li Imperial clan ultimate grandmasters, they planned to give Li Jiang a big surprise. This was also why Yin Jixue and these ultimate grandmasters secretly entered the capital today. The Crown Prince Li Jiang's action time was on the night of the third day. He had to confirm that Lian Long had indeed sent the ultimate grandmasters to Yajianku before making his move. After listening to Hu Zhongshuan's explanation, you understood why he said the dynasty was about to change. This battle of ultimate grandmasters was not just for show. They were really going to fight. Hu Zhongshuan said Lian Long had gathered more than 50 ultimate grandmasters to deal with his good grandson. Hu Zhongshuan was one of the few ultimate grandmasters among the capital officials and would also participate in the battle. "Senior uncle, will there be danger?" you asked. Hu Zhongshuan smiled and said, "No real danger. The main goal is to find out which ultimate grandmasters support Li Jiang. I guess both sides won't go all out. The final reckoning will come later." "Reckoning?" Your expression faltered. "Senior uncle, are you returning to Danxia sect this time because you're worried Danxia sect might be indirectly involved and face future consequences?" Hu Zhongshuan didn't expect you to think so deeply. He looked at you with some surprise. "Yes, I went back to audit the accounts of pill sales and instructed Ruan to strictly control the disciples recently. Being cautious doesn't hurt." After explaining, Hu Zhongshuan looked at you and Wan Qingwan, then cleared his throat twice. "Well, I'll step out for a while." Hu Zhongshuan stood up and left the study. You felt helpless. "Can you get off me first?" you said to Wan Qingwan, who was sitting in your lap hugging your neck. Wan Qingwan looked at you with her long eyelashes fluttering and big eyes. "Why should I get off?" You gently put Wan Qingwan down and looked into her eyes seriously. "Because we're just ordinary friends. We can't be this intimate, got it?" Wan Qingwan's beautiful eyebrows moved slightly as she replied sweetly, "Got it. Good." You took Wan Qingwan's hand and left the study. On the third day, early morning. Tonight was the time Crown Prince Li Jiang would make his move. After the court session today, Hu Zhongshuan returned as usual. But not long after, he disguised himself as a servant and went out. You guessed he wanted to join the ultimate grandmaster's big gathering tonight. You continue to seize every minute to cultivate inside the mansion. At this moment, Old Wang came to inform you. "Young master, the young madam has arrived." You frowned. "Which young madam?" Old Wang was about to explain when you suddenly realized he meant Wan Qingwan. You said helplessly, "Is it that girl from the day before yesterday?" Yes, young master. That young madam from the day before yesterday." "Old Wang, you stubborn bastard, didn't you hear me say girl?" Old Wang hurriedly said, "All right, young master, I won't call her young madam anymore." "Then, how should I address her?" You stroked your chin and thought for a moment. "Forget it. Call her whatever you want." That night, the moon was bright and the stars sparse, the sky clear and refreshing. You and Wan Qingwan sat in the mansion garden drinking tea and chatting, waiting for any movement from the imperial city. At the slightest sound, the two of you would immediately ascend and watch the commotion. Wan Qingwan cultivated the treading heaven steps technique. Although her speed in the air was slow, she could stay airborne for 36 breaths, enough to watch the spectacle. Wan Qingwan was in a gloomy mood today. She had been sighing all day, very pessimistic, always imagining the worst. Oh, what if the sect leader gets into trouble? Oh, what if your senior uncle gets into trouble? Oh, what if they come over here and kill us? Ah, it would be great if you stopped cursing us. You imitated Wan Qingwan's tone and said. Just as you finished speaking, a loud explosion came from the direction of the imperial city. Then several louder noises followed in quick succession. You and Wan Qingwan exchanged a glance and quickly ascended. You were the first to reach high altitude. Wan Qingwan's speed was much slower. After she caught up, she asked in surprise, "Why are you so fast?" "Don't slander me." You looked toward the imperial city. By the moonlight, you vaguely saw the situation in the air there. There were indeed 40 or 50 ultimate grandmasters on Lian Long's side, while Li Jiang had only about 20. The situation was already one-sided. The ultimate grandmasters on Li Jiang's side were scattering in all directions. Although Lian Long had controlled the situation and turned the tide, he did not look pleased. His face remained extremely stern. Not long after, Hu Zhongshuan returned safely. You ran out and asked, "Senior uncle, what happened?" Before Hu Zhongshuan could answer, you suddenly shuddered, because you saw a familiar figure, Yin Jixue. She had actually followed Hu Zhongshuan back. You greeted stiffly, "Sect leader Yin, long time no see. I almost wished you dead." Yin Jixue wore an elegant black dress, her graceful posture still exuding the dignified aura of a noblewoman. She smiled gently at you. "If that's what you think of me, why are you deliberately avoiding me?" The warmer Yin Jixue's smile became, the more you broke out in cold sweat. You edged closer to Hu Zhongshuan. You forced a laugh. "Sect leader Yin has misunderstood. I was just out for a stroll. I'm the restless type who can't stay put." Hu Zhongshuan interjected. "You? No need to panic. Sect leader Yin told me she's already forgiven you for abducting heroine Wan." Your eye twitched, realizing this was how Yin Jixue had tricked Hu Zhongshuan. Moreover, Hu Zhongshuan knew about Yin Jixue's lingering ties with Deng Rusong. Hu Zhongshuan had never been wary of Yin Jixue to begin with. When provoked, he might even call her sister-in-law. That's why, despite your obvious avoidance of Yin Jixue, Hu Zhongshuan had actively brought her to you, hoping to mediate your conflict. What Hu Zhongshuan didn't know was that your conflict with Yin Jixue wasn't so easily resolved. Yours was a life-or-death relationship. You glanced at the smiling Yin Jixue. To prevent her from suddenly attacking, you decided to at least try regaining some favor. You politely smiled. "Thank you for your forgiveness, sect leader Yin. May your fortune be as vast as the Eastern Sea and your longevity rival the Southern Mountains. In short, congratulations and prosperity." You figured some auspicious words might help. Yin Jixue covered her mouth with a light laugh, glancing at you. "Thank you for your blessings, young hero he." "Sect leader Yin, please don't stand at the entrance. Come inside." Hu Zhongshuan ushered Yin Jixue into the residence. The four of you arrived at the garden where you and Wan Qingwan had earlier taken tea. With lanterns lit in the pavilion, the four of you sat drinking tea while discussing recent events. After the 20 ultimate grandmasters from Li Jiang's side discovered they'd been ambushed, they lost all will to fight. They only exchanged a couple testing blows. Those were the loud explosions you'd heard. Facing more than double their number from Li Onlong's side, the 20 ultimate grandmasters immediately scattered. Most of Li Onlong's ultimate grandmasters came from martial sects, so they only gave token chase before finding secluded spots to nap, then returned to collect their appearance fees. They had no intention of actually risking their lives. Ensuring Li Onlong's safety was enough. Li Onlong naturally understood their attitude, but didn't mind. He'd already identified which ultimate grandmasters supported Li Jiang. Specifically, 8 from the Blood Demon sect, one of the 3 great demon cults, 7 from the Eastern Sea Pavilion, one of the 5 great sects, and 5 from 3 ambitious mid-sized sections RNO. As expected, the Blood Demon sect, Eastern Sea Pavilion, and those 3 mid-sized sects would face Li Onlong's ruthless retaliation. However, Li Onlong was frustrated that Li Jiang had escaped beforehand. The person caught was just a body double. That's why you'd seen Li Onlong looking grim despite his victory. Li Jiang had been cautious from the start, using a body double and planning to emerge only after confirmed success. This caution saved Li Jiang's life, allowing his early escape. Li Onlong had already launched a nationwide manhunt. Li Jiang wouldn't remain hidden for long. After discussing this, you all dispersed. Hu Zhongshuan invited Yin Zhixue and Wan Qingwan to stay, which they accepted. The next day, the 4 of you gather for lunch. Though an improvised family, the atmosphere was harmonious. Come, sect leader Yin, heroine Wan. This humble house offers poor hospitality, but please accept our simple wine. Yin Zhixue and Hu Zhongshuan exchanged polite small talk. Today, Wan Qingwan was in her fearful personality, silently eating while clutching her bowl. Occasionally, she'd look up warily like a kitten. You'd slept poorly, constantly fearing Yin Zhixue might break in. Now you mirrored Wan Qingwan, eating quietly while barely touching the dishes, only occasionally adding some to Wan Qingwan's bowl. As you focused on your rice, chopsticks placed food in your bowl. You assumed it was Wan Qingwan returning the favor. But looking up in shock, you saw Yin Zhixue smiling gently as she served you. This scene shocked you as much as a mother-in-law offering cigarettes. You hurriedly raise your bowl with both hands. Sect leader Yin, I can serve myself. You haven't been serving yourself. Yin Zhixue's smile radiated mature charm. You couldn't appreciate it at all. Imagining her next move might be peeling your skull open for monkey brain delicacies. I don't like vegetables. My family were farmers. We only ate plain rice. You forced a laugh. Yin Zhixue smiled cryptically. That afternoon, Yin Zhixue prepared to leave with Wan Qingwan. You and Hu Zhongshuan saw them off. The fearful Wan Qingwan lacked her usual aloofness or cheerful playfulness, just gazing at you pitifully. You approached her. Good friends must part ways. If you miss me, bring some of your sect's secret manuals when you visit. Yin Zhixue laughed. He wasn't stealing the heavenly desire formless technique enough. You jumped beside Hu Zhongshuan. More than enough. Sect leader Yin, you should depart now to avoid delays. Yin Zhixue covered a laugh. No need to fear me so. Once I knew you posed no threat to Qingwan, I abandoned killing you. And she glanced at Wan Qingwan. And what? You pressed. Yin Zhixue turned back. And I did promise to fulfill Qingwan's wish. I definitely won't kill you now. What wish? Qingwan said we can't tell you. You might not handle it. You solemnly said, when my parents died before me, I didn't utter a word. I can handle anything. Yin Zhixue just shook her head with a smile. After bidding Hu Zhongshuan farewell, she flew off with Wan Qingwan. Watching them disappear, you finally relaxed. You knew Yin Zhixue had no reason to lie. She truly wouldn't kill you now. No more sleepless nights. After today, you were finally free from constant fear. Having barely left the capital in 2 years as a reclusive musclehead, you planned to venture out soon. Hu Zhongshuan turned in shock. Sect leader Yin wanted to kill you? You nodded. That happened. Hu Zhongshuan glared. And you still claim you didn't impregnate heroine Wan? You were beyond exasperated. Uncle, go play with Andy. I can't reason with your love-struck brain. You little. Ignoring Hu Zhongshuan's bristling, you declared, I'm going to train, and retreated to your room. 1 year later, year 35, you turned exactly 50 years old. The past year had been one of hard work. On this day, you completed your 3rd true qi condensation. Your 7th grade pill refining technique took a major step toward minor mastery, nearing a substantial breakthrough. With Yin Zhixue's death threat gone, you could finally live with dignity and work seriously. After hiding from Yin Zhixue for over 2 years, the crisis was finally resolved. You felt immensely emotional. You ran to the mansion garden and dramatically shouted, Snow and wind oppressed me for 2 3 years. Add them together, makes 5 years. Finally, I'm free. Free! You spread your arms and shouted with abandon. Young master? Young master! Old Wang came over and had to shout repeatedly before you stopped your exclamation. What is it? You turned your head. Old Wang looked at your lower body. Young master, at least wear pants next time you come out. You looked down and realized in your excitement today you'd rushed out naked to recite poetry. Looking around, then at yourself between the legs. Old Wang, nobody else saw, right? Well, probably not. Old Wang looked uncomfortable. You sighed lightly. What a pity. Returning to your room with visible regret. That evening, Hu Zhongshuan dined with you. He told you Li Long had spent the past year bloodily purging those involved in Li Zhang's coup attempt, the Blood Demon sect, Eastern Sea Pavilion, and 3 mid-sized sects. Of the Blood Demon sects, 21 ultimate grandmasters. 9 were hunted down and killed, while 12 remained at large, suspected to have fled to Jinyu Nation. What shocked you was that Blood Demon sect's leader Zhou Qiyun had also died, again at Lin Jingji's hands. You marveled at this world being like a Mickey's fun house. Truly marvelous. Eastern Sea Pavilion's 15 ultimate grandmasters saw 8 killed and 7 escaped. The other 3 sects, 5 ultimate grandmasters, all perished. Additionally, all martial artists below ultimate grandmaster level from these 5 factions were captured by Li Long and executed. Many core members even received the special 9 familial exterminations package. The killing spree left heads rolling. The entire martial world was so intimidated that no fights occurred for a long time. But deposed Crown Prince Li Jiang remained missing, greatly angering Li Long. Li Jiang's entire bloodline was executed. Li Long also ordered the execution of Li Jiang's 2 younger brothers and their families. Some officials, considering them still imperial relatives, petitioned for exile instead of execution. Li Long happily read the petition, then had that official's entire family executed. Though Li Long dealt with Li Jiang's clan, Hu Zhongshuan said Li Long remained irritable over failing to find Li Jiang himself, often flying into rages. Late night, Imperial City, Wenhua Hall. Li Long sat imposingly on the dragon throne. A chief eunuch stood attentively beside him. Li Long spoke slowly. Has he been driven there? The eunuch bowed. Your Majesty, the rebel crown prince has been secretly driven to Prince Yongning's domain. Li Long nodded leisurely. That earth's source on my precious grandson is quite tempting. Let's see if Prince Yongning can remain eternally peaceful. Awith Tildepsilon. Year 36. Your pill refining achieved a breakthrough, rising from initial achievement to minor mastery. Hu Zhongshuan was happier than if he'd fathered a child himself. He drank heavily that day, eventually digging up his daughter's wedding wine buried just last year to share with you. Your true chi reached its 4th condensation. However, your divine microvision stalled after major mastery. You knew reaching perfection would be difficult. Fortunately, major mastery sufficed. Combined with mind awakening technique, your pill refining progressed astonishingly fast. During this period, you returned to Danxia sect. First visiting Lin Mo, you arrived cheerfully but left gloomy, because 27-year-old Lin Mo had already reached early dragon transformation realm, a full major realm above you. Facing such absurd talent, you wondered what window heaven had closed for him. Then you remembered. Lin Mo's academic performance was terrible. Back in your hometown, he'd have dropped out before finishing compulsory education. But you? Before transmigrating, you were a prestigious vocational college expert. Not only that, you'd taken the vocational to undergraduate tribulation exam. With 450 total points, you narrowly failed by only 384 points, just short of breakthrough. But you considered yourself half-stepped into undergraduate realm, a half-step undergraduate. You'd heard above undergrads existed master's ancestors, truly terrifying. And beyond that, horrors called doctors, whose mere thought made you tremble. You'd even heard rumors of something beyond doctor, the unspeakable postdoctoral entity. Postdoctorals allegedly defied conventional logic, transcending academic constraints to become working beasts. Regardless, academically you truly won hemp compared to Lin Mo, like Qin Shi Huang touching live wires. Comforted by this realization, you happily left Lin Mo. Next, visiting Bai Chun in Jiaomingshu. Bai Chun's Mingchun court brothel thrived increasingly, attracting tourists from afar. He'd won Outstanding Entrepreneur 3 years running. Jiaomingshu's martial arts school also flourished, producing many outstanding security captains and underworld enforcers. His daughter, Jiao Xiaoyao, already had a daughter. 45-year-old Jiaomingshu, now a grandfather, constantly grinning while holding his granddaughter. Returning to Danxia sect, Ruan Bai hurriedly prepared to welcome you. Ruan Bai said your former residence was cleaned daily, always awaiting your return. Visiting the courtyard, indeed spotless. Protected by barriers, ordinary access forbidden. Seeing the meticulously preserved courtyard, you even considered buying a ticket to enter. Finally burning paper offerings at Xiehueda and Deng Rusong's graves. Realizing you might be getting old, now muttering to yourself before graves. After burning Joss paper for the 2 old-timers, you returned directly to the capital. You could have stayed at Danxia sect, but Hu Zhongshuan asked about your pill progress 800 times daily. Remembering his care at Yajianku, you returned to reassure him. You could always revisit Danxia sect later. The day you returned, Hu Zhongshuan announced deposed Crown Prince Li Jiang had been captured. Prince Yongning Li Yu caught him, sending Li Jiang to the capital, arriving tomorrow. Hearing the name, Li Yu piqued your curiosity. Duan Qian likely had connections to Li Yu behind the scenes. You questioned Hu Zhongshuan carefully about this. Hu Zhongshuan explained that during his escape, Li Jiang had been forced to flee into Li Yu's territory, where he was accidentally exposed and captured by Li Yu. One day after capturing Li Jiang, Li Yu submitted a memorial to Li Anlong explaining the situation and immediately sent people to escort Li Jiang back to the capital. However, Li Yu himself didn't accompany them, remaining obediently in his own fiefdom of Yangling Prefecture. You pondered this and felt there might be something suspicious about Li Yu. Capturing the deposed crown prince was such a significant merit that he could have waited for Li Anlong's summons to the capital to receive rewards. Yet he simply sent Li Jiang away as if it were a trivial matter. You thought the royal family's schemes were too convoluted. But this wasn't necessarily bad for you. It indicated Li Yu and Li Anlong weren't particularly close. This meant you could freely investigate Li Yu's background without worrying about offending the formidable Li Anlong. The next day, inside the palace, Li Anlong leaned on the dragon throne, resting with his eyes closed. Soon, Chief Eunuch Wang Jin hurried in. In his high-pitched voice, he bowed and reported, "Your Majesty, the rebellious crown Prince Li Jiang has been delivered to the capital by Prince Yongning's men." Li Anlong slowly opened his eyes, gazing silently at Wang Jin. A flicker of confusion passed through Wang Jin's eyes before he immediately understood. Trembling slightly, he bowed even lower. "Your Majesty, the earth source on the rebellious crown prince has also been returned. Additionally, Prince Yongning submitted a secret letter. Present it." Wang Jin quickly approached, handing a palm-sized earth source bowl and a letter to Li Anlong. Li Anlong glanced casually at the earth source and nodded slightly. Simultaneously, disappointment flashed in his eyes. He hadn't expected Li Yu to resist such temptation. Li Anlong then opened the secret letter. Surprisingly, it had already been opened. Startled, Li Anlong's sharp gaze turned to Wang Jin. During this, Wang Jin had already retreated respectfully to stand below the throne. Seeing Li Anlong's look, Wang Jin said respectfully, "Your Majesty, Prince Yongning's men said the letter was already opened when they received it from him." Li Anlong's expression calmed as he read the letter's contents. His face shifted constantly while reading, sometimes frowning, sometimes deep in thought. The letter wasn't from Li Yu to Li Anlong, but from the Jin Yu nation to Li Yu. Jin Yu promised to provide Li Yu with an earth source to help him. At the peak grandmaster level, achieve ultimate grandmaster status. They also pledged full support for Li Yu to overthrow Li Onlong and become emperor of Great Qian. In exchange, Li Yu would cede 5 southern prefectures below the Sangwang Desert to Jin Yu as territory. Li Onlong placed the letter on the desk, rhythmically tapping the dragon throne's armrest. He understood Li Yu's intention in submitting this letter was to prove his loyalty. After a long silence, Li Onlong murmured, "My grandnephew, the more you reassure me, the less assured I feel." After some thought, Li Onlong looked at Wang Jin and ordered, "Prince Yongning's martial arts are exceptional. He's a rare talent of our Li family. Assign Lu Yanhao to protect him from any accidents." Wang Jin bowed lower. "Your Majesty, although Minister Lu is an ultimate grandmaster of immense power, his temperament might offend Prince Yongning. Is this appropriate? Send Lu Yanhao." "Yes, Your Majesty." Regarding rewards for Prince Yongning's merit in capturing the rebellious crown prince. "Rewards?" Li Onlong snorted, his voice turning solemn. "Prince Yongning assaulted the crown prince and should be punished. Considering it's his first offense, confiscate 1,000 hectares of his estates as warning." "Ah!" Wang Jin gasped in surprise. "Your Majesty, this might breed resentment in Prince Yongning." Li Onlong said quietly, "That's exactly what I want, for him to hate me. The more hatred, the better." At Hu Zhongshuan's residence. "Minister Hu, until next time. Gentlemen, take care. I won't see you out." Hu Zhongshuan bid farewell to the third group of visiting officials that day. You happened to emerge during a break from cultivation, noticing the recent influx of visiting officials. Approaching, you asked, "Uncle Master, with so many visitors recently, they're practically wearing out your doorstep. Is another storm coming?" Hu Zhongshuan smiled. "The storm has already passed. Now it's raining, and they're seeking shelter under the right roof." You immediately understood. With Li Jiang deposed, the crown prince position was vacant. Li Onlong's imperial grandsons naturally grew ambitious, each wanting to try being emperor to see if it paid well. Given Li Onlong's lifespan, even if they won the crown prince position, they'd likely remain crown princes for life. But being crown prince was a level above ordinary princes. Even if they never became emperor, their descendants could inherit the throne, making it immensely tempting. For the court officials, with the imperial grandsons competing, they had to place their bets and choose sides. Most ordinary-lived officials would never see their supported crown prince ascend. But as officials who wouldn't join a faction, once their faction chose a side, the officials naturally followed. They could choose to remain loyal only to Li Onlong, swearing undying allegiance. But that would make their lives difficult. By choosing a side, they only had one enemy, the opposing faction. Remaining neutral meant having two enemies, both factions. Thus, officials recently scurried about campaigning for their preferred imperial grandsons. Currently, the most popular was the eldest son of the second prince, Li Zhangji. Li Zhang's lineage had been eliminated after gathering 3 imperial grandsons. By order of succession, it should be Li Zhangji's turn. Moreover, Li Zhangji himself was benevolent and non-confrontational, perfect as a crown prince who would never ascend. As the second in command of the Ministry of War and a core power holder, Hu Zhongshuan naturally received many visitors seeking alliance. After hearing Hu Zhongshuan's explanation, you nodded knowingly. Though a commoner, you had your own insights into state affairs. Back in your hometown, after a few drinks, you could grasp the world's geopolitical landscape with ease. Whether it was President Pu or President Trump, with a keyboard at hand, you could make them step aside. Clearing your throat, you prepare to share your imperial family analysis. In a low voice, you told Hu Zhongshuan, "Ahem, Uncle Master, I believe spaghetti should be mixed with number 42 concrete." "No, I don't think Li Onlong will appoint any of these imperial grandsons as crown prince." Hu Zhongshuan looked at you with an unexpectedly pleased smile. "You see things clearly, more so than many high-ranking officials embroiled in court politics." You continued, "I suspect Li Onlong might appoint a crown prince from among his great-grandsons or even great-great-grandsons? Hu Zhongshuan nodded. I think so too, and most likely it'll be Li Changping, the eldest grandson of imperial grandson Li Zhanji. You knew of Li Qingping, who had just turned 18 this year. Judging by his age, he might well survive until Li Onlong's passing to inherit the throne. You found Hu Zhongshuan's prediction quite plausible. After half an hour more of political discussion, you both went your separate ways, you to cultivate, and he to cultivate the bittersweetness of love. Year 37. You completed your 5th true qi condensation. Moreover, you felt significant progress in your divine microvision technique, now approaching perfection. You gained comprehension of another Earth Source Sword Qi, bringing your total to 13 out of 24, just over half. These Sword Qi were your trump card, for which you'd prepared numerous high-grade healing pills in your storage space, ensuring you could recklessly unleash them while rapidly healing your injuries if necessary. Throughout the past year, Li Onlong hadn't appointed an heir. Court officials repeatedly petitioned him to name a crown prince, but the emperor remained utterly unmoved. Despite this, Li Zhanji's popularity remained high as the presumed next in line. Li Zhanji himself recognized this situation, but being mild-mannered and non-confrontational, he only allowed himself to chuckle under his covers. Liu Yinhao, the ultimate grandmaster assigned by Li Onlong to monitor Li Yu, had dutifully resided at Prince Yongning's mansion for a full year without discovering any misconduct. Far from plotting rebellion, Li Yu would immediately stand at attention, facing the capital direction for 3 seconds whenever Li Onlong was mentioned, even while defecating, showing utmost reverence. Following Li Onlong's orders, Liu Yinhao repeatedly provoked and insulted Li Yu, committing numerous faux pas like spinning the lazy Susan while his superior was serving himself. Yet Li Yu always responded with unflappable grace, giving Liu Yinhao no excuse to escalate. This forced Li Onlong to shift his focus elsewhere. Year 39, age 54. While practicing 7th grade pill refining as usual, you opened a furnace expecting the standard 6 pills. But your eyes nearly bulged out when you saw 8 perfectly formed pills inside. Your 7th grade pill refining had finally reached mastery level, meaning you'd officially caught up to Xie Huida's rank as a genuine 7th grade pill refiner. Woohoo! You dragon cried in excitement, drawing Hu Zhongshuan, who burst into your refining chamber. Upon seeing the 8 pills, he lifted you in an ecstatic spin that triggered unpleasant memories, making you hastily demand to be put down. You understood his excitement. Only 1 step remained before you could refine the 8th grade, reviving Yang pill. That day, Hu Zhongshuan visited Deng Wanshu's chamber, repeatedly promising to awaken her. That evening when he emerged red-eyed, you pretended not to notice his grief. This year, Li Onlong finally named an heir, or rather didn't. Instead of choosing Li Zhanji or Li Qingping, he designated Li Chengping's eldest son as crown prince, leaving the entire court dumbfounded since Li Qingping wasn't even married yet. The emperor had essentially appointed a potentially non-existent heir, a move so quantum-mechanical it boggled minds. Yet upon reflection, many realized the logic. At 131 years old with 70 years remaining, Li Onlong would outlive the 21-year-old Li Qingping, who'd be 91 by then and unlikely to reign long. Thus, the move to skip a generation suddenly seemed reasonable. This development made the usually non-competitive Li Zhanji cry into his pillow, while Li Chengping's residence became swarmed with matchmaking nobles hoping their daughters might painlessly ascend to Empress Dowager status. 3 months later, during cultivation, your Star River Blade art completed 8 cycles. 7 years of accumulation culminated in a breakthrough. You advanced from early stage to mid-stage essence refining. Surging true qi unleashed powerful shockwaves that rattled doors and windows before subsiding. Your 9 condensation's profound skill also achieved its 6th condensation, elevating your combat prowess to casually defeating mid-stage grandmasters. Most remarkably, your decade-stagnant, divine microvision finally reached perfection. Now you could reliably enter the state, at will, without chance of failure. While prolonged maintenance remained mentally taxing, sustaining it for 10 to 15 days posed no problem. Like varying pregnancy risks from mere hand-holding, recovery periods differed by constitution. Yours required 2 or 3 days rest after 2 months of continuous use. Your Earth Source Sword Chi also progressed with 3 new comprehensions, totaling 16. Upon reaching peak essence refining, you planned to fuse them, eagerly anticipating whether you'd explode or ascend directly to ultimate Grandmaster status. Pleased with today's progress, you left the cultivation chamber. Hu Zhongshuan approached, asking about 8th grade pill refining progress. "Uncle," you exclaimed, "I only became a 7th grade refiner 3 months ago. Give me some breathing room." His current demands surpassed even your past life boss's exploitation. Realizing he'd pushed too hard, Hu Zhongshuan backpedaled. "No rush. If talent falls short, diligence will compensate. My talent's insufficient," you retorted, eyes widening. "I reached 7th grade younger than my master. Have some conscience, uncle." Seeing your unstable mental state, Hu Zhongshuan hastily changed topics. "Don't get upset. We'll refine my pills if you collapse. Anyway, your good friend came looking for you earlier." "Good friend?" You frowned. "I've always been a loner without entanglements." "What friend?" "You." Wan Qingwan stood in the courtyard, hands behind her back in a white dress, face radiant with joy. "Well, hello there, my good friend." You brightened, walking toward her. You walk over and circle around Wan Qingwan, giving her a once-over. "Good friend, that little dress of yours looks quite pretty today." Wan Qingwan is in her normal personality today, exuding a cold elegance. "Oh, haven't you seen me wear this before?" You take another look. It doesn't seem capable of holding something like a sex's foundational techniques, does it? Wan Qingwan's eyes curve into crescents as she smiles faintly. "I didn't bring any techniques with me." Your tone suddenly becomes calm and earnest. "Little Wan, as ordinary friends, I think we should maintain an appropriate distance." A misty smile appears in Wan Qingwan's eyes. "We can keep distance now, but we won't in the future." "What do you mean?" Wan Qingwan changes the subject without answering. "Do you know about the recent turmoil in the martial world? I'm a model citizen who doesn't mix with the underworld. How would I know about martial world affairs?" Wan Qingwan then explains the current situation in the martial world. Recently, conflicts have inexplicably broken out frequently between various sects, with attacks happening left and right. Long-standing grudges between sects have been dug up and used as excuses for violence. Small sects are fighting fiercely, while the 4 great sects and 2 demon factions have also joined the fray. Even ultimate grandmasters have entered the conflicts, with casualties already occurring. But every sect insists the other side struck first, claiming they're just seeking revenge. By now, who started it no longer matters. Many sects have become mortal enemies who fight on sight. The martial world has descended into complete chaos. Even neutral sects like Danxia sect have had multiple groups come to pick fights. Fortunately, Danxia sect has good relations, so it's only been minor skirmishes that Ruan Bai and the elders can handle. But with Danxia sect's strongest elder only at early dragon transformation stage, if a high-level dragon transformation or even a grandmaster comes, the elders won't be able to protect the sect. After hearing Wan Qingwan's account, you and Hu Zhongshuan exchange glances, concern evident in both your eyes. Hu Zhongshuan considers for a moment. "I'll return to the sect." "Elder uncle, can you stay at Danxia sect permanently?" you ask. Hu Zhongshuan thinks it over. "Impossible. Court matters require my attention. At most I can leave for 3 to 5 days." You say, "Then I should go back instead." Your temporary presence at Danxia sect would help, but once you leave, things would revert back. Hu Zhongshuan frowns. "That won't do either. While it shocked me that you killed mid-level dragon transformation Shinding Yuan, if a high-level dragon transformation or grandmaster comes, even you might get trapped there." You smile. "I don't think there'll be any problems." Hu Zhongshuan's eyebrow twitches as he studies you carefully. He knows that while you usually act carefree, you're serious when it counts, Your diligent cultivation proves that. He understands your confidence means you have a plan, but he doesn't know what gives you such assurance. Somewhat stunned, he probes. Not even a problem against a grandmaster. Shouldn't be a problem. We'll see, you say calmly. Hu Zhongshuan stares blankly at your composed expression, deep in thought. Finally, he says solemnly, if you encounter someone you can't beat, prioritize your safety. You shrug. I'm slippery as an eel. Who could catch me? Your current combat strength could kill a mid-level grandmaster, and with your 16 Earth Source Sword Chi going all out, even a peak grandmaster would have trouble. Even an ultimate grandmaster would find it difficult to capture you. Your wandering heaven steps and Earth Source Sword Chi would create significant obstacles. While you can't defeat an ultimate grandmaster, escaping wouldn't be a problem. You turn to Wan Qingwan. Good friend, want to come play at Danxia sect for a couple days. The sect leader is in the capital. I stay with her. Wan Qingwan refuses, though her tone remains amused. What? Is someone trying to kill Lian Long again? Honestly, being emperor seems pointless. Either being assassinated or on the way to being assassinated. No, the sect leader and other major faction leaders have all come to the capital. Not sure why. All of them. You look at Hu Zhongshuan, elder uncle, do you know? Hu Zhongshuan shakes his head in confusion. Though you can't figure out, you're certain these ultimate grandmasters are up to no good, but you can't be bothered to care. You leave directly with Wan Qingwan. Wan Qingwan goes to find Yin Jishu. You shoot into the sky, transforming into a streak of light heading toward Danxia sect. This time you plan to return quietly to avoid revealing your strength and drawing more attention to Danxia sect. You remind yourself, must enter the village quietly. No gunfire. Traveling at full speed, you soon reach Danxia sect. You know that normally, upon returning, you'd coincidentally arrive just as Danxia sect was cornered by a powerful enemy, allowing you to dramatically appear and save the day. You've even prepared some heroic one-liners, choosing the most impactful. How dare mere grandmaster bully my sect? Taste my blade. Imagining the scene makes you tremble with excitement. You're fully prepared to show off. But when you return, you find Danxia sect peaceful and quiet. So you go find Wan Bai. You discover Wan Bai sighing deeply. Turns out a late-stage dragon transformation cultivator came yesterday, claiming Danxia sect owed him 200 essence pills. Wan Bai knows this is another extortion attempt. Several such people have come recently. These extortionists don't demand much, just a few dozen or 100 pills, taking their loot and leaving quite professionally. Considering the loss is minor, Wan Bai thought it better to pay than provoke trouble. Hiring high-level martial artists for protection would cost more than the extorted pills. But daily extortion is unbearable. So Wan Bai had already sent letters to you and Hu Zhongshuan days ago, though the messages naturally haven't arrived due to the distance. Just as Wan Bai worries about what to do next, you descend from the sky in radiant splendor. You stride directly into the main hall, where Wan Bai's fragile heart is instantly soothed at the sight of you. It's as if he's seeing his own father's towering figure. Warm sunlight floods his heart. Senior brother, why did you take so long to return? Wan Bai clutches your leg, weeping uncontrollably with perfect emotional delivery. Senior brother, now that you're back, the dawn has come. You pat Wan Bai's head. Good child, tell senior brother, which little bully picked on you? Wan Bai explains everything in detail. He adds that yesterday's late-stage dragon transformation extortionist left saying, I also bought 50 healing pills. I'll come back tomorrow for them. Your eyes narrow. That motherfucker's gotten addicted to pills. Exactly, senior brother, Wan Bai says resentfully. You look at Wan Bai. Tomorrow lure that greedy kitten into the main hall. I'll cure his gluttony. Wan Bai nods frantically. Yes. Senior brother, yes. Dear Tim, the late-stage dragon transformation cultivator indeed returns. Wan Bai gracefully leads him into the main hall. Hero Zhang, please sit. You mentioned buying 50 golden sore pills, but our records show no such transaction. Hero Zhang, seated in a chair, glares. Ha! Is Dansha's sect going back on its word? Don't blame me for losing my temper. Bang! Hero Zhang slams his palm, shattering a fine rosewood tea table into splinters and dust. Hero Zhang, don't be angry. I've sent for the account books. Once verified, we'll get your pills immediately. Ruanbai hurriedly placates. What account books? Give me my pills. Hero Zhang roars. Since he never actually bought any, the accounts would only expose his lie. But Ruanbai remains unmoved. Hero Zhang knows that one-on-one, no one in Dansha sect can match him, but if the whole sect gangs up, he'd be in trouble. So he hasn't resorted to direct force. But Ruanbai's indifference to his blatant extortion makes Hero Zhang feel the sting of passive aggression. Fury rises in his heart as malice fills his guts. He raises his palm to strike Ruanbai's chest. Clang! A clear blade rings out. Hero Zhang's hand is severed clean at the wrist. Ah! Hero Zhang let out a miserable scream and suddenly retreated violently. He looked up in terror and saw you holding the soul awakening blade, having appeared at the seat he had just occupied without anyone noticing. Who are you? He stared at you suspiciously while circulating his true chi to stop the bleeding from his wrist that was pouring blood. Which organization are you from? You asked coldly. Hero Zhang shuddered all over under your icy, killing intent. He felt it keenly and stammered. I have no sect, no faction. I'm a lone warrior. No sect or faction. No sect or faction. Clang! You sliced Hero Zhang from head to toe with one stroke, producing 2 fresh corpses. If you had said no gang earlier, I wouldn't have had to hide for so long. You ordered Ruanbai to clean up the bodies and conceal the news, making sure no one knew. However, Ruanbai stared at you blankly for a long while without moving. Your strength shocked him for 10,000 years. He had expected a fierce life-and-death battle between you and Hero Zhang. But little did he know you dispatched Hero Zhang, a late-stage dragon transformation cultivator, with a single light stroke. Ignoring Ruanbai's stunned open mouth, you returned directly to your former courtyard. As usual, you went to pay respects at Xie Huida's and Deng Rusong's graves. Ruanbai had kept the 2 graves clean and tidy. From the outside, they looked like they were freshly buried today. In the following days, you and Ruanbai worked together running a sting operation. Ruanbai was responsible for luring the extorting warriors into the Dansha sect, and you guided them toward the end of their lives. During this period, a late-stage Grandmaster Cultivator even appeared. That day, facing the Grandmaster Cultivator, Ruanbai was so frightened that he could barely speak, and his legs trembled as he walked. He barely summoned his courage to bring that Grandmaster to the Dansha sect's main hall. He thought you wouldn't be able to defeat this person and desperately contemplated what to do. Ruanbai trembled inside, considering whether to just give the Grandmaster a pill. You, however, rushed out without hesitation and clashed clang after clang with the late-stage Grandmaster. Seeing your desperate struggle, Ruanbai was so moved that he fled more than 20 miles on the spot. When he sneaked back at night to collect your body, you happened to block him. Ruanbai sat on the ground in terror, pleading that the debts and grievances should have clear owners, telling you to go haunt whoever tried to kill you and not drag him down. You threw the Grandmaster's corpse in front of him, and only then did he believe you had killed this late-stage Grandmaster Cultivator. You, a mid-stage essence refining cultivator, killing a late-stage Grandmaster was almost a fairy tale. Ruanbai's respect for you had turned into deep fear. He asked if the Grandmaster had died from a heart attack during the fight. You kicked him irritably and told him to handle corpse. In truth, this battle was not easy for you. You had unleashed a tremendous amount of Earth Source Sword Chi and needed 10 to 15 days to recover properly. Fortunately, after these Dragon Transformation and Grandmaster Cultivators mysteriously never returned from the Dansha sect, no one dared to take advantage of the chaotic martial world situation to harass Dansha sect anymore. You also had time to heal your injuries. While recuperating, you heard news about Lin Mo. Lin Mo, now 30 years old, had already reached the late-stage Dragon Transformation. Your martial cultivation realm was completely surpassed by him. He showed you no face in surpassing your realm at all. This recent intense upheaval in the martial world also dragged Lin Mo's Heavenly Tao alliance into the fray, suffering considerable casualties. Lin Mo himself rose to fame through this turmoil. His insanely fast martial cultivation speed taught a harsh lesson to everyone in the martial world. More importantly, not only was Lin Mo advancing rapidly, his combat strength was also terrifying. A few days ago, Lin Mo, at late-stage Dragon Transformation, successfully reversed and defeated a veteran peak Grandmaster, shocking the entire Great Qian. This battle solidified Lin Mo's reputation. Everyone in the martial world now knew there was a prodigious genius Heavenly Tao Alliance leader, who, despite being only Dragon Transformation level, already radiated the aura of the #1 ultimate Grandmaster contender. Extremely impressive. Lin Mo was riding high, and you deliberately avoided contacting him to prevent anyone from noticing your connection. After healing, you still guarded the Danxia sect. However, there are now absolutely no people daring to come to Danxia sect to poke around, since that late-stage Grandmaster never returned. The Underworld brothers guessed that Hu Zhongshuan had returned to Danxia sect. But soon it was discovered that Hu Zhongshuan had not returned and was still clocking in at the capital normally. This instantly cast a veil of mystery over Danxia sect, making outsiders even more afraid to cause trouble. While cultivating, you looked at the chaotic martial world situation and an idea surfaced. Is it okay if I take advantage of the chaos to investigate Duan Qian's house? According to the information Hu Zhongshuan gave you earlier, Duan Qian had a peak Grandmaster cultivator as a personal bodyguard. You still remembered the experience of that cultivator cutting your large ball off, which was noted carefully in your little notebook, though the cultivator himself didn't know he had killed you. But this grudge had to be remembered because your mind was narrower than a needle's eye. After all, he wasted a whole moment of your real time, an unforgivable crime. You couldn't kill that peak Grandmaster instantly yet, but with some effort, using fully automated Earth Source Sword Chi to blast him to death was still possible. This time, you wanted to stand before him and show how much you still resembled your old self. But this trip wasn't to risk your life. You only wanted to check whether all the captured people Duan Qian had taken were handed over to Li Yu, and maybe you could probably use background a little. With this thought, you set off the same day, fearing that if you left too late, the martial world would no longer be chaotic and you'd be easily exposed. This time, you prepared a decent sword for yourself and arranged for a disciple of the Sword Establishment Pavilion to take the blame if anything unexpected happened. You crossed mountains and rivers and soon arrived at Duan Qian's residence. By your fourth simulation, you had already figured out Duan Qian's routine and the guard shift changes. If you wanted to enter Duan Qian's mansion, you were as familiar with it as your own home. But you didn't act rashly. You waited outside until midnight before cautiously entering the mansion. Once inside, you activated Divine Microvision, which maximized your insight and perception. However, after searching the mansion 2 or 3 times, you couldn't find that peak Grandmaster cultivator. You even focused on the rooms around Duan Qian and still found no sign of him. With your current martial strength, perfect divine microvision, and innate flying sky cockroach traits, a peak Grandmaster cultivator absolutely could not evade your detection. This only meant that the peak Grandmaster really wasn't at Duan Qian's mansion. But isn't he Duan Qian's shadow bodyguard? Could it be that without shadows at night, there's no protection? You didn't dwell on this for now and started searching for other clues. Soon, you discovered something very unusual. You found that beneath Duan Qian's residence was a huge dungeon, almost the same size as the house above ground, with 3 levels in total. How many people the hell could they fit here? You cautiously entered the dark, damp dungeon. You found all 3 levels were empty, looking abandoned for quite some time. But the mottled bloodstains on the walls and floors revealed that this place had been a human hell. You estimated the brutality must have nearly matched your 10,000-man pit. The dungeon has been empty for so long, which means Duan Xian has washed his hands of it for quite a while. Your mind churned. If Duan Xian used these youngsters as bribes, then as long as he's still in office, the political transactions wouldn't suddenly stop. That means these youngsters were sacrificed for cultivation, and those cultivating have reached their limit, so Duan Xian stopped capturing people. You roughly understood the situation. After leaving the dungeon, you cautiously searched a few more times, but found nothing else. You slipped away only at the first light of dawn. After leaving Duan Qian's mansion, you didn't return straight to Danxia sect. Instead, you circled several states with divine microvision active and even went twice around the Songwang Desert. You visited your old home from the years you were known as the Desert Reaper, but since you hadn't planted trees or cultivated the land, it remained a barren desert. After confirming you weren't being followed, you headed to Danxia sect. By the time you returned to Danxia sect, it was already the next year. Year 40, you were 55 years old. After you got back, Ruanbai found you and said that the martial world upheaval had ended. He also said Hu Zhongshuan had come looking for you several times, telling you to return and meet him in the capital as he had something to tell you. So, after months of rushing on the road, you set out for the capital again. You sighed softly, "My business is just too busy." Just as you finished sighing and prepared to depart from the Danxia sect, Hu Zhongshuan happened to arrive. Hu Zhongshuan landed in your courtyard and visibly relaxed upon seeing you. Having received no news from you for several months, he had clearly been worried. His main concern was that if you died, there would be no one to refine the reviving yang pills. Though, of course, as your elder, he also felt some genuine concern. "Where have you been running off to these past months?" Hu Zhongshuan asked with concern in his voice. You smiled. "The world is vast. I just went out for a walk." Hu Zhongshuan studied you. "As long as you're unharmed." "Uncle, you've come looking for me several times. There must be something important." "Indeed, there are two matters I wish to discuss." Your expression brightened. "Let me guess, news about the Earth Source?" Hu Zhongshuan hesitated before responding. "There are indeed new developments, but I'm still considering. How is your pill refining progressing?" "Still haven't mastered 8th grade, but I can feel the breakthrough isn't far off." Hu Zhongshuan's face lit up. "Good. As long as there's hope." "Uncle, you mentioned two matters. What's the other one?" "It's like this." Hu Zhongshuan then explained the origins of the recent martial world turmoil. Originally, this conflict had been deliberately instigated by Li Onlong working behind the scenes. He sent agents disguised as members of various sects to attack others, deliberately leaving evidence to frame them and sow discord between factions. Naturally unaware of the deception, each sect believed they were merely retaliating, attacking their supposed enemies with lethal force. The violence escalated rapidly. As more sects became involved, the situation erupted into full-scale conflict. By the later stages, none cared anymore about who had struck first. Their sole desire was the complete annihilation of their enemies. When the chaos reached unprecedented levels, many began suspecting something unnatural about these events. Major sects launched investigations into the conflict's origins. The sects gathered and interrogated those involved in the initial clashes, discovering neither side had actually instigated the attacks as claimed. After examining more cases, they finally realized a third party had been manipulating events from the start. If this large-scale bloodshed continued unchecked, every sect would suffer devastating losses, with irreparable rifts forming between them. Eventually, they might fragment into isolated factions constantly at war. The question was obvious. Who stood to benefit most from such division? All evidence pointed to Li Onlong. The truth was that during both the Earth Source distribution at Yajianku and the Imperial Throne defense, Li Onlong had paid several grandmasters from major sects for assistance. This made him realize these sects' combined power threatened his rule. While the Li Imperial clan boasted the most grandmasters of any single faction, the martial world's total number of grandmasters was 2 to 3 times greater. Li Onlong feared that if the sects ever united under something like a martial alliance leader, he might end up calling someone else Your Majesty. Thus began Li Onlong's campaign to divide and weaken the sects through manufactured conflicts. His plan was to let grievances fester before crushing each faction individually, consolidating his own power. But this time, Li Onlong had acted too blatantly and hastily. The major sects caught on, and their grandmaster representatives converged on the capital. The message was clear. As long as Li Onlong ruled peacefully, the martial world would respect his authority. But with his scheming exposed, the Brothers of the Road needed to have words with His Majesty. Being rough martial artists, their words might be blunt and their actions forceful, for which they could only offer a casual sorry. New. When Wan Qingwan previously mentioned Yin Zhixue and numerous grandmasters arriving in the capital, this was the event she referred to. Before entering the capital, these leaders had restrained their own sects and affiliates, allowing tensions to gradually ease this year. After hearing Hu Zhongshuan's account, you asked, did they kill Li Onlong? Hu Zhongshuan gave you a weary look. Only about 20 grandmaster representatives came. They negotiated terms with His Majesty before departing. Li Onlong must have paid dearly this time. Let's just say his face remained ashen for months. You understood Li Onlong had suffered major losses, not just in compensation, but in alienating the major sections. Future requests for assistance would likely be refused. Most ironically, Li Onlong's scheming had given the previously fragmented martial world a common enemy, in Emperor Xuanwu himself. Rather than dividing the sects, he'd unintentionally united them. Should the martial brothers take inspiration and actually form a martial alliance, Li Onlong wouldn't dare close his eyes to sleep. You had no particular thoughts about the scheming emperor, only that he might one day engineer his own downfall. After your conversation, Hu Zhongshuan wanted you to return to the capital with him, but you remained at Danxia sect to test an idea. Hu Zhongshuan departed alone, no longer concerned for your safety after learning from Ruan about your ability to kill grandmaster-level experts. Though shocked, he strictly ordered Ruan to keep this secret. A mid-stage essence refining cultivator killing a late-stage grandmaster was unheard of. Your ability to defeat higher-level opponents surpassed even the recently famous Heavenly Dao Alliance leader Lin Mo, who Zhongshuan knew you must possess special methods, but asked no questions. In their world, everyone had secrets. After Hu Zhongshuan left, you continued training diligently at Danxia sect. You reflected on your rigorous cultivation, practicing through summer's heat and winter's cold. 39 days here, 27 there. You shook your head to clear it. Within days, you completed your 7th true qi condensation. Against that same late-stage grandmaster now, you wouldn't suffer such severe injuries. You set out to find Lin Mo, needing his help with a small matter. Your comprehension of Earth Source Sword Qi progressed frustratingly slow. You planned to demonstrate some Earth Source Sword Qi techniques for Lin Mo, hoping he might offer insights to accelerate your understanding. Soon you arrived at Lin Mo's Heavenly Dao Alliance, now thriving with talent and impressive displays of power. Using Lin Mo's exclusive VIP Alliance Leader token, you gained entry. Finding Lin Mo, you led him to your usual secluded training valley, where you stood by a large lake. Lin Mo, watch closely. Uncle's going to show you some real sword qi. Bang! A surge of Earth Source sword qi shot out, exploding at the center of the vast lake and sending massive water splashes into the air, causing the entire lake's surface to tremble violently. Many fish in the lake floated belly up to the surface. The sheer power made Lin Mo gasp in shock. Uncle, what technique is this? Did you create this too? Well, this is actually You almost instinctively claimed credit. But fortunately, you stopped yourself in time, suppressing the strong urge to show off. Otherwise, when Lin Mo truly came into contact with Earth Source, you'd be thoroughly embarrassed. You told Lin Mo this was a signature technique created by someone else. Lin Mo nodded thoughtfully. The creator must have been an ultimate grandmaster. You asked if Lin Mo had noticed anything special about it, but he didn't have many insights yet. You fired several more bursts of Earth Source Sword Qi to give him a clearer demonstration. This time Lin Mo actually gained some comprehension, though it wasn't particularly helpful to you. Having already mastered 16 strands of Earth Source Sword Chi yourself, you'd already considered most of what Lin Mo pointed out. But this did prove Lin Mo's extraordinary talent. Just by watching your demonstrations, he could analyze the technique. You persistently demonstrated Earth Source Sword Chi to Lin Mo, and gradually he began offering insights you hadn't considered before. Seeing hope, you continued showing Lin Mo the Sword Chi from every angle. Fast, slow, heavy, light, trying every possible variation. Truthfully, letting Lin Mo directly comprehend the Earth Source would be more efficient. You could even have him focus only on the 8 strands you hadn't mastered yet, going straight to the key points. But you didn't dare do that. Given Lin Mo's talent, you feared he might slurp up all your Earth Source in one go. He might even burp and ask if you had any more of such treasures. So letting Lin Mo directly comprehend the Earth Source would be like giving a death sentence to a duck. Completely unnecessary. After Lin Mo started gaining new insights into Earth Source, the two of you built a small cabin and settled in the canyon. Every day you'd release Earth Source Sword Chi for Lin Mo to analyze and help your comprehension. Lin Mo's insights became increasingly valuable to your progress. 3 months later, thanks to Lin Mo's meticulous analysis and shared experiences, you successfully comprehended 2 new strands of Earth Source Sword Chi. Out of 24 total strands, you'd now mastered 18. Feeling pleased, you were about to give Lin Mo some motivational talk to keep him working hard, when suddenly you sensed violent surges of true Chi around Lin Mo as he cultivated the powerful aura of dragon transformation peak stage erupting from him. Your jaw dropped. You broke through. Through comprehending Earth Source Sword Chi, Lin Mo had directly advanced from late dragon transformation to peak dragon transformation. And this wasn't even from direct Earth Source comprehension, just from analyzing the Sword Chi you released after your own comprehension. It was like you ate a full meal, while Lin Mo just smelled the aroma from beside you, yet somehow gained 20 pounds. Absolutely ridiculous. You were convinced, thoroughly convinced, and grateful you hadn't let Lin Mo directly comprehend the Earth Source. Uncle, thank you. Thank you for pushing me, letting me comprehend Sword Chi, always believing in me and nurturing me. I'll never forget your kindness. Thud. Bang, bang, bang. Lin Mo performed a triple kowtow before standing back up. You were stunned. This kid was too sincere, but you couldn't blame him. From Lin Mo's perspective, you exhausted your true Chi daily and used precious pills to recover, all just to release Sword Chi for his benefit. To prevent slacking, you made him summarize his daily insights. You appeared as the perfect, strict but caring mentor. This moved Lin Mo to tears. Looking at him, you realized his imagination might be even stronger than his martial talent. A genius with wild imagination. You patted this imaginative kid's shoulder with feigned kindness. Good boy. I'm glad you understand your uncle's intentions. Let's continue. Lin Mo nodded solemnly, eyes filled with determination. 2 months later, you squeezed out 2 more strands of Earth Source Sword Chi from Lin Mo's analyses. You now comprehended 20 strands, with only 4 remaining. Another month passed. Feeling Lin Mo's insights were no longer as helpful, you gradually reduced the frequency of your sessions. You began focusing on mastering 8th grade pill refining at Danxia sect. Batch after batch of 8th grade pills ended as failures. Yet you grew increasingly confident. You could feel the breakthrough coming. Year 41. After another failed batch of 8th grade pills, you decided to rest for 2 days before making your final push for 8th grade mastery. The day was clear, with a pleasant breeze. You visited Xie Huida's gravesite. Hands behind your head, a blade of grass between your teeth, you leaned leisurely against the grave mound. Master, truth be told, my pill refining is about to surpass yours. But don't blame me for this. If I succeed in refining the reviving yang pill from Master's wife, she'll be with Martial Uncle from then on. You wouldn't mind, right? If you really mind, just say something. You? Well, since you're not saying anything, don't blame me later. You stayed until sunset before returning to your courtyard. Upon returning, you found a letter from Lin Mo announcing he'd reached early Grandmaster stage, proudly stating he hadn't disappointed you. You froze reading the letter. After a long pause, you let out a shrill scream. You damn kid, you've completely disappointed me. Lin Mo's progress after comprehending Earth Source Sword Chi was terrifying. Just last year, he reached peak dragon transformation, and now he was already early Grandmaster. You raged. Is this even human? In fury, you threw some rose seeds into the dirt and angrily watered them. After venting, you headed inside to refine pills. But Hu Zhongshuan suddenly landed excitedly in your courtyard. You! His face flushed with excitement. You approached. Oh, good news, Martial Uncle. Hu Zhongshuan couldn't contain his grin. Great news. I can obtain a strand of Earth Source. Your eyebrows shot up. No shit. Really? Absolutely true. Congratulations, Martial Uncle. You genuinely shared his joy. By the way, any progress with 8th grade pills? Hu Zhongshuan asked eagerly. You smiled. About to break through to entry level. Pretty confident. Excellent. Hu Zhongshuan's voice trembled. How much longer? Just a few days. After thinking, Hu Zhongshuan excitedly said, Then I'll stay a few days. Wait, Martial Uncle. Why are you supervising me like a prisoner? I'm not going anywhere. Hu Zhongshuan hesitated. You're right. I might disturb you. I'll return to the capital then. No need. You said confidently, stay 2 days. Seeing my progress might reassure you. Hu Zhongshuan brightened. Deal. You turned and entered the pill refining room. On the 3rd day, you emerged calmly. Hu Zhongshuan, who had been waiting anxiously, sprang up and stared intently. You opened your palm, revealing 2 8th grade pills exuding medicinal fragrance. Martial Uncle, mission accomplished. Hu Zhongshuan's expression was excited as he quickly walked over. He immediately took the 2 8th grade pills from your hand and carefully examined them, feeling the faint residual heat of the pills burning slightly in his hand. Hu Zhongshuan laughed loudly while looking up at the sky. Excellent, excellent, my good junior nephew. It's not far now, finally not far. After a burst of laughter, Hu Zhongshuan soared into the sky and flew toward the capital city. You stared at your empty hands, stunned for a moment. Hey, wait a minute, give me back the pills, old dang. Those are 8th grade pills. Hu Zhongshuan was so excited he didn't hear a thing. Within a few breaths, he had flown far away. You couldn't even catch up if you wanted to. You were extremely annoyed. I've always been the one sneaking things from others, but today someone sneaked something from me. What a humiliation, an absolute disgrace. Watching Hu Zhongshuan's figure grow smaller and smaller, you gradually calmed down. A thoughtful glint flickered in your eyes. Hu Zhongshuan had sounded very happy when he said he could get Earth Source, but you knew he must be paying a huge price. He didn't say where the Earth Source came from, but you could roughly guess it was provided by Li Onlong. Because Hu Zhongshuan had few connections among the martial world sects, the only way to obtain Earth Source was to ask from imperial relatives and high-ranking officials. Given the rarity of Earth Source, the only one who could spare extra Earth Source was Li Onlong. You stroked your chin. Li Onlong provides the Earth Source, so what's the price? As your senior uncle is a key official in the court, unless Li Onlong asks him to commit suicide on the spot, Li Onlong can basically make your senior uncle do anything. But Li Onlong gave your senior uncle a piece of Earth Source. What kind of matter requires Li Onlong to additionally give your senior uncle Earth Source for him to devote himself fully? You couldn't think of an answer for now, but you believed the answer would come soon. Because the thing Hu Zhongshuan is going to do definitely isn't small. Whether it succeeds or fails, you should know about it. You went back to focus on your own cultivation. 7 months later, relying on your world-rare comprehension ability, you finally grasped a whole Earth Source Sword Chi without Lin Mo's guidance. You somewhat missed Lin Mo's rapid pace of leading you to comprehend 4 pieces of Earth Source in 5 months. But unfortunately, his enlightenment no longer had much effect on you. You had currently comprehended 21 of the 24 Earth Source Sword Chis, with only 3 remaining to unlock. Your 9 condensation's profound skill had completed 8 rounds of true chi condensation, with only the last one left to complete the entire true chi condensation of the essence refining realm. Now the bone quality improvement brought by the 9 condensation's profound skill became very obvious. Your martial talent was comparable to the direct disciples of the 5 major sections. Your talent was soon validated. 1 month later, boom, centered on you, a circle of transparent shockwaves rippled outward. Your dark green robe fluttered wildly. The small courtyard's houses shook several times before finally standing crooked and unstable. Your house instantly became a dangerous building. Your martial realm directly advanced into the late essence refining stage. Awesome. Totally awesome. Now, even without unleashing Earth Source Sword Chi, late-stage Grandmaster Warriors couldn't withstand your single strike. You didn't stop and further cultivated the heavenly desire formless technique to the late essence refining stage. Now you could fight, run, and had a deadly trump card. You were strong in all aspects. You had never been this confident before. With abnormal confidence, you recalled your minor friction with Li Yu and Duan Xian. You clenched your fist and said in a low voice, "Prince Yoning Li Yu, huh? Today maybe tomorrow or the day after, well, maybe in a few years, I will definitely make you pay." The more you spoke, the more hesitant your expression became, because you realized Li Yu was at the peak of Grandmaster realm and couldn't be defeated without injury for now. "Today, I'll just let you off the hook," you muttered viciously to yourself. "Yu-He, who are you letting off the hook?" A cool and lively voice came. Wan Qingwan appeared in the courtyard, her brows and eyes smiling at you. You looked up calmly. "You're here, my ordinary friend." Wan Qingwan's mouth twitched slightly as she pulled a book from her arms. Sec-level martial skill, guarding gate body technique. Your expression instantly brightened as you quickly walked over with a flattering smile. "You're too kind, my good friend." You reached out and took the martial skill, flipping through it excitedly. Your eyes held only a thirst for the sect martial skill, without any other emotions. Wan Qingwan's face was cool and calm as she slightly raised her head to look at you. Her eyes glittered with a mysterious light. After a brief look, you understood the guarding gate body technique was a body-strengthening martial skill that required collecting blood from fierce beasts to integrate into your own body to enhance physique. The stronger the physique of the beast, the better the strengthening effect for the practitioner. Wan Qingwan told you there was once a martial artist with very poor talent who gave up martial arts and focused on collecting various fierce beast bloods to integrate into himself. Eventually, that martial artist's physical body strength reached a level second only to the ultimate grandmaster. If that martial artist hadn't reached the end of his lifespan, his limit could have increased further, possibly reaching the level comparable to the ultimate grandmaster's physical body. Therefore, the guarding gate body technique's upper limit was very high, but required collecting a huge variety of blood to be effective. It was a martial skill relying not only on strength, but also on luck. "Can it really make the body comparable to an ultimate grandmaster?" you asked excitedly. Wan Qingwan lightly laughed. "Yes." You were thrilled. "Great. Little Wan, I hereby declare that from today, our good friend relationship is upgraded. You are promoted to my sworn friend." "Congratulations." Wan Qingwan smiled intoxicatedly, her voice like a clear mountain stream. "All right." You sincerely smile back. You smiled because the guarding gate body technique was tailor-made for you. Since you could simulate endlessly, you had no worry about lifespan exhaustion. Theoretically, you could collect the blood of every fierce beast in the world. Moreover, the upper limit of the guarding gate body technique was unknown. If the limit was the ultimate grandmaster, you had already gained a lot. If the limit was even higher, you would profit immensely. You would become an ultimate grandmaster sooner or later, and with the guarding gate body technique, your physical body would be a super enhanced version even among ultimate grandmasters. And you thought quietly, if I capture fierce beasts and raise them in captivity, feeding them pills daily, Their physique will surely become stronger. Then if I bleed them one by one, wouldn't I get super beast blood? The more you thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and you couldn't help laughing out loud. Ha! I'm a genius. Wan Qingwan tilted her head slightly in puzzlement. In what way? Every way. Wan Qingwan smiled faintly. Then why is your cultivation realm still below mine? You hurriedly interrupted. Shut your fragrant mouth. Don't say things that hurt feelings. How do you know it's fragrant? I knew it. You've tasted it. None of your business. Wan Qingwan fell silent, pursed her moist, red lips, and a small arc appeared at the corner of her mouth. You felt your mouth go a bit dry as well. Thirsty? You asked. What? You suddenly hugged Wan Qingwan tightly and pressed your lips against hers. Soft and fragrant, she melted into your embrace as you indulged yourself. Little one was caught off guard and responded clumsily. After a long while, the lips parted. In Wan Qingwan's eyes, ripples of water flowed. Her cool, pale cheeks added a few more charms. You suddenly lifted Wan Qingwan in a horizontal embrace. She laughed lightly and wrapped her arms around your neck. You smiled faintly. Since the atmosphere is set, let me take you to see my special bed. What's so special about it? It has 4 bedposts. Hee. That's so special, I have to see it. Here, omitted 100,000 words. Another classic next day. The two of you woke up refreshed and energized. You went to the small courtyard and lay down on 2 recliners. What exactly is our relationship now? Wan Qingwan slightly narrowed her eyes as she gazed at the sky. Don't worry, we're still good friends. We just did some things that only good friends can do. How many good friends do you have? Just you. Wan Qingwan's eyes curved into crescents, her expression peaceful and serene. You spent a pleasant half-day lounging together in this friendly atmosphere. Oh, Wan Qingwan suddenly remembered something. Did you know your martial uncle has been promoted to Minister of Personnel? You turned your head in surprise. My martial uncle got promoted? Yes. You were instantly dumbfounded. You couldn't understand. Lian Long had already bestowed the Earth Source upon Hu Zhongshuan, which was an enormous favor. Not only did Hu Zhongshuan not have to pay any price, but he was even promoted to Minister of Personnel. The Ministry of Personnel was always the highest among the 6 ministries, responsible for official appointments and transfers. The Minister of Personnel was even jokingly called the Heavenly Official. Hu Zhongshuan had previously been left Vice Minister in the Ministry of War. While still an influential position, he was ultimately second in command under the Minister of War. Now Lian Long directly appointed Hu Zhongshuan as head of the Ministry of Personnel, putting him firmly above his former superior. What scheme is that clever little devil Lian Long plotting now? After some thought, you decided to go to the capital to investigate. You stood up. Good friend, I'm going to the capital. Want to come? Wan Qingwan slowly opened her drowsy eyes, smiling brightly. Together. Come on, hop on. Wan Qingwan stood up and threw herself into your arms. You picked her up bridal style as she wrapped her arms around your neck. Whoosh! Carrying Wan Qingwan's bonelessly soft body, you shot into the sky. Half a month later, taking a rest stop, the two of you entered an inn. You sat down and waved. Waiter, menu. Coming. The waiter hurried over. What would you like to order? Honored guests. You gestured grandly. 2 small bowls of beef noodles. Extra beef, extra noodles. The waiter's eyes sparkled with understanding. So you mean 2 large bowls of beef noodles? A true professional waiter indeed. Nothing gets past you. You feigned surprise before changing your order. Just bring us 5 of your signature dishes. You remembered during the 3rd simulation, your 80th birthday was celebrated with Wan Qingwan over 5 dishes. You couldn't help but glance at Wan Qingwan across the table. Wan Qingwan looked back at you. The two of you gazed at each other with such intimacy it could form threads. Just then, a conversation behind you caught your attention. Oldly not bad. You're getting some meat in your diet now. Old Zhao, what do you mean? If you can afford meat now, why can't I? True. We've been poor our whole lives. Never thought we'd see this day. Heaven has eyes after all. What do you mean, heaven? You should thank Minister Hu. If he hadn't forcefully implemented the taxation by land acreage policy, we'd still be crushed under all those excessive taxes. Yes, yes, both His Majesty and Minister who are gods descended to save us commoners. Taxation by land acreage, you murmured. So Lian Long finally did something decent. Now you understood why Hu Zhongshuan had been promoted to Minister of Personnel. Lian Long was using Hu Zhongshuan as his sharpest blade to implement this policy that would upset most of the gentry and nobility. Taxation by land acreage simplified Great Qian's numerous complicated taxes into one official tax, and only taxed based on the amount of land farmers owned. Payment was standardized in silver, preventing lower officials from using tricks like overflowing measures to profit. The policy abolished miscellaneous taxes, suddenly cutting off the nobility and officials' illegal profit channels. By now, all court officials probably hated Hu Zhongshuan, who had been pushed into direct opposition with all privileged interest groups. Understanding the situation, after the meal, Yu and Wan Qingwan flew to the capital at even greater speed. Soon, you arrived at the capital with Wan Qingwan. Familiar with the route, you landed directly in Hu Zhongshuan's residence. Guards immediately surrounded you upon detection. Who goes there? How dare you intrude upon Minister Hu's residence? The original guards all knew you, but these were all unfamiliar faces. Each carried a deadly aura, clearly veterans who had seen real combat. You frowned slightly. As tensions rose, Hu Zhongshuan hurried from his study. Stand down. Yes, sir. Hu Zhongshuan looked at you. Then at Wan Qingwan, come inside. You followed him to the study. You noticed Hu Zhongshuan seemed more tense and alert than usual. Deng Wanshu's cold jade coffin was also in the study, with Deng Wanshu lying inside. But you noticed it wasn't the original coffin, but a new one. Puzzled, you asked, Marshal Uncle, the atmosphere here seems different. Hu Zhongshuan hesitated before answering. Someone tried to kill Wanshu. I've increased security. You frowned. Because of the taxation by land acreage policy? Hu Zhongshuan looked at you in mild surprise. Didn't expect you to understand court affairs. It turned out Hu Zhongshuan had earned the hatred of nearly all court officials for implementing the policy. Once taxation by land acreage was fully implemented across Great Qian, Hu Zhongshuan would become disposable to Lian Long. All wrong parties would then settle accounts with Hu Zhongshuan. As an ultimate grandmaster, Hu Zhongshuan himself was untouchable. But Deng Wanshu made a perfect target. Assassins had already been hired to kill Deng Wanshu in revenge. Recently, a grandmaster-level assassin had attacked Deng Wanshu at night. Fortunately, Hu Zhongshuan intervened in time, narrowly preventing tragedy. But Deng Wanshu's coffin was shattered, and she nearly injured, an extremely close call. Hence, Hu Zhongshuan had been on high alert. He requested trusted veterans from Yajianku to completely upgrade resident security. Now, an impenetrable fortress. You could imagine Hu Zhongshuan's lingering fear. After comforting him, you decided to stay at the residence. After all, Auntie still carried half of your master's legacy. Protecting her was no trouble. Hu Zhongshuan was overjoyed at your offer, knowing you could kill late-stage grandmasters. With you present, only an ultimate grandmaster could pose any threat. You settled into the residence. Wan Qingwan stayed with you for several months. Your nightly activities disturbed the entire household. Eventually, Hu Zhongshuan prepared a separate courtyard. He tactfully suggested you lovebirds would enjoy more privacy. Fine, I'll stay separately with my good friend. You agreed. Finally, the household could sleep peacefully again. Year 42. After Wan Qingwan left, your legs finally stopped trembling. You no longer needed excuses like too tired today or I owe you one. You resumed regular cultivation. One day, you completed the 9th and final true qi refinement of the essence refining stage. Your condensed true qi brought your combat power to peak grandmaster level. You also gained new insight into Earth Source Sword Qi. Only 2 of the 24 Earth Source Sword Qi remained. You eagerly anticipated fully merging with the Earth's source. That year, Li Onlong's 134th birthday celebration was held at the palace. Surprisingly, Prince Yongning Liu, who hadn't visited the capital for decades, requested permission to attend. Li Onlong granted his request. You were baffled. Why would that turtle stick its neck out now? On the emperor's birthday, the main streets of the capital were decorated with colorful archways adorned with auspicious plaques and couplets. As night fell, countless exquisitely crafted lanterns illuminated the lantern towers and streets of the capital, transforming the night into bright daylight. Hu Zhongshuan also entered the palace to attend Li Onlong's birthday celebration. During the banquet, various imperial relatives and high-ranking officials presented their congratulatory gifts. Hu Zhongshuan stepped forward to present his gift as well. Seeing Hu Zhongshuan approach, Li Onlong publicly commended him before all officials for implementing the taxation by land acreage policy. The expressions of the officials varied dramatically. When it was Li Yu's turn to present his gift, Li Onlong gave him a long, meaningful look. Then Li Onlong suddenly remarked, "So Prince Yongning knew all along. It seems we were the foolish ones." Li Yu immediately knelt in terror, kowtowing violently. "Your Majesty, please calm your anger. This unworthy grandson is too dull to understand your Majesty's meaning." Li Onlong chuckled. "As you wish." A barely concealed smile flashed across Li Yu's face. "Many thanks, Your Majesty." That night, Hu Zhongshuan returned to his residence. He hurried to check on Deng Wanshu immediately upon returning. Seeing you safely cultivating in the secret chamber, he sighed in relief. You slowly opened your eyes and smiled. "Uncle Master, back from the extravagant banquet. Those palace delicacies were just nibbles. Only we master-nephew pair can truly feast. Come, tonight we drink until we drop." You stood up until we drop. After a night of heavy drinking, you both retired separately. You returned to your cultivation. You balanced pill refining with cultivation. During this period, you also began preparations for the guarding gate body technique. You captured numerous fierce beasts: lions, tigers, bears of all sizes, wild boars. None escaped your grasp. Now wealthy beyond measure, you purchased a large plot on the capital's outskirts and built a manor to house these beasts. You gave this manor a lovely name, the zoo. Hiring specialized caretakers, you visited daily to feed the animals body-enhancing pills. Initially giving them human-grade, strengthening pills. Later, innovating animal-specific pills, the second-grade blood beast pills. As a proper 7th-grade pill refiner advancing toward 8th grade. Creating such pills came easily. The blood beast pills proved remarkably effective. One pill equaled 5 previous doses, with all animals giving glowing reviews. Your zoo thrived. Rhinos grew elephant-sized, elephants doubled in size, creating a spectacular sight. Were it not inconvenient, you'd have opened ticket booths to recoup costs. Your zoo currently housed over 50 animals of 10-plus species. You plan to raise them for a year before testing the guarding gate body technique with their blood. Your daily routine involved feeding blood beast pills to animals and Rosheng pills to Annie, alternating between them. You feared someday mixing them up and sending Annie into beast blood frenzy. Fortunately, you never made such elementary mistakes. A year passed quickly. Year 43. Under your meticulous care, the zoo animals grew plump and glossy. Frequent blood beast pill feedings made them adore you. They'd come thundering over whenever you appeared. A 1,000-pound striped tiger nuzzled like a golden tabby. A 3-ton rhino demanded to be lifted. Helpless, you indulged them all. Today you returned to the zoo. The year had come. Time for blood extraction. Taking 1 drop of essence blood from each species' strongest specimen left 16 drops total. Though just 1 drop, the essence loss left the beasts listless, their affectionate gazes gone. You released them back to the wild. Beginning blood fusion. Sitting in meditation, you activated the guarding gate body technique, absorbing each blood drop. The fusion proceeded smoothly, each drop bringing slight physical enhancement. With all 16 absorbed, crimson light flashed in your eyes as your lean muscles gained definition. Though outwardly unchanged, you felt definite physical improvement. 16 blood types proved insufficient for major combat boosts. But having tested the method, you planned continued beast raising for future extractions. That year, Hu Zhongshuan brought startling news. Prince Yongning Liu had successfully fused with Earth Source, achieving Ultimate Grandmaster. Soon after, Liu memorialized the throne with evidence of Duan Qian's corruption and oppression in Danzhou, claiming he'd meant to report to the censorate. But Duan Qian resisted violently, resulting in accidental cranial disintegration. Liu requested imperial punishment. Lian Long cited Liu's merit in capturing the rebel crown prince, dismissing it as accidental punishment. 3 ceremonial drinks. Liu an ultimate grandmaster now? Even more unkillable, you muttered, redoubling cultivation efforts. Your enhanced talent, now rivaling top sect disciples, brought astonishing progress. Soon you broke through to peak essence refining, combined with 9-fold true chi refinement. Your combat power now crushed peak grandmasters. Only ultimate grandmasters could threaten you now. In your courtyard, you laughed wildly. Ha ha! Without ultimate grandmasters, who in this wide world dares oppose me? Who can oppose me? At peak essence refining, you deemed yourself ready for Earth Source fusion. Only 2 remaining Earth Source Sword Chi insights stood in the way. But recent progress had slowed. Those last 2 insights proved stubbornly elusive. Your pill refining also advanced. Your 8th grade pill skill surpassed beginner level, reaching initial achievement. You can now produce 3 or 4 successful 8th grade pills per batch. Though far from mastery, this success rate already made you Danxia Sect's top pill refiner. As the sect's new top refiner, you remained humble. You merely visited Hu Zhongshuan and accidentally dropped 4 steaming 8th grade pills during conversation. The pills rolled to Hu Zhongshuan's feet, stunning him. These are... Feigning surprise, you looked down. Uncle Master, I seem to have dropped my freshly refined 8th grade pills by your feet. Could you pick them up? My back suddenly won't bend. Hu Zhongshuan gasped, summoning the pills to his palm with a gesture. One glance made him leap up. Overjoyed, you've achieved initial 8th grade success. You smiled faintly. You bet. Delighted, Hu Zhongshuan rushed over. Ha ha. You never cease to amaze me. Ah, yes, yes. You laughed guardedly, then extended a hand. First return my 4 8th grade pills. Hu Zhongshuan's smile froze as he reluctantly returned the pill to you. Kid, it was all a misunderstanding. All a misunderstanding? Exactly. Then returned the previous 2 pills as well. Hu Zhongshuan shook his head with pained reluctance. I thought you were a kind and generous child. Never expected you. You ate them, didn't you? You interrupted expressionlessly. Hu Zhongshuan pulled you to sit down. How could you think that of your uncle? I'm not that kind of person. Then you gave them to Andy. Hu Zhongshuan hesitated. Well, it's possible that might have happened. Did you tell Auntie I was the one who refined them? Hu Zhongshuan looked awkward. Once you can't hear anything in her condition. Your face fell. Uncle, I worked so hard refining these pills, and I don't even get the credit. Hu Zhongshuan looked uncomfortable. Next time for sure. You stood up angrily. I'm leaving. This hurts my pride. Whoever wants to refine pills can do it themselves. I quit. You took 3 quick steps forward, then retreated 1 step, glancing back at Hu Zhongshuan. Hu Zhongshuan watched you silently. You took 3 more steps and retreated 2. I'm really leaving this time? Hu Zhongshuan watched you failing to exit the study and shook his head helplessly. All right, out with it. What do you want? You grinned. Uncle, with your political influence and worldly wisdom, my admiration for you. Enough flattery. What do you want? You smiled. Just give me something interesting, Uncle. A few hundred sect-defining cultivation manuals or martial techniques would do. I'm not picky. As you spoke, the situation felt strangely familiar. You remembered similarly extracting treasures from Xiehueda and Dangrusong before. Essentially, you'd milked all three of Don Xiaosek's old foxes dry. They all volunteered. You thought shamelessly without remorse. Hu Zhongshuan pondered, I don't have hundreds of manuals, but there is something interesting I can give you. He retrieved an earth source bowl from a hidden compartment behind the study and handed it to you. Now experienced, you immediately recognized it as a container for earth source. You asked suspiciously, Uncle, what's this? You're giving me earth source now, not the actual earth source. This contains a strand of my purified source power, imbued with earth source's essence. Studying it will help your comprehension of both. Hu Zhongshuan continued smiling. While useless now, when you reach Grandmaster's peak and find earth source, this will significantly accelerate your fusion process. You accepted it calmly. My thanks, Uncle. Noting your expression, Hu Zhongshuan asked, not satisfied? If you really want cultivation manuals instead. You quickly said, this will do. Though unusable now, it's something to look forward to. Outwardly composed, you were internally ecstatic, exactly what you needed currently. Only two earth source sword chi remained uncomprehended, the most stubborn ones, showing no progress for over a year. Hu Zhongshuan's gift arrived perfectly timed, like receiving a pillow when drowsy. After more casual conversation, you returned to your residence. Immediately extracting the source power strand, you activated divine microvision and mind awakening technique, fully focusing on perception. Source power results from martial artists fusing with Earth Source. This strand illuminated the path to Earth Source fusion's final form, immensely aiding your comprehension. Within half a month, you'd completely mastered the strand secrets. The enlightenment was tremendous, filling your mind with new Earth Source knowledge. You felt confident about comprehending the remaining two sword chi. Just as you prepared to begin, Old Wang delivered a letter. Expecting Don Xiaosek troubles, you instead found it was from Lin Mo. The message could be summarized in one line. He'd advanced again. Lin Mo had reached mid-stage Grandmaster. Holding the letter silently, tears welled as caravan bells seemed to ring in your ears. Had you remained at Don Xiaosek, receiving his bragging letter would have been understandable. But why track you down in the capital? Shaking your head weakly. Kid, you're hunting me down. Lin Mo had advanced a minor realm in under 2 years, abnormally fast. After consideration, you realized, my Earth Source Sword Chi insights must have accelerated his cultivation. But it's been years since I shared any. Such lasting effects? I never noticed them myself. You regretted sharing those insights, fearing both Lin Mo's suffering and his success. Now he wasn't just succeeding, he was skyrocketing. Fortunately, you quickly regained composure. Petty Lin Mo dares shake my Dao heart. Brushing off this minor disturbance, you began comprehending the final two sword chi. Year 44, sitting cross-legged in your courtyard, eyes closed with a smile. Appearing deep in cultivation, but your consciousness had long departed. All awareness now resided within the simulation space. Your consciousness manifested as your form. A shimmering, ethereal sword orbited you excitedly. This was the Earth Source Sword. Thanks to Hu Zhongshuan's source power boost, you'd finally comprehended all 24 sword chi, meaning you'd gained this Earth Source's complete recognition. The sword radiated joyous energy, as if saying, only Brother Hiyu truly understands me. If it's Brother Hiyu, that thing would be okay. You sensed you could fuse with the Earth Source anytime now, but you decided to return to Dan Xiaosek for fusion. Attempting fusion under Ultimate Grandmaster, Hu Zhongshuan's nose would be detected. Even remote fusion in your private zoo might alert Capital's Ultimate Grandmasters. So you bid Hu Zhongshuan farewell, claiming to visit old friends to check if they died yet. No longer needing to worry about Deng Wanchu's safety, as Hu Zhongshuan, marginalized by Li Onlong after implementing the taxation by land acreage policy, now had more time to guard her. You could leave peacefully. Departing the capital that same day, you rushed excitedly toward Dan Xiaosek. Soon arriving back at the familiar sect, You meditated to adjust your state before suddenly opening your eyes. Finally, time for fusion. You sat cross-legged and activated divine microvision. With a slight thought, a translucent sword shimmering with misty white light suddenly materialized before you. The moment the Earth's source sword appeared, violent winds erupted. The sword carried tremendous might, as if receiving homage from the surrounding world. Without hesitation, your own formidable aura instantly erupted outward. Recognizing this familiar energy, the Earth's source sword emitted a clear chime and shot toward you like a swallow returning to its nest, plunging straight into your dantian. The Earth's source entering your body felt like gulping down strong liquor. Your organs, flesh, and bones instantly boiled with energy. Fuck, you cried out in pain. The Earth's source sword transformed into a vast energy that rapidly spread to every corner of your body. You couldn't maintain the cross-legged position anymore, collapsing to writhe in agony on the ground. Damn, this is kinda hot. Your skin's surface bubbled like boiling water, with flesh lumps continuously swelling and dissipating as your entire body contorted unnaturally. The true chi within you began being devoured and assimilated by the Earth source. The true chi reacted to the Earth source like mice encountering a cat, instantly swallowed whole without resistance. After half an hour of torment, the pain finally began subsiding. Your body underwent optimization, every muscle and bone refined to a higher state, faintly glowing with treasure-like radiance. Gradually, your physique transformed toward its most perfect form. Your strength, speed, consciousness, everything ascended to new heights. Slowly, you developed an inexplicable affinity with the surrounding world. Soon, the agony ended, replaced by transcendent clarity. The source power completed its final transformation. Tremendous energy now coursed endlessly through your body. Fuck yeah, you roared, ceasing your rolling on the ground. You slowly rose to your feet. Your clear eyes snapped open, radiating soul-shaking pressure. Your dark blue robes billowed violently without any wind. Your body gradually levitated, notably without using wandering heaven steps this time. Spreading your arms, you wore an expression of ecstasy. The courtyard beneath your feet shrank into the distance while the sky drew nearer. Though you'd witnessed vast horizons many times before, this experience felt profoundly different. Finally, goddammit, success! Your exhilarated shout echoed across the sky before fading away. Overwhelmed with excitement, the soul-awakening blade slid into your grip. Clang! You slashed fiercely toward the heavens. The sky brightened momentarily as the blade's energy, carrying the might of creation itself, pierced the clouds, leaving a massive straight tunnel through the atmosphere. Our Nigerian Iris section. This was the power of an ultimate grandmaster. Not only had your true chi transformed into source power, elevating your strength to new levels, your lifespan had also extended to 200 years. Though your martial realm remained essence refining, you'd become a genuine ultimate grandmaster. You'd officially entered the ultimate grandmaster ranks at merely peak essence refining, an achievement unprecedented and unlikely to ever be surpassed. I'm so fucking awesome, huh? You laughed maniacally. Post-euphoria, you noticed slight soreness in your sword arm and shook it dismissively. Probably overdid that slash. Whatever. You descended gently into the courtyard. Originally worried your peak essence refining physique couldn't withstand the Earth source transformation, those concerns proved unnecessary. Your actual combat prowess now ranked among the elite, even among ultimate grandmasters. And since your martial realm was merely peak essence refining, you still had room to grow. Technically, ultimate grandmaster wasn't a martial realm. Rather, warriors who underwent Earth source transformation. Other ultimate grandmasters could only receive this transformation at peak grandmaster stage, forever capping their progress. But you were different, still at peak essence refining with room to advance. When your Earth source enhanced body eventually reached peak grandmaster, You'd overpower all other ultimate grandmasters. In summary, you outwardly peak essence refining, but an ultimate grandmaster whose power defied all norms. In high spirits, you decided to go show off, but choosing your audience proved tricky. After deliberation, you narrowed it down to two candidates, Lin Mo, or that granddaughter of Jiao Mingxiu, whose name you never learned. After intense internal debate, you reluctantly settled on Lin Mo. You shot skyward immediately. Mid-flight, you kept muttering, "That damn Lin Mo always shakes my Tao heart." Today you'll witness Uncle Yu's mighty source power. Like Uncle's big source power? Huh? Answer me. Your crazy monologue continued until reaching the heavenly Tao Alliance, only to learn Lin Mo was away. Fine, you nodded regretfully. As you turned to leave, a guard added, "Oh, the Alliance leader asked me to tell you. He's reached late-stage Grandmaster. Says he hasn't disappointed you." You instantly clamped the guard's mouth shut. "No more talking. Rude." The confused guard nodded blankly, scratching his head at your rapidly departing figure. "What did I say wrong?" You returned to Danxia's sect gloomily. Intending to show off, you'd instead been shown up. By Lin Mo's absence, no less. He'd remotely outshone you, leaving you dizzy from the psychological blow. Upon reflection, since reaching peak dragon transformation, Lin Mo advanced one minor realm annually. This was the Grandmaster realm, not some lowly skin refining or bone tempering stage. Grandmaster progress normally seemed impossible as scaling heaven itself. Yet Lin Mo's dictionary apparently lacked the word bottleneck, just relentlessly leveling up. Calculating, if Lin Mo smoothly reached peak Grandmaster next year, he'd be a 36-year-old peak Grandmaster cultivator. Recalled during the third simulation, as Meow Gift, reaching peak Grandmaster of 41 was already record-breaking. Now Lin Mo might achieve the absurd feat at 36. Ridiculous. Absolutely ridiculous. You sighed repeatedly. Guess I have to break my own records. Then reconsidered. Wait, why should a 15-year-old ultimate Grandmaster envy Lin Mo? I'm the most badass one here. Technically correct. You were 15 by actual count, though over 140 by traditional reckoning. Age could be flexibly interpreted. Thus you self-comforted. Your own coping mechanisms grew increasingly effective. After becoming an ultimate essence refiner, you didn't return to the capital. Instead, you cordoned off a large back mountain area in Danxia sect to restart your zoo. You recaptured various fierce beasts, periodically feeding them blood beast pills to enhance your guarding gate body technique. Months later, these animals became increasingly aesthetic. Each grew robust and heavily muscled, their nightly roars shaking the heavens and scaring off wildlife for miles. You didn't hide this from Ruan Bai, though he never visited. One day, Ruan Bai approached. "Senior brother, I keep hearing intense howls from the deep mountains. Is everything all right?" You opened your eyes for meditation. Just small animals with loud voices. "Sleep tight." "Oh, okay." Ruan Bai left uncertainly. Time flows like water, slipping away quietly. Year 45. You're now 60 years old. You called Bai Chun and Jiao Mingxiu over for a small gathering in your courtyard. Nowadays, Bai Chun and Jiao Mingxiu rarely stayed at the Danxia sect. Jiao Mingxiu had to manage his martial arts school and had taken up long-term residence in his house in Yutong County. Now in his 50s, Jiao Mingxiu had long shed his simple and honest demeanor, transforming into a benevolent and steady man. Bai Chun was over 20 years older than Jiao Mingxiu, already 81 this year. You could clearly see Bai Chun's energy wasn't what it used to be. Though his old, reckless spirit still lingered, it had mellowed considerably. Bai Chun had already transferred ownership of his Mingchun court, no longer having the energy to manage it, though his personal wealth was more than sufficient. "Come, junior brothers, let's get drunk one more time." You raise your wine cup. Jiao Mingxiu steadily lifted his cup with a smile. "A toast to senior brother." Bai Chun also raised his cup, though without the brashness of his youth, offering a gentle smile. "Drink." That night, you all got thoroughly drunk in the courtyard. Drunk, you slept right on the ground, waking only to drink heartily again. No one pressured anyone to drink, yet you all got drunk over and over. Only when the morning sun rose and dawn broke did you gradually part ways, promising to drink together again next time. 3 days later, you went to the breeding grounds deep in the back mountains. Once again, you drew blood from each of the smaller animals there. This time you fused 48 new beast blood types, bringing your total to 64. Unlike the physical enhancement that came with realm advancement, fusing beast blood purely strengthened the body. It had a certain overwhelming force crushing all techniques quality to it. Alpha and Beta, you roughly compared your current state. The strength gained from fusing 64 beast blood types was equivalent to the physical power of early-stage skin refining. Though the enhancement wasn't tremendous, accumulation would eventually lead to qualitative change. What you noticed most distinctly was the reduction in pain after overusing source power, indicating your body was growing tougher. Through fusing beast blood, you discovered even minor differences between animal species counted as new blood types. For instance, though flint tigers and crimson flame tigers lived nearby, fusing both blood types strengthened your body. This gave you an idea. If I ever run out of new animals, could I crossbreed them to create new species that the Guarding Gate body technique would recognize as new blood sources? After all, horses and donkeys could produce mules, while lions and tigers could even bear ligers. The more you thought about it, the more excited you became. It seemed entirely feasible. But for now, we didn't need such measures, as collecting new animals was still easy. You decided to wait until gathering new beast blood became difficult before playing animal breeder. Who knows what kind of monsters I'll create then? You murmured to yourself. That day, Hu Zhongshuan came from the capital to see you. After brief pleasantries, he asked about your progress with 8th grade pill refining. This time, clear worry showed in Hu Zhongshuan's eyes. You studied him and asked, "Uncle, is there a problem with the earth source?" Hu Zhongshuan hesitated before answering. The earth source may dissipate in 3 to 5 years. That's not very decently on long. Giving you an expiring earth source? Hu Zhongshuan looked at you in surprise. How did you know His Majesty provided the earth source? Just a guess. Not too difficult to figure out. Hu Zhongshuan nodded. I didn't expect you to be so perceptive despite burying yourself in cultivation. Uncle, you're not here to pressure me, are you? I've only reached initial achievement in 8th grade pill refining. There's no way I'll reach great achievement in 3 to 5 years. Hu Zhongshuan sighed softly. I know that's unrealistic. I came to say that when you reach minor mastery, help me refine the reviving yang pill. You frowned slightly. Uncle, that would only give a 50 or 60% chance. It'd be a complete gamble. That earth source can't wait any longer. Hu Zhongshuan's brows remained furrowed. Can't Lian Long get you another earth source? He doesn't have any more earth sources either. You were speechless. Great. That blocks all possible paths. Hu Zhongshuan paced anxiously around your courtyard, hands clasped behind his back. After all, having finally obtained an earth source only to face this gamble, anyone would be troubled. Uncle, stop pacing. I'll go refine pills like crazy starting now. You rose from the stone bench. Hu Zhongshuan smiled bitterly. That's not what I meant. I know. I'm saying worrying won't help. Spend time with Annie first. No use fretting over uncertainties. Hu Zhongshuan looked at you, then at Deng Wanshu in the cold jade coffin beside him. He shook his head with a wry smile. No wonder elder brother always says you have a good attitude. I believe you can successfully refine the reviving yang pill. I'll certainly do my best. After a deep nod, Hu Zhongshuan flew away with Deng Wanshu. You allocated more time to pill refining after that. But you hadn't refined for many days when Lin Mo came to find you again. Before you could show off your ultimate path essence refining to Lin Mo, he came to you first. Standing in your courtyard, you beckoned Lin Mo at the gate. You, come here. Lin Mo jogged over. What is it, uncle you? You clench your fist, expression fierce. Have you witnessed the mighty power of an ultimate grandmaster? I have. I killed one just a few days ago. Your neck shrank back. What the hell? You killed an ultimate grandmaster? Ah, yes. Lin Mo's expression was utterly sincere. You mean the kind that can fly, use source power, and live 200 years? Ah, yes. You double-checked. Listen carefully, Lin Mo. The terrifyingly powerful kind. Forget it. How the fuck did you kill one? Aren't you at late-stage Grandmaster? Lin Mo answered honestly. Uncle you, I'm at Grandmaster peak now. You gnashed your teeth. I forgot. Another year passed, right? You're truly talented, advancing a minor realm every year. Do you ever let anyone else live? But Uncle you, I got injured fighting that ultimate Grandmaster too. You immediately perked up. Quick, show me so I can feel better. Lin Mo rolled up his sleeve, revealing a shallow scab about finger length. You feigned shock. Oh no, such a severe injury. Wait 2 more days, and it would have healed on its own, you bastard. Lin Mo nodded sincerely. Pretty much. Pretty much my ass. Get out of here. Uncle you, what's wrong? Nothing. I'm going to sleep. But you just woke up this morning? I love going back to sleep. Out of my courtyard. Lin Mo scratched his head, utterly confused. Then, I'll go, Uncle you. Go on, you little genius. Back to your heavenly Tao alliance. Lin Mo shot into the sky, calling back from afar. I'll visit again when I have time. Uncle you. Watching Lin Mo fly away, you muttered, a minor realm every year, truly heaven-defying. Just as you'd speculated, Lin Mo had indeed reached Grandmaster Peak at 36 and gained the ability to single-handedly kill an ultimate Grandmaster. You stood in the courtyard a while longer, then turned back to the pill refining room to continue your work. 2 years passed in the blink of an eye. Year 47. Over these years, you'd nearly worn out Deng Rusong's true explanation of pill refining from constant study. You could recite its contents backwards by now, though you hadn't yet reached minor mastery in 8th grade pill refining. Your diligent practice had brought considerable progress. You weren't far from it. One day, Jiao Mingshu came rushing over, shouting frantically outside your courtyard. Senior brother, come out quick. Come with me. You instantly appeared in the yard, frowning. What's wrong? The normally steady 50-something Jiao Mingshu looked panicked. Hurry, senior brother. Bai Chun, he's not going to make it. Your heart skipped a beat as you instantly appeared beside Jiao Mingshu. Grabbing his shoulder, you commanded, let's go. With Jiao Mingshu in tow, you abruptly ascended into the sky, swiftly flying toward Yudong County at the mountain's base. The airborne Jiao Mingshu was utterly astonished. Senior brother, you? As a marrow-washing realm cultivator, Jiao Mingshu fully understood what flying through the air signified. His mouth opened and closed wordlessly for a long moment. You glanced at him calmly. I'm at peak essence refining, just with a special martial technique. You chose not to mention your breakthrough into ultimate path essence refining. Such earth-shattering news would only cause unnecessary trouble. Jiao Mingshu finally relaxed with an understanding nod, though his expression suggested he only partially comprehended. Soon, you and Jiao Mingshu arrived at Bai Chen's residence. Upon landing, you suddenly felt rather superfluous. All 200 of Bai Chen's ex-girlfriends had gathered. They packed the central courtyard completely, representing every age from 18 to 80, truly a gathering of all talents, suitable for both young and old. Yet when you appeared, the crowd automatically parted to make way. Some recognized you and knew of Bai Chen's deep respect for you, influencing the others to step aside respectfully. Walking through the parted crowd, you entered the main house directly. Tap tap, your crisp footsteps echoed as you entered Bai Chen's chamber. On the bed, the listless Bai Chen seemed to sense your presence and slowly turned his head toward you. You paced to his bedside and sat down. The 83-year-old Bai Chen appeared gaunt with sunken eyes. The true qi surrounding him, like his life force, was dissipating continuously. This erosion had stripped away his ability to maintain a youthful appearance. Black hair turned white, wrinkles covering his face. His 200 ex-girlfriends watched helplessly as the once debauched playboy withered into a frail old man. That thing called death wasn't even leaving him with final dignity. Say, senior brother. Bai Chen managed a weak smile. After studying him quietly, you asked, "Anything you'd like to say?" Bai Chan pondered briefly before replying serenely, "This life has been enough. What more is there to say?" You smiled, and Bai Chun responded with a feeble chuckle of his own. Suddenly remembering something, he whispered, "Though I do still owe senior brother a meal at that high-class restaurant. Those expensive dishes you always disdained. Now you finally want to treat me?" Wrinkles creased into a sly smile across Bai Chen's face. "Still not treating you?" You couldn't help laughing. "What about taking me to a brothel then? Senior brother's expenses. I'll cover them all." Ha ha ha. Ha ha. The family head has passed. Oh, the 200 ex-girlfriends burst into collective sobs. Bai Chen's descendants wailed openly or wept silently as grief enveloped the entire Bai residence. In the following days, white mourning decorations filled the Bai household. Having no children of his own, Bai Chen's nephews and nieces handled the funeral arrangements according to the will he'd prepared long ago, leaving them his entire estate. After Bai Chen's burial, you returned to Danxia sect. For several days, you felt heavy-hearted before finally readjusting your mindset and resuming pill refining. The results weren't ideal initially, so you devoted half a month solely to pill-assisted cultivation. Signs of breakthrough began appearing in your peak essence refining cultivation. RES. You then refocused on advancing your 8th grade pill proficiency. 2 months later, with composed expression, you lifted the cauldron lid. 4 years of accumulation came to fruition as 5 8th grade pills appear before you. Your 8th grade pill refinement had reached minor mastery. Yet you felt little excitement, having anticipated this outcome from your prolonged, dedicated efforts. You didn't inform Hu Zhongshuan, planning to further increase your proficiency for better success rates. You weren't worried about the Earth's source dissipating. If that were truly happening, Hu Zhongshuan would certainly come find you in greater urgency than your own. One day, while concentrating on pill refining, Wan Qingwan came looking for you. Appearing in your courtyard dressed in a snow-white gown, her usually cool voice carried a hint of shyness. "Good friend, I've come to see you." Hearing Wan Qingwan's voice from the refining chamber brought light-hearted joy to your face. You deliberately took your time appearing in the courtyard. "If it isn't my absolute best friend in the whole world," you beamed brightly. Wan Qingwan glided forward on lotus steps, stopping before you with an adoring smile. You pulled her slender waist close, feeling your vigor return instantly. "Senior brother." Ruan Bai chose that moment to appear. Your calm glance made Ruan Bai's eyelids twitch. He immediately scratched his head and smoothly changed direction. "Huh? How did I get lost? Danxia sect is simply too big." Ruan Bai vanished in a puff of smoke. Wan Qingwan blinked. "Who was that? Just some passerby." "Oh." You grinned. "Did you need something?" "Nothing really," Wan Qingwan replied with cool, yet coy affectation. "Good, because I need something from you." "What?" "Ah." Suddenly sweeping Wan Qingwan up, you positioned her legs around your waist, gently supporting her soft bottom. "You'll find out inside." Carrying the fragrant, pliant Wan Qingwan toward the bedroom, you felt her nestle her head against your broad shoulder, content to be taken wherever you wished. Soon, sounds emerged from the room. Clangs and bangs, creaks and squeaks, giggles and moans. 3 days and nights later, in the room, you lay embracing each other in sleep. Wan Qingwan's face radiated satisfaction, while you had thoroughly reclaimed masculine dignity. Mutual victory. After sharing post-coital smoke, you both calmed down. Wan Qingwan mentioned Great Qian and Jinyu Nation were at war again. "Fighting again? Has another Earth source appeared?" you asked. Wan Qingwan nuzzled into your chest. "No, this time Great Qian initiated the attack suddenly. No one knows why." Your brow furrowed slightly. "Great Qian actively attacking Jinyu." You mused silently. Last time, due to Lian Long's poor decisions, the martial world's ultimate grandmasters had realized they couldn't work with him, so none came to assist now. Yet despite this, Great Qian's offensive was shockingly fierce, displaying confidence, suggesting intent to annihilate Jinyu entirely. "Where is Lian Long getting this confidence?" you murmured. "Unknown. But recently our sect leader has been holding frequent secret meetings with other sect leaders. They're definitely plotting something. Your eyes showed puzzlement. Leon Long suddenly attacks Jinyu while the ultimate grandmasters secretly conspire. Feels like something major is coming. You sense the situation would explode into something massive, likely affecting you and Hu Zhongshuan. No more delays. Starting tomorrow, I must focus on advancing pill refinement, you resolved. Next day, indulged in shameless activities with Wan Qingwan. Third day, no more wallowing in feminine charms. Must refine pills. Fourth day, wallowed in feminine charms. Fifth day, you. How could you sink so low? Have you forgotten your pill refinement plans? Sixth day, indulged. Seventh day, Wan Qingwan considerately left to avoid further distraction. You finally breathed a sigh of relief. Before departing, you asked again what wish she'd made to Yin Jishu at that time. When she still refused to answer, you administered a disciplinary spank to her backside. As she left, her gaze upon your retreating figure was profound and unreadable, pupils trembling slightly. 2 months later, your 8th grade pill refining skills have advanced further. You can now consistently produce 6 8th grade pills, firmly establishing your proficiency at the minor mastery level. During this period, you learned that Great Qian's army had crossed the Sangwang Desert and invaded Jinyu Nation's territory. However, it appears Great Qian hasn't demonstrated combat capabilities significantly superior to before since launching the war. They only capitalized on the element of surprise, catching Jinyu Nation off guard. But after Jinyu Nation adjusted their battle formations, they resisted Great Qian's offensive, and Great Qian gradually lost their surprise advantage. You shake your head and stop paying excessive attention to the war between the two nations. You suspect Hu Zhongshuan will come looking for you soon. Sure enough, 3 days later, Hu Zhongshuan arrives. As an ultimate path essence refining practitioner, your heightened senses detected Hu Zhongshuan flying from afar. You stride into the courtyard and stand with hands clasped behind your back. A man and a coffin slowly descend. Hu Zhongshuan looks astonished. I saw you come out from far away. Were you waiting for me? Uncle Master, just a coincidence. Shows our master-disciple nephew connection is strong. You know that phrase usually isn't used to describe pure master-disciple relationships, right? You smile slightly. Same difference. Hu Zhongshuan studies you, silently takes a step back, then asks solemnly, how's your pill refining coming along? Mine a mastery. 6 pills. Hu Zhongshuan's eyes suddenly blaze with wild joy. You damn, really amazing. Hu Zhongshuan looks exhilarated. He clenches his teeth and gazes at the sky, his eyes reflecting an unusual brightness. It's as if he's making eye contact with someone across space. Senior brother Xie, I've never said thank you in my life, but thank you for taking in such a good disciple. You chuckle, then extend your hand. Uncle Master, no time for jokes now. Give me the earth source to refine the reviving yang pill. Hu Zhongshuan solemnly produces a fist-sized earth source bowl and places it in your hands with both hands. You can feel Hu Zhongshuan's hands trembling slightly. Even this ultimate grandmaster's eyes show traces of fear. You take the earth source bowl and pat Hu Zhongshuan's shoulder. Be good, Uncle Master. Trust me. Hu Zhongshuan forces a smile. Don't get cocky, kid. If you fail, I won't let you off. As he speaks, his expression darkens momentarily, as if remembering something. But he quickly adjusts his mood and looks at the peacefully sleeping Deng Wanshu beside him. Hu Zhongshuan's tender gaze, like moonlight at night or a mountain breeze, gently sweeps over Deng Wanshu's entire body, as if to illuminate her life. He turns to you, speaking gravely. I'm leaving Wanshu at Danxia sect. Feed her the reviving yang pill immediately if you succeed. Your faint smile turns to shock. Wait, Uncle Master, hold on. Why all this life and death drama? You're not planning to die, are you? You little brat, wishing for my death. Hu Zhongshuan feigns anger. With all this tender affection and last we'll talk, hard not to think that way. Hu Zhongshuan gives you a deep look and grows serious. I just want Shu to wake up as soon as possible. Then why not just wait here? Hu Zhongshuan looks conflicted. I must immediately join the campaign against Jinyu Nation. That was one of 2 conditions the Emperor set for giving me the Earth Source. You frown deeply. Why do I keep feeling you won't come back? Can you shut your crow's mouth? Can't you say something nice? Can't blame me when you're setting such a gloomy atmosphere. Hu Zhongshuan shakes his head with a wry smile. After one last reluctant look at Deng Wanshu, he finally leaves. After Hu Zhongshuan departs, you move Deng Wanshu to your pill refining chamber. The Rosheng pill has been improved by you. Now, just 1 pill can sustain Deng Wanshu for a month. Since refining the reviving Yang pill will take about a month, Deng Wanshu won't disrupt your progress. You don't immediately start refining, but spend 3 days quietly adjusting your state. You take this reviving Yang pill refinement equally seriously. This represents not just Hu Zhongshuan's hopes, but also your master Xie Huida's dying wish. On the 4th day, you reach peak condition. You bring Deng Wanshu into the very stone chamber where Xie Huida and Deng Rusong once attempted refining the reviving Yang pill. You sit cross-legged, muttering where you fell, stomped twice. You instruct Ruan by not to disturb you unless your master comes back to life. You settle into meditation in the stone chamber, activating divine microvision and mind awakening technique. As an ultimate path essence refining practitioner, you can directly perceive Earth Source. Now, divine microvision only serves to enhance your insight. The pill furnace is arranged before you, with various rare supplementary materials spread out. You place the Earth Source bowl beside the furnace. With a wave of your slender hand, you extract a mist-like strand of Earth Source and directly feed it into the furnace. Light the fire, begin refining. Flames suddenly erupt, illuminating the dim stone chamber. The flickering light plays across your solemn face. The dancing flames make your shadow on the stone wall sway wildly. Occasional faint crackling sounds come from the furnace. Beside it, the gently sleeping Deng Wanshu awaits rebirth. 1 month later, boom! The heavy stone door slowly opens. You step out expressionlessly. Deng Wanshu's cold jade coffin floats behind you, its occupant still peacefully asleep. Hu Zhongshuan stands opposite you, his gaze locked onto you, body trembling slightly. About 5 days ago, you sensed Hu Zhongshuan's arrival outside the chamber. Since coming, he stood motionless, staring fixedly at the stone door, awaiting its opening. Now, Hu Zhongshuan looks at the sleeping Deng Wanshu, then up at you. His Adam's apple bobs as he rasps. Did it work? You say, Uncle Master, you wanted Annie to wake up immediately, right? Hu Zhongshuan's emotions fluctuate wildly before finally answering. Right? But I don't think that's appropriate. I believe it's more fitting for you to wake her personally. As you speak, your slender, well-defined right hand extends. Your fingers slowly unfurl to reveal a light green pill the size of a pinky finger resting in your palm, its medicinal fragrance refreshing and uplifting. The 8th grade reviving Yang pill refinement is complete. Mission accomplished. Ah, good. Excellent. Hu Zhongshuan erupts in earth-shaking laughter, tears glistening at his eyes. After his manic laughter, Hu Zhongshuan, utterly exhilarated, instantly flashes before you and reaches for the pill. Just as Hu Zhongshuan's hand is about to grasp the pill, mere inches away, a sudden anomaly occurs. Hu Zhongshuan's outstretched right hand freezes midair. His face twitches spasmodically twice. Then his gaze toward you shifts from wild joy to bone-chilling indifference. Your scalp instantly prickles as you violently retreat. But Hu Zhongshuan, without warning, transforms his palm into a claw and smashes toward your head, accompanied by a soul-shaking tiger's roar. The attack comes so suddenly, you don't even have time to summon your soul awakening blade before taking the full blow. Because you dodge diagonally upward, the claw doesn't strike your head, but it tears across your waist. The source power within the tiger claw phantom erupts, instantly severing your upper and lower body. Thud. Your lower half crashes to the ground. Your upper body hovers in midair. Your pupils quake violently, completely shocked by this sudden development. The excruciating pain contorts your face as you glare at Hu Zhongshuan. What the fuck? Hu Zhongshuan's sudden eruption of killing intent left you deeply unsettled. At this moment, your body split into two halves. Fortunately, the immense vitality granted by Ultimate Path Essence refining prevented your immediate death, and you felt you could still try to salvage the situation. If all else failed, you could write several wills to see how things unfolded. You used source power to gather your internal organs and intestines inside your abdominal cavity. Your strength was severely diminished, and facing the bizarre Hu Zhongshuan, you were hardly a match. Escape was temporarily impossible as well. However, your Soul Awakening Blade was already in hand. Although you couldn't win or flee, at the very least, you had a bite back. It would also serve as a probe for the next simulation to figure out what kind of demon or monster Hu Zhongshuan truly was. You pointed your long blade at Hu Zhongshuan and shouted, "No matter who you are, get off my master uncle immediately." Hu Zhongshuan sneered fiercely and swung a massive claw with tremendous force. The claw struck the air with a piercing whistle. You furrowed your brows, intending to counterattack when a whip shadow flickered past. Smack! The whip shattered Hu Zhongshuan's tiger claw, the illusory claw disintegrating into countless jade shards scattering in the air. Yan Jishue, clad in a black dress, rushed out and stood before you. Her silver 9-section whip still trembled. Evidently, she had suffered from blocking that strike. Facing the sudden intervention of Yan Jishue, you were stunned again. What the hell? Mother in. No. Sect Leader Yin. Run. Yan Jishue grabbed your upper body and surged into the sky. You hurriedly gathered source power to bring along your severed lower half. Hu Zhongshuan was still relentless, abruptly soaring up to chase rapidly. Behind you and Yan Jishue, Hu Zhongshuan's face twisted madly, exuding immense pressure. Even Yan Jishue frowned deeply, focusing solely on fleeing with your injured form. Because Yan Jishue flew away first, you managed to create some distance from Hu Zhongshuan. However, Hu Zhongshuan's speed was even faster than Yan Jishue's. The gap between you was steadily closing. Two streaks of light chased each other across the sky, covering several miles in an instant. Suddenly, Hu Zhongshuan's figure faltered and plummeted straight down. With a heavy thud, he crashed on the ground, motionless for a long time. Yan Jishue glanced back and immediately accelerated to widen the distance. The wind howled fiercely in the sky. Even the gentle and intellectual Yan Jishue became serious. She cast a sideways glance at you, noticing you were holding your lower half with your upper body. "How long can you hold on?" she asked. You smiled coldly, pushing all pain aside. With a snap, you reattached your lower half to your upper body. After temporarily reassembling yourself, you took out the hot, reviving yang pill you had just refined and tilted your head back to swallow it in one gulp. Omicron ES. The reviving yang pill was a top-tier healing pill. Healing such severe injuries was no problem at all. You quickly dissolved the pill, and it began to take effect. At the connection point of your body, flesh buds rapidly sprouted, gradually fusing the two halves together. Your internal organs and flesh returned to their rightful places and resumed functioning. The sensation of your body healing rapidly was strange. You clenched your teeth as sweat beaded on your forehead. But soon, in less than half a quarter of an hour, you had revived on the spot. You touched your severed waist, smooth and intact as before. Yan Jishue watched with amazement, then suddenly realized, "This is the reviving yang pill? Sect Leader Yin knows it too? Rusong mentioned it to me." You nodded. You told Yan Jishue she no longer needed to carry you while flying. "What do you mean?" Yan Jishue asked, puzzled. You didn't explain further and directly soared into the sky by your own power. Yan Jishue's eyebrows lifted in surprise, exclaiming, "You have advanced to the ultimate path? When did that happen?" "That's not important. Sect leader Yin, I want to ask why my master uncle became like this. Yin Jishue pondered for a moment before saying, the current Hu Zhongshuan is not your master uncle. Or more precisely, he's not entirely Hu Zhongshuan. You look confused. Sect leader Yin, what do you mean by that? Please speak plainly. You have entered the ultimate path. You should know that every martial artist can only fuse with one earth source, right? I know. Forcing the fusion of a second earth source causes it to dissipate immediately. Yin Jishue nodded lightly and asked, do you remember the earth source distribution battle at Yajianku 34 years ago? I remember. I was even conscripted into the medical corps. Yin Jishue nodded again. Then you must also know that after the battle, all the senior pill refiners from the Danxia sect mobilized to help Li Onlong refine a certain pill. Suddenly you recalled. When you returned to Danxia sect to look for Xie Huida back then, you were told he wasn't there. Later, you learned from Xie Huida that they had gone to help Li Onlong refine pills, but never told you what they refined. You had even wondered why a miraculous elixir would require all the sect's senior pill refiners. You hurriedly asked Yin Jishue, sect leader Yin, do you know what pill was refined that time? Yin Jishue fell silent for a moment, then finally explained the details. It turned out that the pill Li Onlong had Xie Huida, Deng Rusong, and others refined was called the Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pills. The Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pills were 9th grade pills and required one earth source as the primary ingredient. The pills came in pairs, one mother pill and one child pill. The only function of the Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pills was to allow an ultimate grandmaster who took the child pill to fuse their physical body into the body of an ultimate grandmaster who took the mother pill. This fusion allowed the one who took the mother pill to advance further on the ultimate path, reaching a new level. This was not simply 1 + 1 = 2, because the fusion of another ultimate grandmaster's body allowed their earth source attribute to reconstruct the fused body again. The difference could roughly be seen as the gap between a grandmaster and an ultimate grandmaster, a whole new height. The premise was that the fused ultimate grandmaster must willingly consent to fusion. Otherwise, it wouldn't take effect. You suddenly understood. The two conditions Hu Zhongshuan agreed to in order to obtain Li Onlong's earth source were 1, to implement the taxation by land acreage reform. The other condition wasn't to resist geniunation, but to willingly fuse into Li Onlong's body. Thinking of this, your expression turned icy cold. You clenched your teeth and snarled. They really cleaned me out. The Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pills only worked the first time taken and couldn't take effect multiple times, so multiple fusions of other ultimate grandmasters were impossible. That was why when Li Onlong's consciousness took control just now, he immediately attacked you fiercely. Because you were likely to become a 9th grade pill refiner with the ability to refine the Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pills, something Li Onlong absolutely wouldn't allow. You asked, has my master uncle actually already been fused into Li Onlong's body? Yes, but he didn't seem that strong just now. Yin Jishue glanced sideways at you. That's because Li Onlong's Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pills were imperfect. Even though all the Danxia sect pill refiners participated, it was still a 9th grade pill, and the final product had a small flaw. What flaw? A perfect Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pill wouldn't preserve the fused person's consciousness, but Li Onlong's pair retained part of Hu Zhongshuan's consciousness. Yin Jishue continued, so Hu Zhongshuan didn't fight at full strength just now, and even fell strangely from the sky while chasing us. All of this was Hu Zhongshuan's consciousness influencing Li Onlong. Sect leader Yin, how do you know such detailed information? A trace of melancholy appeared in Yin Jishue's beautiful eyes. Rusong told me. You frowned in confusion and asked, if you knew this long ago, why didn't you try to stop Li Onlong? After all, someone at that level would pose a threat to the entire martial world. Yin Jishue's eyes showed contemplation. We were wrong from the very beginning. Leader Yin, please continue. Yin Jishue had previously informed other major sect leaders about the Spirit Fusion Mother and Child pills, but opinions were divided. At that time, Li Onlong's relationship with various martial sects hadn't deteriorated yet. They were in their honeymoon phase. For instance, during the Battle of Yajianku and the Throne Defense War, he could still summon ultimate grandmasters from the martial world for assistance. After learning about the spirit fusion mother and child pills, the martial world factions split into several groups. The radicals advocated uniting to eliminate Li Onlong directly. But the radicals were few and couldn't cause any waves. The conservatives suggested united action too, but only to pressure Li Onlong into destroying the pills. Yet the conservatives also lacked substantial support. The largest faction was the Boiling Frogs Slowly group. They believed Li Onlong's friendly attitude toward martial sects meant even if he fused with an ultimate grandmaster, it wouldn't cause major issues. They could continue their separate existences. Him as emperor, them as sect leaders, neither disturbing the other. Most importantly, everyone assumed Li Onlong intended to fuse with Prince Yongning Liu, whose martial talent was extraordinary. This made sect leaders even more inclined to stay out of the matter. Li Onlong's initial target was indeed Liu. That's why he repeatedly pressured Liu, hoping the prince would rebel after reaching ultimate grandmaster realm. Then he could use this colossal leverage to make Liu submit to fusion willingly. With Li Onlong's absolute control over Great Qian's imperial family, he wasn't worried about post-rebellion Liu becoming uncontrollable. But Li Onlong didn't know Liu had already learned about the pills from Duan Qian. Duan Qian knew because he'd been helping Li Onlong collect a crucial ingredient, a drop of heart's blood from numerous teenagers. This blood had to be split equally between the mother and child pills. You recall your origins. You were almost one of those teenagers used for alchemy. You also realize Xie Huida and Deng Rusong helped refine these pills, meaning you were nearly refined by Xie Huida and Deng Rusong. Your emotions become complicated, indescribably so. After learning about the pills, Liu vaguely discerned Li Onlong's intentions toward him. Thus, he lived cautiously, enduring humiliations without daring to make mistakes. He also avoided advancing to Ultimate Grandmaster, fearing it would bring him closer to death. Only during Li Onlong's birthday banquet did Liu realize through hints that Li Onlong had found another target and was letting him go. That's why Liu was overjoyed at the time. After confirming Li Onlong's new target was Hu Zhongshuan, Liu eagerly broke through to Ultimate Grandmaster. Later, Li Onlong learned Duan Qian had leaked information to Liu. So when Liu killed his close associate Duan Qian, it served both as his pledge of loyalty to Li Onlong and venting the emperor's anger. After all, Li Onlong and Liu were family, and Liu was an exceptionally talented ultimate grandmaster who could aid Great Qian's long-term stability. RMB. Whether Liu secretly resented Li Onlong remained known only to himself. At least now, their relationship appeared harmonious again. You also understand why Duan Qian's long empty dungeon wasn't due to Liu reaching peak grandmaster and no longer needing abductions. Rather, Li Onlong had completed the pill refinement, making abductions unnecessary. Yan Zhixue continues explaining how martial sects took no action against Li Onlong back then. They believed peaceful coexistence would last forever, until Li Onlong instigated that great martial world upheaval. This made sect leaders recognize his boundless ambition and immense threat. Recently, Ultimate Grandmasters began meeting to discuss jointly pressuring Li Onlong in the capital to destroy the pills. This was what Wan Qingwan mentioned about Yan Zhixue's secret plans. But these Ultimate Grandmasters arrived in the capital only to find Li Onlong absent. Yan Zhixue grew suspicious of Hu Zhongshuan's frequent palace visits. After informing other sect leaders, she brought 2 extermination sect Ultimate Grandmasters to secretly follow Hu Zhongshuan to Danxia sect. There they witnessed Hu Zhongshuan ambushing you and intervened to save you. After hearing Yan Zhixue's account, everything becomes clear. You ponder, Leader Yin, Great Qian's attack on Jinya Nation must be because Li Onlong believes fusing with my uncle will let him crush them? Yan Zhixue nods. That's my assumption too. You can't help but marvel at Li Onlong's troublemaking skills. With Hu Zhongshuan and Li Anlong not pursuing for now, Yin Jishue relaxes slightly. After 2 breaths of silence, you ask, Leader Yin, may I ask one more question? Yin Jishue smiles gracefully. Go ahead. What wish did my good friend Little Wan ask of you? Yin Jishue lowers her eyes before smiling. Since you truly want to know, Qing Wan wished for you and her to die on the same day. Damn, Yandra. You frown. Realizing this sounds exactly like Wan Qing Wan. You cautiously press. Leader Yin, if one dies first, then you? Yin Jishue smiles gently. I'll kill you, ensuring you die together. Classic extermination sect logic. You're not entirely surprised. You're no longer afraid of Yin Jishue killing you. She currently can't. Or she need to be prepared to sacrifice her life to possibly succeed. You continue. What if I die first? First, Yin Jishue confirms. Yes. Then you're dead. Wait, what? You stop her. She dies, I follow. I die. She lives normally? Yin Jishue's smile turns mature and alluring. Exactly. That can't be right. Her wish was for us to die together. Yin Jishue chuckles. No, you misread it. She wished for you to die with her, not her with you. Seriously? Word games now. You protest. Old matriarch, don't think saving me means you can trick me. Do you have final interpretation rights? Twisting her words is gilding the lily. Yin Jishue continues gazing at you serenely. You ponder, wait, if you don't care about me dying before her, why save me? Yin Jishue smiles lightly. I'm ensuring you live until Qingwan's death, so I can kill you to fulfill the same day death wish. Well, typical extermination sect logic. Can't even argue with that. But you meet Yin Jishue's gaze with confident determination. Leader Yin, killing me requires more than words. After all, nowadays everyone's an ultimate grandmaster. Though Hu Zhongshuan defeated you instantly earlier, that was due to ambush and superior strength. Understandable. While Yin Jishue is a top-tier ultimate grandmaster, your peak essence refining strength already surpassed ordinary peak grandmasters. Correspondingly, your current ultimate path essence refining power eclipses regular ultimate grandmasters. The actual strength gap between you two isn't vast. Yin Jishue's eyes sparkle with interest at your words. Her soft, magnetic voice responds, Is that so? Your eyebrows rise as you grin. It is. Just then, 2 ultimate grandmasters approach, bowing to Yin Jishue. Leader. They're the 2 extermination sect ultimate grandmasters who accompanied her to Danxia sect. Yin Jishue shifts focus from you to them. Her mature, gentle demeanor instantly transforms into lethal severity. She commands firmly. Lian Long has fused with Hu Zhongshuan. Immediately summon all sect ultimate grandmasters. We kill Lian Long. Yes, sect leader. One of the ultimate grandmasters took out a signal flare and lit it immediately. Whoosh! A dazzling firework of extraordinary brightness shot into the sky and exploded with a loud bang. The massive firework bloomed into the shape of a giant trumpet flower. You clicked your tongue in admiration. One signal arrow summons an army. Impressive. You hadn't expected the extermination sect to use the same communication method as the Axe Gang. The Ultimate Grandmaster's server-wide announcement proved highly effective. Within moments, Ultimate Grandmasters began arriving from all directions. Sect Leader. Greetings, Sect Leader. Each arriving Ultimate Grandmaster bowed respectfully to Yin Jishue. Excluding Yin Jishue herself, 15 Ultimate Grandmasters of the Extermination Sect had gathered. The sect originally had 29 Ultimate Grandmasters. More than half had answered the call. Those who didn't come were simply too far away, beyond the service coverage of the signal flare. These 15 Ultimate Grandmasters comprised both men and women, each with distinctive appearances. You scanned the group. All 15 wore solemn expressions. They stood silently in midair, their robes fluttering in the breeze, creating an undeniably oppressive atmosphere. Yin Jishue gave a slight nod. Just as she was about to explain the situation, Violent sonic booms erupted from behind. A human-shaped projectile came roaring toward them at terrifying speed. The thunderous approach alone conveyed the newcomer's ferocity. Frowning, you saw Hu Zhongshuan rapidly closing in, his demeanor now regal and aloof. Yan Jishue also noticed Hu Zhongshuan and quickly warned the others. That's Lian Long after fusing with Hu Zhongshuan. His power has reached new heights. Our objective is to eliminate him. Understood. Roger. Hu Zhongshuan stopped abruptly before your group. Hands clasped behind his back, he surveyed the dozen-plus ultimate grandmasters with contempt. The Emperor's majesty radiated from him, his eyes filled with quiet disdain. Somehow, his mere presence overwhelmed the combined aura of all the ultimate grandmasters. The martial artists exchanged grave looks, realizing they'd picked a tough opponent. Hu Zhongshuan ignored them, his gaze wandering until it locked onto you. Your injuries healed remarkably fast, he observed in a low voice. Did you take reviving yang pills? RN, your soul awakening blade slid into your hand. Guess. Hu Zhongshuan nodded silently. Then his face contorted awkwardly, his imperial coldness melting into Hu Zhongshuan's characteristic gentleness. Would you really join outsiders to kill your martial uncle? Hu Zhongshuan asked, genuinely anguished. You knew Lian Long currently controlled the body and weren't fooled by the poor acting. Uncertain if Hu Zhongshuan could hear you, you replied anyway. Martial uncle, I'll make it quick if I can. Lian Long chuckled. The flesh and bones on his face writhed until they completely reformed into his original appearance. Much more comfortable in my own skin, Lian Long mused. Wearing others' faces is disgusting. Your eyes darkened. Screech. You launched a blinding slash toward Lian Long without hesitation. Roar. Lian Long countered with a tiger's roar shockwave that shattered your substantial source power blade into fragments. Every muscle in your body tensed. This was the first time your attack had ever been negated completely. Yan Jishue kept her focus on Lian Long and warned. No holding back. Attack together. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. All 17 of you surrounded Lian Long. Simultaneously, you unleashed your most devastating attacks. The air filled with dazzling energy manifestations, swords, spears, staffs, all converging on Lian Long. Lian Long sneered as a colossal tiger phantom erupted from his body, swelling to several zhang tall. Roar! The lifelike spectral tiger stood defiantly in midair, intercepting every attack with its body. Its whip-like tail lashed out, sending your entire group flying backward. Clutching your soul-awakening blade as you stabilized midair, you called to Yan Jishue, sect leader Yan. This old bastard's special effects outclass ours. Yan Jishue's grave expression confirmed she felt the same pressure. Gritting your teeth, you shot upward and gripped your blade with both hands. The inky soul-awakening blade erupted with radiant energy, transforming into a 40-meter-long cleaver. You brought it down toward the striped giant tiger with earth-shaking force. The tiger's eerily human eyes narrowed before swiping with a massive paw. Boom! The impact reverberated for miles. Both tiger paw and giant blade shattered simultaneously. Lian Long shot you a surprised glance. Then the tiger's body glowed, the shattered paw already beginning to regenerate as motes of light danced across it. Seeing this, the other ultimate grandmasters renewed their assault. Clenching your jaw, you gathered source power for another strike. Crack! A sharp snapping sound reached your ears. Your gaze dropped to your sword-wielding right forearm. A half-G-long gash had split open, so deep you could see bone. The exposed flesh twitched grotesquely. You froze. What the fuck? Crack! Crack, crack! Crack, crack, crack! Like raindrops on banana leaves, a cascade of splitting sounds erupted. Your entire body became a chorus of popping noises as wounds spontaneously opened everywhere. Within seconds, your arm, chest, then entire body became a network of gaping, mouth-like lacerations. Excruciating pain followed instantly. Holy shit, I'm literally falling apart, you screamed in shock. Frantically, You produced countless bottles and jars. Swallowing healing pills like candy, you downed hundreds in seconds. Channeling source power, you accelerated the pill's effects. Thankfully, the massive dose worked. Your horrific wounds began closing. But when you attempted another powerful slash, the injuries threatened to reopen. Realization struck. Fuck. My essence refining body can't handle this level of source power output. You recalled testing your new Ultimate Path Essence refining power earlier. Your arm had ached slightly then, but you'd ignored it. Essence refining physical toughness just isn't enough. Glancing at Yin Jishue's group, you saw them gradually losing ground against Lianlong. Ah! A scream pierced the air. An ultimate grandmaster failed to dodge in time. Lianlong's energy tiger swatted him into a bloody mist. Extermination sect ultimate grandmasters. -1. Your expression hardened. Only one option remained. Fuck it. If I'm gonna break, might as well go all out. Raising your soul awakening blade again, you poured every ounce of power into this strike. Winds howled as starlight coalesced along the blade. Taste my 40-meter cleaver, asshole. Boom. The gigantic blade descended like a falling galaxy, trailing a river of stars. Yin Jishue and the others barely scrambled clear in time. The attack hurtled toward Lianlong unimpeded. Lianlong's eyelids twitched. His energy tiger instinctively raised a paw to block. This time, the blade sliced clean through the limb. Without slowing, it continued toward the roaring tiger's head. The beast had no time to react. Its head seemed destined for explosive demolition. Clang! The crisp ring of a sword suddenly echoed through the air. Lianlong's blade flashed brilliantly in his hand, shining with frenzied intensity. He swung over a dozen times in rapid succession, barely managing to weaken the force of the incoming slash. The giant tiger seized this moment to leap aside nimbly, evading the deadly blade edge. The attack ultimately struck the ground beneath everyone's feet with a thunderous explosion, carving out a crater dozens of meters wide that shimmered with starlight. Yin Jishua couldn't help but glance repeatedly at your composed, yet formidable strike, though her hands never paused. The silver glowing phantom of her 9-section whip suddenly expanded dozens of times in size. With a powerful flick, it wrapped tightly around the giant tiger's neck. After futile struggles, the beast's movements became sluggish. Seeing this, the group redirected their attacks toward Lianlong, whose rhythm had been disrupted. The clanging of weapons resumed as they engaged once more. Meanwhile, you quietly retreated. Deep crimson fissures, some reaching bone, had reappeared across your body, worse than before. You swallowed a massive dose of medicinal pills, barely stopping the wounds from worsening, but they healed painfully slow. Your physical form teetered on the brink of collapse. You knew that continuing to fight at full strength would be your undoing. Lianlong wouldn't even need to lift a finger. Just then, a panicked shout rang across the battlefield. Everyone spread out. You saw Yin Jishue single-handedly restraining the giant tiger, while Lianlong, sword in hand, effortlessly cut down the other ultimate grandmasters. In mere moments, 2 more fell lifeless. The situation grew increasingly dire as Lianlong became more relaxed and precise. Your expression darkened. At this rate, annihilation was inevitable. Leader Yin, you shouted. Where are the others from your sect? Yin Jishue turned swiftly. They're all in the capital. Only I came with Hu Zhongshuan to Danxia sect. Then are we giving up on the explosion? Noticing the blood-soaked fissures covering your body, her eyes widened in shock. What happened to you? You forced a grin. Just some minor internal injuries. After a brief pause, she said decisively, prepare to retreat. Fine by me. You couldn't care less. Your damaged body would hinder future breakthroughs, even if healed. Starting fresh, with a fully restored 15-year-old physique would yield better cultivation results. Our new obese. He, a cold yet frantic voice called from below. Looking down, you saw Wan Qingwan had arrived. You descended rapidly, landing before her. My dear friend, you came to find me. Wan Qingwan had no time to question how you joined a battle between ultimate grandmasters. Her delicate hands immediately reached for your face, tracing the bloody gashes. This must hurt terribly. Her brows furrowed with concern, mistaking these for combat wounds. Still manageable, you chuckled, the motion stretching your facial wounds grotesquely. She grabbed your arm urgently. Let's escape now. Escaping isn't an option for me. You glanced skyward at Leon Long, whose dark eyes never left you. The future ninth-grade pill refiner remained his primary target. The moment you fled, he'd abandon all others to pursue you relentlessly. You'd understood his intentions from the start. Now, irritation flared. As a transmigrator with cheats, you refused to suffer such humiliation. As your wounds showed slight recovery, you prepared to rejoin the fray. Death's just a health reset, you quipped before turning to Wan Qingwan. Qingwan, stay back. The battle's aftershocks might. What? I can't hear you, she shouted from 2 miles away. Damn, now you choose to obey. You'd expected a dramatic farewell scene. Well, less distraction this way. As you prepare to charge back into the aerial battle, a thought struck you. Psycho woman, you bellowed. Did your wish only say you'd drag me to your grave? Louder. Will you follow me to death? Guess my ass. When I return, I'll spank yours raw. Promise. With a light laugh, you shot skyward, simultaneously slashing a blade beam toward Leon Long. Wan Qingwan watched your aerial maneuvers from afar, worry and determination mingling in her gaze. Rejoining the battle, you unleashed a relentless barrage of strikes, filling the sky with starlight. The fissures across your body multiplied and deepened, yet you felt nothing. Strange memories of Hu Zhongshuan surfaced, his care for you at Yajianku, your years as a young master in his residence, that profound final glance when he entrusted Deng Wanshu to you. Wait, your head jerked up. Shit, Auntie's still waiting outside the stone chamber. Someone needed to speak for Deng Wanshu. She couldn't voice her plight. But calm quickly returned. Ruan Bai knew her. He understood her significance to you. Hu Zhongshuan, Deng Rusong, and Xie Huida. He'd surely care for her until your return. Except there would be no return for either you or Hu Zhongshuan. Shaking off distractions, you focused solely on clashing with Leon Long, who seemed to grow stronger by the moment. His speed and power escalated terrifyingly. Another head went flying, arterial spray arcing 2 meters high. Only 5 extermination sect ultimate grandmasters remained. You suspected Hu Zhongshuan's consciousness was being steadily devoured by Leon Long. Fury ignited within you. Your blade strikes became more frenzied, the massive projections causing Leon Long genuine difficulty. But the violent expenditure of source power came at a cost. Your flesh began sloughing off in chunks. Do you stop this madness? Yin Jishua shouted, her hair disheveled. Ignoring her, you fought with lunatic intensity. The bones of your sword arms stood exposed, yet radiant starlight coalesced once more as you launched another earth-shaking slash at Leon Long, this one draining your last reserves of source power. The giant tiger leaped suicidally into the blinding blade beam. Asterisk boom. Asterisk. Heaven and earth trembled. Both tiger and blade projection shattered spectacularly. Seizing the moment, Leon Long deflected the remaining Grandmaster's attacks and lunged toward you with a vicious grin. His sword gleamed coldly, frost spreading for miles. The killing intent made your pupils contract violently. Look out! Yin Jishua twisted desperately, her 9-section whip cracking the air like thunder as she raced to intercept. No! Wan Qingwan's anguished cry rose from below as she hurled 9 silver needles with all her might, futile against the vast power disparity. Leon Long closed the distance instantly. Exhausted and unable to muster fresh strength, you barely raised your blade in defense. His slender sword swept yours aside, thrusting straight for your face. Just as the blade tip touched your forehead. Asterisk clang. Asterisk. A deafening metallic crash erupted as a gleaming silver spear shot from behind your head, its point meeting the sword tip in a dazzling explosion of force. Your ear canal was ruptured in 2 places, blood flowing down from your ear. The collapse of your body suddenly intensified. Your bones began to shatter inside. Despite the excruciating pain, you seized the moment when Lian Long's assault paused and swiftly darted out, escaping from his attack range. You turned back to look. Lian Long remained where you had just been, frowning in confusion as he stared toward the opposite side. Not far opposite Lian Long stood Lin Mo, tall and slender, holding a spear with one hand, pointing it at Lian Long from a distance. Lin Mo's expression was resolute and spirited, radiating chivalry from head to toe. Alongside Lin Mo were over 30 ultimate grandmasters from other sects. They were all sect leaders or top ultimate grandmasters of various martial clans. Even Lin Jingji was among them. More than 30 ultimate grandmasters stood in a standoff against Lian Long. This group had just rushed over from the capital. Shortly after Yan Jishua left, they learned that Lian Long had already merged with Hu Zhongshuan's essence. Therefore, this group followed Yan Jishua to the Danxia sect and was now drawn here by the battle's energy fluctuations. Yan Jishua stood at the forefront of the crowd, her black hair cascading like a waterfall, her expression icy cold. Lian Long had just slain 10 ultimate grandmasters of the extermination sect, greatly weakening their strength. Leader Yan, are you all right? The ultimate grandmasters greeted Yan Jishua one after another. Yan Jishua nodded faintly and explained the situation to everyone. Lian Long was a villain who understood rules well. He knew that by the setup, he could not make a move at this moment, so he quietly waited while the others exchanged greetings. After Yan Jishua finished explaining, the group's expressions stiffened as they all turned to look at Lian Long, immediately realizing how dangerous he was. RES. Nearly 40 ultimate grandmasters surrounded Lian Long directly. Lian Long remained calm. He turned his head toward Lin Jingji and smiled. Jingji, have you forgotten the days when we sat and debated with swords? Lin Jingji's long sword stood by his side. His voice was low and steady. Times change. Ambitions differ. Our paths diverge. After speaking, Lin Jingji launched the first attack. A dazzling sword shadow like a crescent moon shot out swiftly. Lian Long also lightly swung his sword. 2 sword lights collided and exploded into fragments. Suddenly, a tiger's roar rang out, and Lian Long's colorful, fierce tiger appeared again, this time even more solid and massive in form. But it was not over. Lian Long continued his moves. Golden light surged around him intensely. A deafening dragon roar sounded. A gigantic 5-clawed golden dragon materialized out of thin air and soared upward. The dragon and tiger, like ancient beast gods, coiled around Lian Long's sides. The 5-clawed golden dragon's gaze was majestic as it roared fiercely at the circle of ultimate grandmasters, instantly showing overwhelming divine power. Those ultimate grandmasters trembled in body and mind, feeling immense pressure. Lin Jingji snorted coldly, lifted his long sword, and dozens of meters of sword light flashed, slashing straight at Lian Long. Yan Jishua, unable to wait any longer, also launched her attack. Others immediately followed suit, each unleashing their signature moves at Lian Long. Brilliant and colorful flashes collided fiercely in the air, dazzling and blinding. Lin Mo also wanted to join, but he couldn't help turning to glance at you. His resolute expression faded when he saw your body battered and flesh torn. He was instantly shocked. Uncle Yu, Lin Mo shouted, rushing to your side. You waved your hand. It's not too bad. Lin Mo saw your right hand's flesh extensively stripped away, the whole hand dripping blood. Your body is collapsing. Lin Mo shouted urgently. You could clearly feel your life fading, your internal organs beginning to fail, but you remained calm. I won't die for now. You swallowed a pill and turned, flying toward Wan Qingwan on the ground. Since you've already entered the ultimate Grandmaster realm, I'll leave this to you. This pill was not a healing pill, but a stimulant to awaken the last potential of your body. Lin Mo frowned. Uncle Yu, I haven't entered the ultimate Grandmaster realm yet. You'd already turned around but heard this and spun sharply back. You sensed briefly from Lin Mo and were stunned. Damn, you really haven't advanced to ultimate Grandmaster? Not yet. Lin Mo shook his head. You were stunned for a moment, then scolded. You haven't entered ultimate Grandmaster but want to play with the Extreme Factory? You haven't advanced and still want to show off in the factory? Uncle Yu, I just wanted to save you. I know, you can leave now. Lin Mo stiffened and asked confusedly, Uncle Yu, why? You looked toward the group, fighting fiercely in the distance. You withdrew your gaze and said, I know you're fierce, but Lian Long has already surpassed the ultimate Grandmaster level. Before you enter ultimate Grandmaster, you cannot provoke him. Lin Mo turned his gaze to the battlefield full of light pollution. There, Lian Long alone, with a dragon and tiger, was fighting dozens of top ultimate grandmasters without falling behind. Lian Long could even find weak points in the crowd for targeted strikes. Soon, several more lives were added to Lian Long's tally. Lin Mo looked at the imposing Lian Long without any fear. Instead, a fierce fighting spirit surged within him. Lin Mo's eyes blazed. Uncle Yu, it's simple. I'll become an ultimate grandmaster. The familiar aura made your delicate body tremble. What? Your aura is finally no longer concealed, ready to reveal itself. Lin Mo smiled calmly as his aura condensed. Then he took a deep breath and shouted fiercely at Lin Jingji, Sect Leader Lin, I agree to join the Sword Establishment Pavilion. Give me the Earth Source. You were stunned on the spot. What the hell? What's this plot direction? How did you get involved with Lin Jingji? Uncle Yu, it's like this. During my travels to the capital, I met Sect Leader Lin. We got along well, and he invited me to join the Sword Establishment Pavilion as an honorary elder. As long as I agree, Sect Leader Lin will give me his only Earth Source. You clicked your tongue in amazement. In the third simulation, the deep bond between master and disciple was strong, but in this simulation, they tangled in this way again. It was truly a lifetime of shared white hair, endless entanglement everywhere. You thought they were so fated that they should be given 2 bright red master-disciple certificates with their photos stamped in steel to witness their pure and happy master-disciple relationship. Lin Jingji, hearing Lin Mo's shout in battle, was instantly delighted. He immediately flashed over, producing the Earth Source Bowl and handing it to Lin Mo. Lin Jingji showed no hesitation in giving the Earth Source, as if it was a trivial matter. But as one of the main combatants, Lin Jingji just left. Lian Long's golden dragon swept its tail and directly smashed an ultimate grandmaster. Lin Jingji, who had intended to say a few words, quickly raised his treasured sword and plunged back into the battlefield to continue fighting. You advised, Lin Mo, leave here and find a place to hide. Your talent will let you comprehend success in a few months. Lin Mo's eyes flickered. Uncle Yu, I want to try to comprehend the Earth Source on sight. You froze for a moment before exclaiming excitedly. Good lad, still as spirited as ever. After some thought, you added, whether you comprehend it or not, don't tell me. I'm too old for such devastating revelations. As you finished speaking, you suddenly felt all your strength drain away, overwhelmed by exhaustion. Lin Mo nodded hesitantly. Uncle Yu, I'll listen to you. Then go, you said. But Uncle Yu, your condition. Deep worry etched across Lin Mo's face. I'm fine, just slightly dead. What? Lin Mo turned pale, immediately stowing the Earth Source away. Uncle Yu, I know a famous physician. Let me take you there. You pulled out a handful of pills and swallowed them. Ha, just kidding. These pills will fix me right up. As the pills entered your stomach, your wounds indeed began slowly healing. Seeing this, Lin Mo finally relaxed. Uncle Yu, I'll stand guard over you. Suppressing your discomfort, you snapped. Who needs your guarding? Then your gaze fell upon Wan Qingwan, who was watching anxiously from below. Noticing her too, Lin Mo nodded understandingly. Then Uncle Yu, you should go to Auntie. I'll go comprehend the Earth Source. Get going already, you little genius. Lin Mo gave a solemn nod before flying off into the distance with the Earth Source Bowl. Your body suddenly trembled as your wounds began worsening uncontrollably. No longer paying attention to Lin and Mo, you mustered your remaining strength to descend toward Wan Xingwan. Your flight path wavered unsteadily. You had reached your absolute limit. Wan Xingwan, her face full of concern, immediately activated her treading heaven steps to catch you midair. The two of you landed gently. You couldn't even stand anymore, collapsing weakly onto the ground. Wan Xingwan's eyes filled with tenderness as she cradled you gently in her arms. Looking down at your battered body, endless sorrow welled up in her usually cool eyes. Your blood stained her pristine white dress a glaring crimson, yet she only held you tighter. Her gaze dimmed as she asked mournfully, "The pills, they're not working anymore." With great effort, you managed a tired smile. "Good news is the reviving Yang pill worked. Bad news is I already took it." "Reviving Yang pill?" Hope flashed in Wan Qingwan's eyes. "Are there more?" "Just one, and only I could refine it, which obviously isn't happening now." Her beautiful eyes trembled before dimming again. A single tear rolled silently down her cheek. It landed with a soft plop on your wounded face, the salt stinging slightly. Lying in Wan Qingwan's arms, gazing at her exquisitely beautiful yet cool features, you remembered how your third simulation had also ended dying in her embrace. Excellent. While others had fixed respawn points, you apparently had a fixed death spot. Not that you minded this particular death spot. You forced another weak smile, your voice barely audible. "Little Wan, your little pearls are falling on my face." Wan Xingwan also smiled gently. "Don't you like it when I cry?" Smiles always bring more joy than other expressions. "All right." She softly wiped away her tears. Her face blossomed with a radiant smile. More beautiful than ever, more determined than ever, more heartbreaking than ever. In your fading vision, Wan Xingwan's lovely smile grew increasingly blurry. In the distance, the battlefield surrounding Li Onlong also became indistinct. Further still, what appeared to be a spear propping up heaven and earth suddenly materialized. You no longer had strength to wonder what was happening there. There seemed to be shouts, screams, a tiger's mournful roar, a golden dragon's shriek, golden blood painting the sky. Your eyes slowly closed, your last flicker of consciousness about to vanish. At the very end, you thought you heard Yin Jishua's anguished cry, "Qingwan." Then instantly, the world fell utterly silent, completely swallowed by darkness. You died. This simulation has ended. More than 80 li north of Xianan City in Danzhou, inside a small inn, Hiyu's consciousness returned as if waking from a dream. That simulation was fucking amazing, Hiyu exclaimed excitedly. Then, an overwhelming flood of memories poured into his mind. Vivid figures flashed rapidly through his thoughts. Wan Xingwan, Yin Jishue, Hu Zhongshuan, Deng Rusong, Xiehuida by Chun Jiaomingshu, and of course Deng Wanshu, whose entire role had basically been a bed scene. And he really earned her paycheck the easy way, literally sleeping on the job. The only technical challenge for Deng Wanshu in this simulation had been not snoring. Hiyu's thoughts surged wildly before finally calming after a long while. Time to inherit the rewards. His eyes burned with excitement. These gains were absolutely explosive. With a thought, Hiyu called out, "Simulator bro, tally up the loot." The simulator's text immediately appeared in his mind. Rewards obtained this time. Peak Essence Refining Cultivation. 8th grade Pill Refiner, Pseudo, Intermediate. Top tier martial arts talent. 47 years of pill refining, combat, and other experience. Divine microvision talent, perfected. 9 condensations, profound skill. 9 condensations at essence refining stage. Guarding gate body technique, fused with 64 blood types. Star River Blade art, sec protecting grandmaster technique, peak essence refining. Heavenly desire formless technique, sec protecting dragon transformation technique, peak essence refining. Wandering heaven steps, peerless martial skill, perfected. Mind awakening technique, top-tier martial skill perfected. Wild Heaven Saber Technique, Sect Protecting Organ Fortifying Technique, Peak Organ Fortifying. Lightning Shadow, Sword Technique, top-tier organ fortifying technique, peak organ fortifying. One portion of Earth Source, Qian Metal Attribute, fusible. One wisp of purified source power, from Ultimate Grandmaster Hu Zhongshuan. Top-grade Pill Furnace, practical model. Top-grade Pill Furnace, Collector's Edition. One Danxia Sect Elder Token. One Danxia Sect Direct Disciple Token. One Reviving Yang Pill. 98,579 Internal Spirit Pills. 26,800 Blood Qi Pills. 3,940 Ro Sheng Pills. 48 Truth-Seeking Pills. 28 Confusion Heart Pills. 5,842 Golden Sword Pills. 11,700 Blood Beast Pills. Earth Source Comprehension Notes from Ultimate Grandmaster Hu Zhongshuan. True Explanation of Pill Refining from 8th Grade Pill Refiner Deng Rusong. True Explanation of Pill Refining from 7th Grade Pill Refiner Xiehueda. 536 Pill Refining Notes from 7th Grade Pill Refiner Xiehueda. 5 8th Grade Pill Recipes. 17 7th Grade Pill Recipes. 26 6th Grade Pill Recipes. 43 5th Grade Pill Recipes. 82 3rd Grade Pill Recipes. 175 2nd Grade Pill Recipes. 322 1st Grade Pill Recipes. Internal Spirit Pill Recipe, 4th Grade. Truth-Seeking Pill Recipe, 4th Grade. Rosheng Pill Recipe, 4th Grade. Confusion Heart Pill Recipe, 3rd Grade. Golden Sword Pill Recipe, 3rd Grade. Blood Beast Pill Recipe, 2nd Grade. Hochuan Pill Recipe, 1st Grade. Jiming Pill Recipe, 1st Grade. Yangsha Pill Recipe, 1st Grade. Yu's face nearly split from grinning at the extensive list of rewards. Marvelous. With so many gains, I can pad out 500 or 600 words. I mean, acquire many benefits. So happy. After his excitement, Yu initially planned to inherit all his gains directly, but he noticed something seemed off about the rewards. Why is my cultivation at peak essence refining? Where's my ultimate path essence refining? Oh, the Earth Source is separately settled as a fusion-ready state. Never mind, then. Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Wait, Yu suddenly jolted in realization. The Earth Source is separately accounted for. His face immediately flushed with excitement. Does that mean I can bring back more than one Earth Source to inherit? As this thought emerged, Yu felt chills run down his spine. After all, Leon Long could barely be considered to have fused 2 Earth Sources, yet he was already dominating everything in his path. If he could gather dozens, even hundreds of Earth Sources to fuse, wouldn't he ascend to godhood on the spot? Yu literally quacked with excitement. Great, let's do this. First inherit and fuse this Earth Source. When Yu looked at the Earth Source entry among his rewards, his brows furrowed. Qian Metal Nature? What does this mean? He asked mentally. Simulator bro, what does Qian Metal Nature marked on the Earth Source mean? The simulator gave no response, but Yu's mind was suddenly flooded with massive amounts of information about Earth Sources. The slight discomfort made Yu frown momentarily before his expression relaxed. After organizing the information, Yu looked enlightened. So Earth Sources have compatibility types. He learned that Earth Sources were divided into 11 compatibility types. Qian Metal, Dui Metal, Zhen Wood, Sun Wood can water, leaf fire, Kuan Earth, Jin Earth, Wind Thunder, Pure Yin, and Pure Yang. He also learned from the simulator's information that martial artists could actually fuse multiple Earth Sources from the start. But fused Earth Sources must share the same compatibility type. Otherwise, subsequent fusions would dissipate due to incompatibility. Moreover, since only a few hundred Earth Sources had appeared in Great Qian so far, fusion experience was severely lacking, with far too few reference cases. These ultimate grandmasters only knew of a few unlucky predecessors who failed at fusing a second Earth Source. Thus, they naturally assumed an ultimate grandmaster could only fuse one Earth source. What they didn't know was that fusion failures simply occurred when accidentally fusing incompatible Earth sources. If thousands or even tens of thousands of Earth sources appeared, more ultimate grandmasters would successively attempt multi-source fusions. Eventually, someone would discover the secret of fusing multiple Earth sources of the same compatibility type. However, Earth sources couldn't be fused infinitely. Each martial artist could fuse at most 9 Earth sources. Fusing a 10th Earth source would elevate the practitioner to another realm entirely, making further fusions impossible. The stronger the fused Earth sources, the more powerful the martial artist would become. Coincidentally, he also obtained information about all specific Earth sources, including their rankings. He immediately located his own Earth source, Falling Immortal Sword, ranked 9th among Qian Metal Nature Earth sources. He also learned about Li Onlong's Earth source, Soaring Golden Dragon, of DUI Metal Compatibility, ranked 4th among its type. Quite coincidentally, Hu Zhongshuan's Earth source Flint Tiger also belonged to DUI Metal Compatibility, ranked 21st. This was precisely why Li Onlong could successfully fuse with Hu Zhongshuan and gain tremendous combat power. Had Li Onlong attempted fusion with an ultimate grandmaster of another compatibility type, even with the spirit fusion mother and child pills, the fusion would have failed. Such is fate. You couldn't help but sigh. But after this moment of reflection, excitement surged again, because now only he knew all the secrets about Earth sources. In his next simulation, he could use this superior knowledge to carefully select the 9 highest-ranked Qian Metal Nature Earth sources for fusion. At that point, he would become the most powerful Qian Metal Compatibility martial artist, possibly even the strongest among all warriors. Since other martial artists didn't know Earth source rankings, they'd fuse blindly rather than specifically targeting the top 9. Wonderful. Cheating is just wonderful. He trembled with excitement. As his excitement grew, he gradually comprehended everything. Then he immediately inherited all cultivation, experience, and items. Boom! Peak essence refining cultivation achieved. Falling Immortal Sword, Earth Source, transformation complete. Approaching 8th grade pill, refining skills restored. 47 years of combat experience loaded. Top-tier martial talent obtained. Divine microvision talent maximized. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. He directly leaped from an ordinary 15-year-old at Marrow Washing Peak to a 15-year-old Ultimate Path Essence Refiner and almost 8th grade pill refiner. Sitting cross-legged on his bed, Hiyu's thoughts raced wildly. Now he no longer needed to hide from Duan Qian, but to eliminate Li Onlong, his current cultivation was still slightly inadequate. After all, Li Onlong's Soaring Golden Dragon Earth Source was highly ranked, his combat power formidable, and the Li Imperial clan had dozens of ultimate grandmasters. Without much deliberation, Hiyu decided to maintain his position and conduct another simulation first. At minimum, he needed to fuse 2 Earth sources before settling accounts with Li Onlong. Let Li Onlong live 1 second longer then. Additionally, in the next simulation, Hiyu could directly give the reviving Yang pill to Xiaohuida. That old man would be overjoyed, wouldn't die so early, and might even acknowledge me as his master. After calling you master for so many years, it's your turn to call me master now. Moreover, if Deng Wanshu woke up, Hu Zhongshuan wouldn't agree to fuse with Li Onlong, allowing the 3 of them to live happily together. If Annie wakes up, the sect leader wouldn't have so many regrets before dying. Hiyu chuckled. Perfect. Also, in the last simulation, little one seemed to have died with me in the end. Truly it's under a woman. What a great best friend indeed. Having sorted through everything, Hiyu's eyes gleamed. Now, then, 6th simulation, let's begin. You enter the simulation. You enter the simulation. First year. Night in. You leave a day's lodging fee on the room table, then fly out the window. You head straight for Danxia sect. This time you don't plan to join as a disciple. After all, if a junior disciple, suddenly produce something as powerful as the reviving yang pill. Xie would never dare give it to Deng Wanshu. So you decide to fabricate an identity as a young master from a prominent family traveling abroad. Don't ask which family. The waters run too deep for you to navigate. Those who understand need no explanation. Those who don't wouldn't get it even if told. This time you're not afraid of exposure, because exposure requires someone having seen you before. Now you've transformed into a stubborn bird, flying away through the skies. Who could possibly see you? Only the innkeeper caught half a glimpse of you. But in the dark night, he couldn't make out your face. With so many guests daily, the innkeeper would soon forget you. Even Duan Xian's wanted notice 8 days later wouldn't include you. This time you've truly vanished without a trace. Not even Lian Long could track you down, let alone any dragon. You plan to first acquaint yourself with Xie and Deng Rusong using this young master persona. Then find an opportunity to exchange the reviving yang pill with Xie. It must be an exchange, not a gift. Only then would Xie feel assured of its safety. Additionally, this simulation has another crucial objective: to obtain Earth Source at Yajianku in the 11th year. Last simulation witnessed 13 Earth Sources emerging during the Source Battle at Yajianku, an exceptionally large-scale appearance. Who knows how many I'll get this time? I'll take them all and sort them out later. You've already fused with the falling immortal sword Earth Source among them. You're curious what state the falling immortal sword Earth Source at Yajianku will be in this time. Will it simply not appear? Or will another version emerge? Or be replaced by a different Earth Source? Uncertain, you stop dwelling on it. You fly non-stop without rest. Equipped with premium gear, eating Rosheng pills when hungry, drinking stored water when thirsty, you're practically immortal. Soon you reach Yutong County at Danxia Sect's foothills. You purchase a large estate in Yutong County, no longer hiding your identity, personally inscribing 2 large, ugly characters He Manor on the entrance plaque. This time you'll be yourself. To hell with Zhao Taizhu, Shangwan Gosheng, and Ouyang Shufan. I am who I am, a firework of unique colors, you shout, raising your arms. Young master, we're a brokerage house. We don't sell fireworks, says the shrewd-looking agent across from you. I know. I was testing your knowledge. How could I not know? Does your esteemed household truly seek a steward? Of course we need a steward. Bring your most capable candidates' contracts for review. Employment contracts were agreements between employers and employees, detailing the employee's background, work history, essentially labor contracts but more thorough. The agent places a thick stack before you. Young master, these are our Xiangtai brokerage's finest stewards. You glance down, about to examine them closely. When someone enters the brokerage, a casual look makes you exclaim, "Holy shit, Old Wang." It's indeed Old Wang, steward of Hu Zhongshuan's residence. Though this version appears younger, barely 30, Old Wang approaches, nodding slightly to you before asking the agent, "Has any employer reviewed my contract?" The agent looks uncomfortable. After a long pause, "It's not that I won't recommend you, but every employer who sees your contract flees like you're the plague." Old Wang looks crestfallen. "No hope then? I've told you before, if you just embellish certain details." "Ah, please return later." Remembering your presence, the agent cuts himself off, realizing he's revealed trade secrets. Quickly changing tactics, the agent smiles. "Young master, please review the contracts while I brew tea." You raise your eyes at Old Wang. "Show me your contract." "What?" Both agent and Old Wang are stunned. Old Wang studies you carefully. "You're hiring a steward." You nod slightly. The agent excitedly prods Old Wang. "This young master seeks a steward." He hurriedly retrieves Old Wang's contract and hands it to you. Reading it, you immediately click your tongue in amazement. Old Wang's real name is Wang Zizhou, 33, completely alone, no parents, wife, or children. He once had a family, but initially didn't recognize his peculiar curse. When his parents died young, he blamed misfortune. Then his wife's sudden illness made him suspicious. Later, his younger brother died prematurely. Most absurdly, his toddler son preceded him in death. Everyone said Old Wang was a lone star of calamity who doomed his family. But stubbornly, he worked from servant to household steward. Then came the worst. 2 months into stewardship, the entire household was massacred by a martial sect over some offense. Though calamitous to others, Old Wang's own fate was ironclad. He'd been out that day, sole survivor. His contract honestly detailed everything, making him unemployable, nearly destitute. His funds were dwindling. Finishing the contract, you marvel. This was like a sparrow pecking an ox's rear. Truly impressive. But conveniently, you're unafraid of death, a perfect match. You turn decisively. Old Wang, I want you. Both agent and Old Wang gape. They never expected you to speak foreign tongues, their brains itching as if growing new matter. Old Wang asks, Young master, you read my contract thoroughly, crystal clear, and you still want me? You're exactly what I'm pissing for. Old Wang's face lights up as he bows deeply. Thank you for your trust. I, Wang Zizhou, won't fail you. Smiling, you pay and leave with Old Wang. Old Wang offers to have his wages, but you refuse. The sum means nothing. A few pills you casually consume could sustain him for life. Collecting a familiar face from 5 cycles ago lifts your mood as you stroll leisurely. Old Wang follows respectfully behind. Suddenly you stop dead, exclaiming, Holy fuck! Old Wang anxiously asks, Master, what's wrong? You don't answer, but internally tsunami waves crash. You'd hired this calamitous star believing your own fate equally ironclad, that he couldn't outcurse you. But it just struck you. In a way, Old Wang had even cursed Hu Zhongshuan, an ultimate grandmaster, to death. You looked helplessly at Old Wang. Old Wang wore an innocent expression. But in the end, you didn't send Old Wang away. Hey, I chose myself idle. You took Old Wang back to the manor and entrusted him with the related matters. You personally had no special habits regarding food, clothing, housing, or transportation. You were simply addicted to cultivation every day without any distraction. Therefore, Old Wang quickly managed the manor from top to bottom in an orderly fashion. The manor also added quite a few servants and guards. Your manor had truly become a prestigious noble estate. Back then, these noble estates were the very objects you targeted for automatic pickup. You never expected that you would unknowingly stand on the opposite side of your former self. You, the Dragon Slayer youth, had become a nurturing dragon. The following year, after finishing the manor's affairs, you purchased a large piece of mountain forest and continued your zoo business. You raised various birds and beasts with second-grade blood beast pills, treating these little animals as if they were your own children. You ran back and forth between the manor and the zoo every day, which was quite troublesome. During the period of raising animals, you didn't neglect your cultivation. At the end of the same year, after swallowing the last internal spirit pill of your life, the source power inside your body began to surge and sweep uncontrollably. The spacious and sturdy cultivation chamber shook and swayed. Your face brightened with joy. Power incoming. In less than a quarter of an hour, your entire source power suddenly exploded. The pure and condensed source power stepped up to another level, quickly reaching the early stage of dragon transformation. The source power inside began to nourish your body, and your physical body gained profound enhancement. The previous essence refining stage was equivalent to integrating the parts strengthened separately during skin refining, bone tempering, marrow washing, and organ fortifying stages. It began to unify the human body into a harmonious whole. Dragon transformation was a comprehensive tempering of this whole. After ascending to dragon transformation, your physical body received an epic level enhancement. This meant you could finally unleash your source power at full strength without worrying about physical collapse. At this point, you officially entered the ultimate dragon transformation realm. Your true combat strength could now rival top ultimate grandmasters like Yan Zhixue. Internal spirit pills no longer provided significant benefits to your cultivation. You had to use 6th grade essence pills for auxiliary training. 6th grade pills were nothing for a pill refiner like you, who was only one step away from 8th grade. You were very happy to become a complete ultimate Grandmaster warrior. It's time to visit the Danxia sect. Wonder if those 2 old elders are still there. One day, you arrived at the Danxia sect. Several people were on guard at the gate, and you found one of the servants named Guolan, about 13 or 14 years old. Servants ranked even below ordinary disciples, only able to do trivial chores. You explained your purpose to Guolan guarding the gate. After confirming with the others on duty, Guolan took you into the Danxia sect. Walking inside, a familiar feeling washed over you. You could find every corner of the Danxia sect, even with your eyes closed. Guolan brought you to an ancient and elegant reception room. After sitting down, Guolan asked, "Young master, do you want us to help improve the pill recipe?" "Yes, I have a 2nd grade pill that strengthens beast physiques. Help me improve it to at least 4th grade, preferably 5th. Although you could improve the blood beast pills yourself, you needed to establish a trust relationship with the Danxia sect this way. Then you could exchange the reviving Yang pill with Xiehuida." Guolan was shocked. 5th grade? That would require at least a 6th grade pill refiner to customize. Don't you have 6th grade or even 7th grade elders? Guolan looked at you with slight surprise. "Young master, have you researched our Danxia sect beforehand?" "Not much, just a little." Guolan nodded. "Your request is indeed only something the elders can handle." You asked, "Can I designate a certain Tony? I mean, an elder to help improve it?" "Theoretically, yes." You chuckled lightly. "There are 7 elders in total, right?" "Yes." "Then it's the 7th elder. Sounds like the least impressive one. Pretty cheap." Your smile was utterly shameless. Guolan's expression turned troubled. It seems young master really doesn't know much about our Danxia sect. The 7th elder is the highest pill refining elder after the sect leader and also the hardest to invite. You were surprised. Why so hard to invite? Our 7th elder barely concerns himself with sect affairs, dedicating himself entirely to his lover. Well, that just means he can come down to rest. Guolan's face tightened. Not knowing what expression to make, he could only awkwardly smile. Young master really knows how to joke. You chuckled. So your 7th elder is a devoted romantic? Extremely passionate and loyal. You raised an eyebrow. Then why have I seen him visit brothels? Guolan instantly froze, stammering, that's because, forget it, young master wouldn't believe it anyway. Better designate another elder." You smiled faintly. "No, I won't change from the 7th elder. I'm not in a hurry. When he has time, he can come to my manor and talk to me." You left the address of manor and placed the blood beast pills recipe directly on the table, then left the Danxia sect. Guolan looked conflicted, but could only watch you leave. You returned to the manor. Just as you stepped inside, Old Wang came up to greet you. "Master, just now Lu Yuanwei from the west of the city sent a letter of visit." You knew Lu Yuanwei, a man with modest wealth. He had a very beautiful daughter, a well-known lady from a distinguished family nearby. Lu Yuanwei was always thinking of marrying his daughter into a good family to elevate his social status. You opened and read it. Lu Yuanwei stated he wished to visit tomorrow. You felt very pleased. Since Lu Yuanwei wanted to probe your background, it meant your persona was very successful. After all, you recently bought a large mansion, a mountain forest, and invested in many restaurants and pawn shops in Yudong County. Clearly, you look like the son of a prestigious noble family. To consolidate your image, you played along. "Old Wang, prepare a table. I'll have a few drinks with Lu Yuanwei." "Yes, master." Just as you were about to step into the cultivation chamber, you suddenly remembered something and turned back. "Old Wang, just call me young master." "Sounds younger." Old Wang was stunned, then immediately corrected himself. "All right, young master." The next day, the big-bellied Lu Yuanwei had already drunk 3 rounds with you and was somewhat drunk. He had asked all the questions he needed, and you had fabricated the answers you wanted. Lu Yuanwei's eyes flicked, finally testing. Meeting young Master He today, truly talented and distinguished. May I ask if you are married? You smiled calmly. Not married. Lu Yuanhui's eyes brightened. Oh? In that case, I have a young daughter, both beautiful and wise. Lu Yuanhui, you interrupted. Yes, young Master He. You smiled. Lu Yuanhui, to be honest, I have never been with a woman in my life. I have no interest in women. My happiest times are every month cultivating with my senior brothers. Lu Yuanhui was stunned for a long moment, then left sulkily. Soon, rumors spread in Yutong County's wealthy and noble circles that you preferred men. You completely ignored these rumors, knowing that once your only good friend appeared, the rumors would collapse without effort. You continued your cultivation day after day. 2 months later, you completed your first source power condensation, and your ultimate dragon transformation strength improved another level. Your martial talent rivaled the top disciples of the 5 major sects, already bringing a noticeable boost to your cultivation speed. One day, while you were cultivating, Guolan, who had served you at the Danxia sect, came to your manor. Guolan told the gatekeeper your purpose outside the gate, and the gatekeeper immediately went to call Old Wang. Old Wang cupped his hands to Guolan. Young brother, I am Wang Zizhou, steward of He Manor. What brings you to see our young Master He? Guolan cupped hands politely. Greetings, Steward Wang. I am from the Danxia sect. Wait a moment. Old Wang quickly interrupted. My surname is Wang. Guolan suddenly felt embarrassed and was about to correct himself. You heard the voice and came out. You directly asked, did your 7th elder from the Danxia sect agree to help me improve the pill recipe? Guolan quickly raised his head and replied, yes, young Master He. Also, the 7th elder really wants to ask where your blood beast pills recipe came from. The blood beast pills were your own creation, and you had intentionally left behind the pill recipe back then. You calmly asked, the blood beast pills are my family heirloom. Is there a problem? Guolan hurriedly waved his hands. Young Master He, no problem at all. It's just that the 7th elder mentioned some techniques in the blood beast pills resemble the Danxia sect style. He wanted to find time to chat with you. This was exactly the effect you wanted, so you replied, no problem at all. I'm available anytime. Guolan then explained his true purpose for visiting. He was actually here to help Xie Hui to survey and document the animal species in your zoo so the improved pill recipe could be more precisely targeted. You took Guolan to the zoo. The moment Guolan entered, he was utterly shocked. This vast zoo deep in the mountains resembled a prehistoric jungle. Various abnormally large animals played and fought within, their movements shaking the ground beneath them. Young Master He, did these animals all grow like this from eating blood beast pills? Guolan stammered. Correct. Then, is there still a need to improve the blood beast pills? Improve them we must. I need more advanced fierce beasts for practicing my Garden Gate body technique. Guolan suddenly understood. Ah, so young Master He practices the Garden Gate body technique. Now I see. The Garden Gate body technique wasn't any secret in Great Xian. Few practiced it simply because collecting beast blood was too time and energy consuming. Over all these years, only Wan Qingwan had mentioned someone achieving a physique comparable to a grandmaster. That person had become something of a spiritual icon for those with poor martial arts aptitude, who preferred unorthodox methods. This group was somewhat looked down upon by mainstream martial artists, their hearts secretly harboring hidden insecurities. Your current persona was precisely that of someone with abysmal martial talent but plenty of money, trying to turn things around through the Garden Gate body technique. So Guolan didn't press further, afraid you might be similarly sensitive and take offense. Guolan carefully inquired about the zoo situation and dutifully recorded the additional animal species you might introduce. Finally, he had gathered nearly all the required information. The midday sun blazed overhead at its hottest. You invited him to cool off in the zoo's comfortable lounge. Guolan politely followed you to the resting area. You had servants brew chilled tea, prepare a fruit platter, and summon 2 attendants. You lounged lazily in a rocking chair, sipping tea to cool off. Guolan, however, sat primly on a chair beside you, appearing quite restrained. Glancing at Guolan, you noticed him engrossed in reading an introductory pill manual, his brows furrowed in confusion. You said, "My family has an heirloom pill manual with a passage that might relate to your confusion." Guolan looked up suspiciously. "Young master, may I ask what passage?" You chuckled and casually quoted a line. Guolan froze, then suddenly had an epiphany, like solving a math problem that had stumped him for days. His face lit up with excitement. "Ha ha! Yes, that's it. Why didn't I think of that?" Guolan sprang to his feet. "Thank you for your guidance, young master Though my family's means are modest, the 10 blood chi pills I receive monthly from the sect are quite valuable. I'll give them all to you as thanks, with diuresis." You waved dismissively. "Think nothing of it." Guolan didn't linger. Riding his wave of inspiration, he rushed back excitedly to the Danxia sect to refine pills. You didn't try to stop him. That would have meant providing another meal. 2 months later, your little animals had finally matured a batch. You approached the oversized little animals with excitement. "My big babies, it's about that time." The giant creatures cowered in a corner, trembling. With swift precision, you drew a drop of essence blood from each. In the end, you collected 70 drops of various essence bloods. The fusion process went smoothly, successfully combining all 70 types. You now had a total of 134 fused beast essence bloods. The additional physical enhancement brought you to mid-stage skin refining, though this barely affected your current strength. Still, free physical enhancements were like found money, no reason to refuse. Moreover, these beast bloods had all been enhanced by blood beast pills. Using ordinary fierce beast blood would have required many more types to achieve similar results. It showed just how difficult the Garden Gate body technique would be for someone with genuinely poor martial talent. But your progress would accelerate soon, with Xiehueda optimizing the blood beast pills. Feeding 5th-grade pills to your animals might just make them evolve into spirits. 3 months later, Guolan returned to your estate. Old Wang escorted him to the main hall. This time, he brought Xiehueda's optimized version of the blood beast pill recipe, now a 5th-grade pill called blood essence pills. These not only enhanced animal physiques, but also concentrated their vital essences into their blood, making each drop of essence blood even more potent. You took the recipe and paid Guolan. Being well-versed in pill recipe modification rates, you knew Xiehueda had charged surprisingly little. You understood this was because Xiehueda felt a connection to the blood beast pill recipe. After settling payment, you cheekily told Guolan, "Seems your 7th elder comes cheap. I'll request him again next time." Guolan could only force a laugh, not daring to comment further. "Oh, young master, the 7th elder said he'll visit in 2 months to discuss your ancestors' pill refining background." "No problem at all. I'll be completely honest. Completely truthful." Guolan gave an awkward chuckle. Young master, he does love his jokes. You smiled faintly while sipping tea. You eagerly anticipated meeting Xiehueda. In your last simulation, he had died too soon and too regrettably. You remembered how Xiehueda had dressed his finest on his death day, all to present himself properly for one last meeting with Deng Wanshu, even though she couldn't see him. The memory stirred emotions. You took another sip to compose yourself. Confident in your understanding of Xiehueda, you believed you could quickly befriend him. Then you could casually drop hints about the reviving Yang pill before finding an opportunity to exchange it with him. Having settled on this plan, you gave an imperceptible nod. Maintaining composure, you continued chatting with Guolan. "How did your pill refining go after last time?" Guolan's mood visibly darkened. "Despite your guidance, I've made no progress whatsoever." He then produced 40 blood chi pills. "These are for you, young master Please don't think poorly of them." You knew the Danxia sect gave servant disciples 10 blood chi pills monthly, plus variable numbers of defective pills. These 40 represented nearly Guolan's entire savings. You didn't accept them. While not one to pass up advantages, you weren't that hard up. Instead, you frowned, finding this quite peculiar. The issue you'd pointed out to Guolan was key to refining first-grade pills. Overcoming it should have allowed him to produce at least 1 or 2 successful pills. Yet Guolan showed zero progress. You questioned him further. After hearing his situation, you barely restrained yourself. The words, "Are you for real?" nearly escaped your lips. Guolan had been a Danxia sect servant disciple for over a year without successfully refining a single first-grade pill. The sect's rules stated that producing 1 or 2 first-grade pills within 2 years would promote a servant disciple to full disciple status. Failure meant expulsion. Exceptional full disciples could compete to become personal disciples. In your past life, you'd started as a quasi-personal disciple, becoming a full personal disciple in under 3 years. This wasn't boasting. Guolan's incompetence was simply staggering by comparison. After over a year in the sect, he hadn't successfully refined a single proper pill. Like someone training with a swim team for a year only to remain unable to swim. Anyone would ask, "Are you okay?" With his 2-year deadline approaching, Guolan teetered on expulsion. You mentally sighed, and here I thought giving you advice meant I'd encounter a pill refining prodigy like Lin and Mo. Instead, I get the biggest noob imaginable. Then you reconsidered. Must be old Wang's bad influence. Guolan clearly felt embarrassed, but remained, seeming to want to say something. Knowing his thoughts, you preempted him. Don't talk about repaying favors. Just promise if you cause trouble later, you won't drag me into it. Guolan glanced at you timidly before finally taking his leave from manner. Watching his retreating figure, you knew he actually wanted to ask about that so-called ancestral pill manual. But Guolan understood you weren't related, and he had nothing valuable to offer, so he couldn't bring himself to mention it. You also had no obligation to guide someone you'd only met a few times. Putting Guolan out of your mind, you focused on improving your pill refining skills. Your 8th grade pill refining technique was nearing mastery. 1 month later, year 3, inside the pill refining chamber, the exquisite pill furnace stood before you, its flames recently extinguished, still radiating heat. Your source power crept up the furnace lid like a gambler about to reveal dice, your eyes gleaming slightly. Finally, with a surge of will, you channeled source power to abruptly open the furnace. As the lid lifted, golden light burst forth like the unsealing of a gourmet dish from Cooking Master Boy. Squinting, you saw 9 perfect 8th grade pills neatly arranged inside. Excellent. 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 You cheered excitedly. Yes, I've finally become a master chef. I mean, an 8th grade pill refiner. You'd officially surpassed Xie Huida and reached Deng Rusong's level. Combined with your perfected divine microvision talent, even if Xie Huida and Deng Rusong teamed up, they could barely match you now. Thrilled, you declared. Seems old Wang isn't jinxing me after all. To celebrate, you invited old Wang to drink with you that evening. When summoned to dine with his master, old Wang initially refused. But unable to resist your insistence, he reluctantly joined. Beneath the moonlight, you drank together in the lakeside pavilion of the rear garden. Just you, old Wang, and the full moon making a trio of drinkers. After a jug of wine, old Wang nearly renamed your manor as Wang Manor in his drunken ramblings. When he climbed onto the table for the 3rd time, you used special techniques to sober him slightly. The somewhat clearer-headed old Wang shared his life story again. How he planned to try his luck in the capital if he couldn't find work in Yutong County. He'd heard the capital was wonderful, a big city where opportunities abounded for the bold. Rumor had it capital residents were so wealthy they wouldn't bother picking up stray silver, as the time spent bending over would earn more. I must visit the capital someday, old Wang insisted. You asked, old Wang, haven't I treated you well? Why this capital obsession? Young master's been very good to me, paying the highest steward wages in Yutong County. Old Wang's flushed face admitted. But it's different. Even if just to see it, I want to visit the capital. Raising your cup, you promised. Your chance will come, old Wang. Old Wang lifted his own cup, his smile wavering. Thank you, young master, for visiting my Wang Manor. Thud. Old Wong collapsed drunk onto the table, his cup hitting the surface hard, the clear liquor inside sloshing violently, shattering the moon's reflection. The next morning, your robust constitution prevented drunkenness, even without using source power to sober up. Except when drinking with close friends, when you'd get wasted without a single drop. As morning mist dissipated, you began daily cultivation. Just as you entered the training room, the gatekeeper announced a visitor. Delighted, you assumed Siehueda had arrived a month early, only to learn it was Guolan requesting an audience. You received Guolan in the main hall, where he dragged a large sack of unknown contents. Beaming, he announced he'd finally been promoted to full disciple. You chuckled. "Congratulations, little brother. So you've mastered first-grade pills?" Guolan grinned even wider, whispering mysteriously, "Young master, I didn't just master first-grade refining." You started. "Then how are you promoted? Did you master the examiner instead?" "Not quite that extreme." Guolan blushed. "My first-grade refining jumped straight from uninitiated to mastery." Frowning, you said, "The pressure drove you delusional?" Anticipating disbelief, Guolan produced his full disciple token. "See for yourself, young master, A glance confirmed its authenticity. Eyebrow raised, you demanded, "Explain." It turned out Guolan had taken his final qualification test days earlier. Failure would have meant expulsion from Danxia sect. Having never successfully refined a proper pill before, his heart nearly leapt out during the test. With no alternative, he'd proceeded with his usual flawed process before despairing completely. Too afraid to check the furnace himself, he'd waited for the examiner to open it, only for both to be stunned. Instead of the usual failed pills, 8 perfect first-grade pills sat inside. Guolan's skill had vaulted straight from uninitiated to mastery, qualifying him instantly as a first-grade refiner. When skeptical examiners made him demonstrate twice more, he produced 8 perfect pills each time, convincing them completely. Your interest was piqued. Had Guolan been ordinarily incompetent, you wouldn't have cared, but such bizarre incompetence demanded investigation. Having Guolan demonstrate on the spot yielded another 8 perfect pills. Marveling, you remarked, "Your late bloomer phase was blooming late indeed." You realized Guolan's peculiar trait. Once reaching basic proficiency in any pill grade, he immediately mastered it completely. However, reaching that initial proficiency took him far longer than others. Average talents typically mastered first-grade basics in 6 months, but required 3 to 5 years for mastery, with higher grades taking exponentially longer. Hence, most never progressed beyond 4th or 5th grade in their lifetimes. Judging solely by the time taken to master first-grade refining, Guolan's pace placed him slightly above average. But his instant mastery upon reaching basic proficiency was utterly bizarre. You half suspected Guolan possessed some critical proficiency cheat, remaining at 0 until the first point was gained, then skyrocketing exponentially. "You found a master key to all techniques," you observed. Guolan scratched his head. "I don't understand it either." Further questioning revealed nothing unusual about his refining process. Preparing to send him off so you could resume cultivation, Guolan suddenly stood up hesitantly. "Young master, about that ancestral pill manual, could I purchase it from you?" You looked at Guolan and smiled. "Do you think I lack money?" Guolan lowered his head awkwardly, pursing his lips. After some thought, his eyes regained their determination as he spoke earnestly. "Young master, one can never have too much money. Just name a price for letting me copy that pill scripture, and I'll do my utmost to meet your demand." Your tone remained calm. "This ancestral pill scripture has no price, or rather, the wealth you'd earn in a lifetime couldn't cover its value. I'm not belittling you, just stating facts." The resolve in Guolan's eyes wavered before he nodded silently. "I understand. Thank you for tolerating my presumption, young master, You waved dismissively. "My apologies for disturbing you, young master. I'll take my leave." Guolan picked up the large cloth bag at his feet and stood to depart. Casually, you asked, "What's in that bag?" Guolan's face flushed with embarrassment as he hesitated. Just some. His words trailed off. You chuckled. Your most valuable possessions, meant to demonstrate your sincerity. Yes. Guolan's voice was barely audible. Having recently advanced to a first-grade pill refiner and become an official Danxia sect disciple, Guolan had felt his year-long frustrations melt away. But the sudden release after such prolonged suppression had made him overconfident about his future prospects. In his excitement, he'd gathered everything he considered valuable to showcase his sincerity. Only upon meeting you did he gradually realize someone who casually invested in improving fifth-grade pill recipes wasn't ordinary, nor would they particularly value a first-grade pill refiner. Guolan understood now that your politeness stemmed merely from your cultured manners, not from his own importance. This realization made the contents of his bag seem laughable, so much so that he couldn't even bring himself to answer. Yet you tilted your chin. Let's have a look. Ah, young master, there's no need. Be good and show me. With resignation, Guolan opened the bag. Inside were some silver tails, blood chi pills, assorted lesser pills, and, most absurdly, preserved fish and cured meats. Picking up a piece of salted fish, you remarked with mock surprise, "How fortunate I've become to receive disaster relief rations from you." Guolan gave a pained smile. Young master, these were provisions for my family before I joined Danxia sect. My mother said they'd keep well on the journey. His use of my mother said reminded you of an old acquaintance. Your expression softened as you held up the fish. Mind if I keep this piece? Of course, young master. Guolan answered hastily. You had old Wang take the fish away and offered Guolan 2 taels of silver. Not taking it for free. Guolan refused repeatedly and ultimately left without accepting the silver, bag in hand. Watching his retreating figure, you shook your head. Guolan's peculiar pill refining talent was indeed unusual, but his overall progression only placed him slightly above average. His lengthy dormant periods, where he couldn't refine a single pill of corresponding grade, made his ability rather impractical. You soon dismissed him from your thoughts and returned to cultivation. Yes, 1 month later, you completed your second refinement of source power. Your exceptional martial talent had accelerated the process. After a day's rest, you inspected your zoo domain. Tired of commuting between Manor and Zoo, you'd hired 2 skin refining siblings, Hishan and Chun, to tend the animals at a generous wage. Their diligence showed. Every creature was robust and well-groomed. Chun was trimming an eclipse wolf's claws while Hishan polished a mist elephant's tusks. When the recently egg-laying Emberhawk went hunting, Hishan had even taken turns incubating the egg. Their dedication was evident. Young master, you're here. Hishan approached, pausing his work. Chun set down her shears and followed. You observe them. You've cared for my treasures meticulously. It's our duty. Hishan scratched his head. Their motivation was understandable. Your payments were extraordinarily lavish. My treasures have been on blood essence pills for a month now. Any effects? Hishan promptly presented detailed records of the animal's measurements and capabilities. The pills had already produced marked improvements. You nodded inwardly. Old Xia knew his craft. Seeing the siblings' earnest smiles, you patted Hishan's shoulder. Keep it up, and next year I might upgrade to a bigger estate. Hishan beamed. I won't let you down, young master. Another month passed. At dusk, having completed your daily cultivation, Old Wang announced a Danxia sect elder's visit, a hairy-faced, thunder-mouthed elder named Xia Huida. Young master, will you receive him? Old Wang inquired. You countered, Old Wang, do you wish to live? Old Wang recoiled. Young master, I very much do. Then prepare our finest banquet. I'll have proper words with this master refiner. At once, young master. Though tempted to greet Xia Huida personally, you reconsidered. An 8th-grade pill refiner like yourself welcoming some insignificant 7th-grade peer? Preposterous. Old Wang, bring this minor refiner up, you commanded. Old Wang's eyes twinkled. As you wish, young master. I'll invite Elder Xian. As Old Wang turned, you amended. Actually, I'll condescend to greet him myself. You hastened to the gate with old Wang. There stood Siehueda, his pale gray robes immaculate, his piercing eyes bright beneath sharp brows. He appeared younger than when you'd first met him, fresher than on his death day. You strode forward and seized his hand. Elder Xie, long time no see. Unaccustomed to modern etiquette, Siehueda rested his hand free and stepped back. Young master, we've never met before. You smiled. I've long admired you. You and Siehueda sat down in the main hall. The table was fully laden with a sumptuous spread of dishes. Come, Master Xie, I'll toast you for your help with pill refining. You downed your drink in one go. Siehueda raised his cup and said, Young master, you're too kind. The payment for the blood essence pills has already been settled. You smiled faintly, saying nothing more. Come, let's eat. You and Siehueda ate, drank, and chatted idly for a while. Finally, Siehueda asked, May I ask which sect your ancestor, the pill refiner, came from? You pretended to be surprised and replied, Master Xie, it's been so long that even my family elders don't remember. I have no idea. Is there a problem? Siehueda smiled. No problem at all. From the recipe of your blood beast pills, your ancestor's skill was very high. How high? As high as a 3- or 4-story building. You flatter me, Master Xie. You chuckled, leaning back in your chair like a silly fool. Siehueda glanced at you and continued. The key point is, I feel many of your ancestors' methods and techniques resemble the style of our Danxia sect very closely. Oh, really? You looked astonished. Even, Siehueda hesitated for 2 breaths. I even saw quite a few traces of myself in them. Your eyes widened in surprise. Is that even possible? Siehueda nodded earnestly. I find it strange too, which is why I couldn't help but come ask young Master He about it. You thought for a moment and said leisurely, though I don't know if my ancestor had ties with the Danxia sect, I do know quite a lot about his life and deeds. Siehueda's eyes lit up. Please, young Master He, tell me. So, you recounted the life story of one of the childless founding patriarchs of the Danxia sect, tweaking the details slightly, and told it to Siehueda. The more Siehueda listened, the more intrigued he became, his eyes narrowing with fascination. When you finished, Siehueda was still in slight disbelief. You then magnified the moment by pulling out your ancestor's portrait and thrusting it in front of Siehueda's face. Master Xie, do you recognize this portrait? The moment Siehueda saw the portrait, he was so excited he nearly wet himself. Young Master He, you really are a descendant of our Danxia sect's old ancestor. You played along, Master Xie, is that so? Absolutely. Ignoring your surprise, Siehueda immediately stood up and rushed back to the Danxia sect overnight to fetch the old ancestor's portrait. Comparing the 2 portraits side by side, they looked like twins. Siehueda became even more excited. Young Master He, do you believe now? You clicked your tongue in amazement. Wow, they really are identical. This is freakishly strange. What's going on here? Young Master He, you are indeed a descendant of our Danxia sect's old ancestor. Siehueda was ecstatic. Then Siehueda told you the old ancestor's life story in detail. Actually, this ancestor's legacy was passed down directly through Siehueda's lineage, which explained his excitement. He narrated the old ancestor's life story to you. Though you feigned surprise with "oh my" on the surface, in truth you felt nothing and were almost falling asleep. You had already studied that ancestor's story thoroughly and could recite it by heart. Finally, you expressed astonishment and said it was all fate. On the spot, you grabbed Siehueda and proposed becoming sworn brothers. Siehueda felt the age gap was too large and said it was inappropriate. You insisted that age was not a problem and gender was no barrier, forcibly pulling Siehueda into swearing brotherhood. You had already prepared the incense altar and asked old Wang to set it up. You knelt down there and said, Lord Guan, air above. Who's Lord Guan air? None of your business. You pulled Siehueda down with you, and the 2 of you knelt with 3 bows and 9 kowtows, completing the ceremony. From then on, you each did your own thing. You called him master, and he called you little brother. After you both finished the brotherhood ritual, dawn was nearly breaking. Old Xie, I suppose this counts as recognizing my ancestors and returning to my roots. Xie Huida looked a little stunned. Well, I guess it does. You indeed recognize your roots, except you had added a generation to yourself. You guessed that the next simulation might even add another generation. A with a Q Thailand bot epsilon S. Every generation you earned was the result of your own effort, and you felt at ease in your heart. Half a year later, since that day of swearing brotherhood, you often visited the Dansha sect. You revealed to Xie Huida that you were a third-rank pill refiner and had read many ancestral pill manuals passed down. Therefore, discussing pill refining with Xie Huida felt completely natural. You often said things that enlightened Xie Huida deeply. You and Xie Huida grew closer as big brothers. He also took the opportunity to tell you about Deng Wanshu's condition. After listening, you cautiously asked, for your wife, my sister-in-law, with her condition, the reviving yang pill should work, right? Xie Huida looked at you in surprise, and then sighed silently before replying, I've studied many pills and also believe the reviving yang pill is the last hope. You deliberately showed a clearly conflicted expression, so obvious that Xie Huida noticed. Xie Huida slowly stood and asked solemnly, Little brother do you have any clue about the reviving yang pill? You did not answer, but just looked at him with discomfort in your expression. Finally, you forced a relieved smile and said, Hey, old Xie, you're overthinking. How could I have news of the reviving yang pill? It requires Earth Source to refine, and even among 8th grade pills, it's top tier. Xie Huida looked at you with half-belief. Though anxious, he did not press further. The next day, after breakfast, you unusually did not cultivate but waited for Xie Huida. You had not agreed to meet him today, but you knew he would come. Sure enough, just as the morning mist was clearing, Old Wang said Xie Huida had arrived. Xie Huida and Old Wang walked toward the main hall. Inside, you stood up. Old Xie, why have you come? Craving the cooking skills of my house, chef again. Xie Huida sat down with a hesitant expression. You poured him a cup of tea. You glanced at him. Old Xie, why so quiet today? Becoming shy. Xie Huida finally spoke. Little brother I have an unworthy request. Old Xie, speak. I want to ask you to share any news about the reviving yang pill with me. Xie Huida cautiously did not say you had any clues, fearing it would sound abrupt and raise your suspicion. You froze for a moment, then slowly put down the teacup. Old Xie, your deep affection for my sister-in-law is rare in this world, but the reviving yang pill is no ordinary thing. Even a single Earth Source ingredient causes ultimate grandmasters to fight desperately over it. Xie Huida caught your meaning, knowing you wanted to see his offer. His expression brightened instantly, and his lips trembled slightly. Moreover, he was clearly prepared. Little brother if you're willing to give me, the news about the reviving yang pill, I vow to refine pills for you all my life. If you need pill recipes, I will give them all. Additionally, I will provide an Earth Source to you. If you have other conditions, just say them. You caught the keyword. Earth Source? The Dansha sect has an Earth Source? You remembered that during the last simulation at this point, the Dansha sect did not have an Earth Source. Otherwise, they would not have gone to help Li Onlong refine the Spirit Fusion mother and child pills. Xie Huida hesitated a moment, then said, I will be straightforward with you. We have news of an Earth Source, but the Dansha sect paid a huge price, sending 5 ultimate grandmasters to compete for it. Once we get the Earth Source, we'll hand it over to you. You nodded slowly. According to the last simulation's development, the Dansha sect did not obtain this Earth Source, so naturally, they couldn't give it to you. You thought it over and decided to get this Earth Source yourself. You turned your head, feigning hesitation for a while before saying, Old Xie, your sincerity has moved me. Xie Huida was so excited he knocked over his teacup and stood up. Little brother you agree? Because we're good brothers. All right. Ha ha ha. Xie Huida's face loaded smile after smile, but kept failing to hold it, his expression system nearly collapsing. Finally, he burst into two bouts of wild laughter. Ah, Ga. After Sia Hueda calmed down, you said, "Old Sia, don't get too excited. I have one more condition." Sia Hueda was stunned, then asked, "Little brother what condition?" "You have to tell me the exact information about this Earth source. Otherwise, I'm afraid you're just fooling me." Sia Hueda breathed a sigh of relief and said excitedly, "No problem." Then Sia Hueda told you detailed information about the Earth source that was about to appear. This Earth source would emerge 10 days later, in Liuzhou, the prefecture governing Yutong County, but would not appear in Yutong County itself, rather in Maoxian County within Liuzhou. You can make it there in 5 or 6 days at full speed. Your current strength had slightly surpassed Yan Jishue. Your third source power refinement would also be completed within these few days, and by then you would fully surpass Yan Jishue, the top ultimate grandmaster. Moreover, other ultimate grandmasters did not even know you existed as a formidable contender. With some patience, you had a strong chance of seizing the Earth source. You asked Sia Hueda, who calculated the Earth source's appearance time and location. Sia Hueda told you that Great Qian had more than 10 ultimate grandmasters capable of roughly predicting when and where Earth sources would appear. You asked about these dozen or so ultimate grandmasters. You found out that the Earth sources they fused with were all of the Kuan Earth affinity type. Ultimate grandmasters with Kuan Earth affinity were close to the Earth, able to sense ley lines and manipulate feng shui. Their combat power also benefited from the earth beneath their feet. Of course, their most valued ability by other ultimate grandmasters was to predict roughly when and where Earth sources would appear. This time, the ultimate grandmaster who discovered this Earth source had fused with the Water River chart, ranked 17th among Kuan Earth affinity Earth sources, a fairly good Earth source. In fact, based on these traits, once enough Earth sources appeared, ultimate grandmasters would eventually classify them into categories. By then, your early advantage would vanish, so you had to quickly collect more Earth sources. You yourself had fused with a Qian metal affinity Earth source, which made the user adept at offense, increasing toughness and sharpness, directly boosting combat power greatly. During the last simulation siege on Lianlong, you were the main attacker, not only due to the protagonist's aura, but also because your fusion with the Qian metal affinity Earth source greatly enhanced your combat strength. After clarifying all the information from Sia Hueda, you agreed that as long as Sia Hueda fulfilled his conditions, you would give him the reviving Yang pill. You knew Sia Hueda would not obtain the Earth source this time. Later, you planned to ask him for a few 9th-grade pill recipes as compensation. After sending Sia Hueda off, you began cultivating. You planned to train for 3 days before setting out, attempting to complete the third source power refinement, increasing your strength by 1 point for added assurance. Time passed quickly. 3 days later, you completed the third condensation of source power just in time. Your strength has completely surpassed Yan Jishue, reaching above top-tier Grandmaster, only trailing Lin Jingji's level. With your current overwhelming combat power, even among ultimate grandmasters, you rank below about a dozen and above 2 to 300. Although the ranking description is a bit vague, it doesn't stop you from truly being quite powerful. That very day, you flew toward Maoxian County. On the third day, you were flying high in the sky. You happened upon a flock of migrating wild geese. You voluntarily helped guide them along their route. To keep up with you, the geese flapped their wings so hard they left afterimages. After you left with satisfaction, the geese exclaimed, "That windbreaker today was really something." The journey was smooth without any trouble. On the 5th day, you arrived at Maoxian County. You activated divine microvision and concealed yourself near a mountain forest where the Earth source was about to appear. This Earth source must be known to more than one group. As the saying goes, the mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind it. You must be that oriole standing behind them. On the 7th day, dusk deepened and night completely swallowed the land. You had been lying in wait for 2 days and hadn't seen a single living person. You began to wonder if Sia Hueda was playing games with you. Finally, Two ultimate grandmasters flew in from afar. One wore neat clothing, exuding a violent aura, his tiger-like eyes scanning fiercely around. The other was a bald man holding a monk's staff, dressed in bright yellow robes, undoubtedly a monk. They didn't hide anything and directly hovered above the spot where the earth source would appear. The two glanced at each other and smiled. Then the old monk spoke loudly. "Stop hiding, come out." You frowned, thinking to yourself, "Are you kidding? Am I supposed to reveal myself just like that?" Though puzzled, you didn't emerge. Probably this old monk was trying to deceive you. 2 breaths later, the old monk surprisingly said, "Ba, brother he, come out." "No way. Is this even reasonable?" Your scalp tingled and your eyes widened. "If I get exposed like this, I might as well give up." During the previous simulation, except for freely soaring in the sky, you never revealed the combat power of an ultimate grandmaster. You are currently fully operating the art of hidden breath, masking your aura. How could you possibly be discovered? Resolving to take action, just as you prepared to go out and kill these two, a hearty laugh came from a nearby forest. "Ha ha ha! Master Mingjue's strength is indeed profound and unfathomable. I am impressed." 3 people emerged from the forest. One had cunning eyes and a sly temperament. That sentence came from him. You glanced at this sly man and cursed inwardly. "Damn, what level are you?" "We share the same surname." You felt indignant. Because you had exposed yourself often before, you had learned to recognize people who fit your profile. This time, you almost lost your composure. You warned yourself to be more cautious in the future. Next to Master Mingjue, the man with the violent aura gave a fierce smile and said, "He Tianlei, you know Master Mingjue has come. Aren't you going to scram?" He Tianlei exchanged a glance with the 2 behind him, sneered disdainfully, then snarled, "Scram we shall." Whoosh! The 3 shot toward the dark horizon like 3 meteors, disappearing in an instant. You nodded, as expected of my He family, cowardly with style. Just after they left, the aura beneath Master Mingjue and the violent man suddenly surged. The surrounding world's energy was abruptly drawn toward the patch of earth beneath their feet. The night wind blew sharply. The forest rustled as if countless ghosts lurked within the trees. In a moment, a faint mist abruptly appeared on the ground, flickering and expanding. Master Mingjue and the others' faces lit up with joy, showing expressions of just as expected. The flickering mist swelled with the wind, quickly reaching 6 or 7 meters high. Then it stopped growing and floated alone like a spirit of the world. Master Mingjue looked excited, flipped his wrist, and took out a fist-sized earth source bowl. Source power was emitted carefully to envelop the delicate earth source, as if holding a cup of boiling water about to overflow. Once fully wrapped, the source power retracted, directly sealing the earth source inside the bowl. At the moment it was placed in the bowl, the earth source seemed to come alive. The mist surged, then suddenly leapt out in alert. Snap! The earth source bowl's lid closed, and the earth source was instantly pressed back inside. "Ha, got it." Master Mingjue and the other laughed heartily. "Let's go." Master Mingjue was in high spirits. The 2 slightly gathered strength, ready to soar into the sky. "Go. Where do you think you're going?" A fierce shout rang out. Master Mingjue and the other were immediately forced down as 5 ultimate grandmasters swiftly surrounded them. Your gaze sharpened, guessing these 5 were the ultimate grandmasters Danxia sect had invited to fight for the earth source. "Hand it over," one of the 5, an ugly man with a handlebar mustache, said sternly. Master Mingjue's expression turned serious. "Ba, this poor monk does not understand your meaning." The handlebar mustache man sneered, trying to threaten them. A short man among the 5 cursed angrily. Why waste words with him? Boom! A huge iron hammer slammed straight at Master Mingjue and the other. Seeing their comrade attack, the other 4 also jumped in. The earth shook with the thunderous battle, waking you from drowsiness. Soon, Master Mingjue's agonized screams came. Ba, I admit defeat. I admit defeat." Though strong, Master Mingjue and the other were not a match for 5 attacking at once. Their robes were torn and dirty. The bald monk's violent temper had cooled, and his eyes were simple now. Actually, neither suffered heavy injuries. Their strength was part of the reason, but the other 5 hadn't gone all out. Because Master Mingjue was from Vajra Temple, it would be troublesome to offend him fatally. Finally, Master Mingjue handed over the Earth Source. They gained nothing and just took a severe beating. Master Mingjue rubbed his shiny bald head and asked the 5, "May we leave now?" The handlebar mustache man laughed. "Monk, please go ahead." Master Mingjue and the other flew away in an instant. Just as they were about to vanish into the night, Master Mingjue's resentful warning echoed from afar. Ba, Eastern Sea Pavilion people, I will remember you." The 5 from Eastern Sea Pavilion paid no mind, carrying the Earth Source as they flew toward Dansha Sect. From the earlier clash, you could gauge their strength. You were confident you could kill them all, but you knew there must be hidden experts still lurking, or else during the previous simulation, the Earth Source would have been successfully delivered to Dansha Sect. You remained hidden, still not making a move. You wanted to be the last Oriole. You trailed the 5 from a distance, unhurriedly following. With your current power, they couldn't detect you at all. On the first day, no one stopped you on the road. You were calm. On the second day, still no one appeared. You felt slightly strange. On the third day, no enemies appeared. You grew puzzled. On the fourth day, the 5 continued smoothly toward Dansha Sect. You were completely confused, thinking, still going? I'm almost home. On the 5th day, if all went well, the 5 would arrive at Dansha Sect today. You thought if they could really deliver the Earth Source to Dansha Sect, it would eventually belong to you. So you no longer planned to kill or loot anyone, just letting them run to Dansha Sect. You wanted to see if they could reach Dansha Sect smoothly. Day 5 evening. The silhouette of Dansha Mountain was already visible in the distance. You grew even more vigilant. The final stretch was always the most prone to mishaps. Yet the anticipated interference never came. These 5 ultimate grandmasters from Eastern Sea Pavilion flew straight into Dansha Sect with the Earth Source. You hovered far above Dansha Sect, frowning deeply. What's going on? Could it be that old Xie already obtained this Earth Source during the last simulation, but kept quiet after failing to refine it? As you pondered this, the ultimate grandmasters from Eastern Sea Pavilion began emerging from Dansha Sect, scattering in all directions. But you noticed only 4 had left. 1 remained behind. Why is one staying? Getting late-night snacks. You patiently waited another hour. By now night had fallen, enveloping everything in darkness. The ugly man with the mustache finally flew out from Dansha Sect. But your eyes narrowed when you spotted the Earth Source bowl hanging from his waist. This mustached rogue had taken the Earth Source. Xie Hueda had schemed relentlessly for this Earth Source. He'd never willingly give it up. Most likely, this scoundrel had bullied his way into taking it using his ultimate grandmaster status. Looking down at Dansha Sect, you indeed saw Xie Hueda chasing after him. Xie Hueda's face was filled with despair as he stared fixedly at the direction the mustache man had flown. Even after losing sight of his target, Xie Hueda remained rooted in the Sect's plaza, his clenched fists trembling uncontrollably. Deng Rusong also came running out, your first time seeing him in this simulation. During the last simulation, you'd accompanied Deng Rusong through his final 2 years. You'd personally witnessed Deng Rusong's passing. Seeing this lively version of him now felt strangely surreal. Though equally furious, Deng Rusong maintained his composure, always rational and considerate of the bigger picture. With sighing reassurances, Deng Rusong patted Xie Hueda's shoulder and half-dragged the distraught elder back to the main hall. You raise your gaze toward the mustached man's retreating figure. Your eyes turned icy. Greedy bastard, taking everything with you. You flew directly toward the scoundrel. Accelerating, you circled ahead to intercept his flight path, pretending to coincidentally cross paths. He hadn't realized he was about to meet his obstacle. As you passed each other midair, the man gave you a puzzled glance. You were a complete stranger. You mirrored appropriate confusion before stopping and calling out, "Honored warrior, a moment please." Seeing your politeness, the man halted but maintained a safe distance. He asked gruffly, "What business have you, brother?" You pointed toward Danxia sect. "Did you just come from Danxia sect?" "Indeed." Feigning sudden realization. "Are you perhaps the ultimate grandmaster assisting Danxia sect with the earth source matter?" The man eyed you warily. "Who are you?" An apologetic expression surfaced. "No need for caution. I too came to assist Danxia sect, but was delayed." "How did things proceed?" The man stiffened. "I know nothing of any earth source." The sheer audacity of denying knowledge while wearing the earth source bowl at his waist. Though inwardly cold, you maintained courtesy. "Honored warrior, there's no need for such." The man tilted his head. "No need for what?" "No need to keep living." Clang. Your soul awakening blade flashed with starlight. Like lightning splitting the dark sky, a brilliant instant illuminated everything. This was your most powerful possible strike when launching a surprise attack. The blade's arc sliced diagonally from the man's left shoulder to right abdomen. Crack! His body separated cleanly at the waist. The upper half desperately retreated while using source power to contain spilling organs. These emergency maneuvers felt oddly familiar, reminded you of another unfortunate soul who'd suffered similarly. The key difference being this bastard had no reviving yang pill for salvation. With a flick of source power, you retrieved the earth source bowl from his falling lower half. A quick check confirmed the earth source remained inside before storing it away. Now resembling some grotesque punching bag, the legless torso frantically tried escaping, but his pathetic speed allowed you to leisurely follow. Keeping pace alongside the panicking torso, you matched his movement perfectly, leaning close enough to whisper in his ear, "Naughty children shouldn't steal." Your ghostly voice filled him with primal terror. "Gra, die!" With a contorted face, he launched a source power-enhanced fist at your head. You casually dodged. "Hitting your teacher? Let me show you some discipline." Another flash of steel. His ugly head went airborne, tumbling twice. At the peak of its arc, countless blade lights wove a deadly net. The head disintegrated into minced flesh before source power scattered every last particle. His remaining body received identical treatment, utterly erased from existence. He came quietly and left even quieter. After cleaning up, you discreetly landed within Danxia sect. Now you understood Xiehuida's early demise. Such repeated blows of despair must have shattered his spirit. Striding cheerfully into the main hall, you found Xiehuida slumped in a chair, pallid and broken. Deng Rusong was nowhere to be seen. Seeing you enter, Xiehuida's lips moved soundlessly. You smiled lightly. "Old Xie, why so glum?" Lifting his head with effort, Xiehuida rasped, "Young master he, I cannot exchange for your reviving yang pill." Taking the adjacent seat, you asked calmly, "Failed to secure the earth source?" Xiehuida looked up startled before shaking his head bitterly. "We had it, but the thing—" You spoke gently. "Old Xie, I understand your pain, but don't despair. This isn't irreparable." Confused eyes met yours. With a soft chuckle, "You may doubt this, but I'll trade the reviving yang pill even without the earth source." Xiehuida gaped in shock. "Young master he? Can this be true?" "Absolutely." Opening your palm revealed a thumb-sized pale green pill. Its medicinal aroma immediately lifted spirits and cleared minds. Xiehuida trembled violently, his feverish gaze locked onto your palm, unable to look away. Xiehuida's gaze burned with obsessive desire, his rapid breathing audible to your ears. Yet you casually stored away the reviving yang pill. Xiehuida froze momentarily. "Young master he? Old Xie, there's something I want to mention." Xiehuida immediately straightened up. "Young master he, all the conditions I promised earlier still stand. However you want compensation for the earth source, I'll agree." You nodded. "The conditions are negotiable." I want to discuss something else. What is it? You looked at him. Old Xie. I feel our relationship has grown distant. Young master he. Why would you say that? Aren't we sworn brothers? Why you keep calling me young master? Xie Huida quickly corrected himself. Brother, you must have misheard. This was your first time witnessing Xie Huida's masterful skill of changing expressions. You knew Xie Huida would do anything for the reviving yang pill. He might even solve advanced calculus problems if required. So you shook your head and stopped dwelling on formalities. Old Xie, there's serious business to discuss, you said calmly. Xie Huida looked impatient. Brother I'll do anything. Old Xie, your tone turned uncharacteristically serious. Put aside your lovesick brain for now. Let reason occupy the high ground of intelligence. I'm talking serious matters. Xie Huida realized this wasn't about conditions for the reviving yang pill. He composed himself. Brother speak your mind. You went straight to the point. Did the other 4 people with that ugly brute know he took the Earth source? Xie Huida jolted in shock, bewildered how you knew about the Eastern Sea Pavilion's 5 members and that the ugly man had taken the Earth source. Xie Huida eyed you suspiciously. Brother have you been lying in ambush at our Danxia sect all night? You waved the reviving yang pill. Old Xie, just tell me if the other 4 knew. Your words put Xie Huida on guard. But seeing the pill in your hand, he'd practically sell himself to you right now. Xie Huida answered directly. Brother the other 4 didn't know Bao Lian stole the Earth source. Moreover, Bao Lian threatened us not to tell anyone. Obese. The undisguised loathing in Xie Huida's eyes was palpable. You nodded good. Xie Huida tilted his head slightly. What do you mean? Your expression turned grave. Old Xie, remember this. Remember what? Whatever it is, just remember first. All right. After a moment's thought, you continued. Remember, Bao Lian has completely disappeared. If Eastern Sea Pavilion asks about him, you must say he left afterward without taking the Earth source. Xie Huida looked at you incredulously, fully understanding what completely disappeared implied. He knew you couldn't possibly make an ultimate grandmaster vanish on your own. Only your family could accomplish that. In Xie Huida's eyes, you grew even more formidable and mysterious. Of course, Xie Huida didn't think your family would come to Danxia sect to seize this Earth source, since it was meant for you anyway. Xie Huida's eyes covertly scanned you, searching for clues. Seeing Xie Huida's wary expression, you said, Old Xie, no need for alarm. I'm considering Danxia sect's welfare. Danxia sect's welfare? Xie Huida paused instinctively, but quickly grasped your meaning. If Eastern Sea Pavilion discovered Bao Lian never returned, they'd inevitably come questioning Danxia sect. If they learned Bao Lian had stolen Danxia sect's Earth source, the sect would be suspected in his disappearance. Though Danxia sect lacked the strength itself, they could enlist other ultimate grandmasters, making them targets for Eastern Sea Pavilion's retaliation. Thus, by having Xie Huida claim Bao Lian never took the Earth source, Danxia sect would avoid suspicion. Moreover, this wasn't just empty talk. Your reviving yang pill could awaken Deng Wanshu, proving the Earth source had been refined into the pill, solidifying the claim that Bao Lian never stole it. This way, even Eastern Sea Pavilion would have to believe Bao Lian accidentally vanished into some dimensional rift. Xie Huida instantly understood this reasoning. Looking up at you in astonishment, he felt profound guilt. Just 3 seconds ago, he'd suspected you of scheming against Danxia sect. Now he realized this unlikely brother genuinely cared for the sect, moving him deeply. You really, he could cry. Worthy brother, this elder brother wronged you. Xie Huida wholeheartedly accepted this 50-year age gap bond of fate. You smiled brightly, your super promotion in seniority plan achieving a milestone victory. Laughing heartily, you said, Dear brother, please rise. Oh, you weren't kneeling. You'd recalled how sworn brothers in Water Margin would excitedly kneel, but apparently that custom didn't exist here. Standing up, you said, Old Xie, let's go see your wife. my sister-in-law now. Your words made Xie Huida stiffen. Faced with this pivotal moment, Xie Huida wasn't as elated as expected. Fearful of any mishap, he became completely solemn and composed. Just then, Deng Rusong hurried in. As he walked, Deng Rusong announced loudly, "Huida, I've contacted 9 ultimate grandmasters." Seeing you, Deng Rusong abruptly stopped, his expression tightening as he asked, "And this is?" Xie Huida stepped forward and explained everything about you to Deng Rusong. After listening, Deng Rusong frowned deeply. "Brother, he has a reviving yang pill?" You produced the pill again for display. Even the normally composed Deng Rusong lost control of his expression seeing the legendary pill in person. He grew equally excited. "Brother, I want to thank your entire family." You wagged a middle finger. Sect leader Deng, no cursing. Deng Rusong chuckled awkwardly, realizing his poor phrasing. "Brother, my apologies for the rudeness." You then asked, "From what sect leader Deng said upon entering, were you gathering reinforcements?" Deng Rusong calmed down and nodded silently. You inwardly admired how Deng Rusong was truly a man of action, perfect sect leader material. After their earlier discussion, Deng Rusong and Xie Huida had immediately decided to summon ultimate grandmasters for retaliation. Deng Rusong had sent messages inviting 9 ultimate grandmasters to Danxia sect. They contacted so many because not all would be available. The sect couldn't expect them to come at a moment's notice. Realistically, only 4 or 5 would arrive. In your previous simulation, when these ultimate grandmasters learned they'd be confronting one of the 5 great sects Eastern Sea Pavilion, they'd all backed out immediately. The matter was ultimately dropped, with Danxia sect swallowing the bitter pill. After all, weakness was the original sin. Fortunately, in this simulation, you'd appeared as their savior. Not only did you bring the precious reviving Yang pill, you'd also eliminated Bao Lian, giving Xie Huida and Deng Rusong closure. Though they didn't believe you personally killed Bao Lian, their gratitude toward your family extended to you. After all, they didn't know your other family members, or that your vast family consisted solely of you. With a carefree smile, you said, "Old Xie, sect leader Deng, let's go. Time to get serious." Excitement sparkled in both men's eyes. Xie Huida couldn't contain his joy. "Brother, follow me." You followed the 2 familiar figures to the secret chamber where Deng Wanshu lay. The 3 of you stood before that familiar cold jade bed. Deng Wanshu slept peacefully, her beautiful, gentle face utterly serene. She didn't know her fate would completely deviate from its original course today. You opened your palm to reveal the reviving Yang pill. "I won't do this for you. Which of you wants the honor?" Deng Rusong chuckled lightly. "Huida, you should do it." Xie Huida nodded solemnly. He had waited too long for this moment. Last time, he'd waited until life's very end without achieving his desired outcome. With utmost care, Xie Huida took the reviving Yang pill from your hand. He didn't use true qi to hold it. Only the physical sensation in his palm could reassure him. Gently, he placed the pill into Deng Wanshu's rosy lips. Then a stream of soft true qi flowed from Xie Huida into Deng Wanshu's body. As the qi circulated, the reviving Yang pill slowly dissolved, spreading through her body along the gentle energy currents. Within moments, the unnatural pallor faded from Deng Wanshu's skin, replaced by healthy, natural color. Hope blazed in both Xie Huida and Deng Rusong's eyes. Xie Huida controlled his qi with even greater caution, like walking on thin ice. When the pill's medicinal properties had fully dispersed, he carefully withdrew his qi. Xie Huida exhaled heavily in relief, then immediately fixed his gaze on Deng Wanshu's face. His heart pounded like thunder, his breathing rapid, like a prisoner awaiting judgment. Deng Rusong watched just as intently. Though calmer outwardly, the unconscious twitching of his facial muscles betrayed his inner turmoil. Time passed second by second. Deng Wanshu continued breathing steadily in deep slumber. 1 second, 2 seconds, 1 minute, 2 minutes. Just as the light of hope in the two men's eyes began fading, Ding Wanshu finally stirred. Her long eyelashes fluttered slightly. That tiny movement seized both men's hearts. Unconsciously, they leaned closer for a better view. Suddenly, Ding Wanshu's lashes began trembling violently, matching the frantic rhythm of their heartbeats. Then the trembling stopped abruptly. Her beautiful eyes flew open like dazzling fireworks bursting across the night sky. Those clear eyes remained dazed for 2 seconds before focusing on the two tearful men before her. Wanshu, little sister, Xiaohuida and Deng Rusong's voices cracked with emotion. Those long-awaited greetings carried years of bitterness and struggle. Only they knew what hardships they'd endured. Years of pent-up emotions left both men choking back sobs. Deng Wanshu stared blankly at the weeping men. After seeming to ponder for 2 seconds, she asked innocently, "Big brother, second brother, whose funeral are you crying at?" Xiaohuida and Deng Rusong froze, then hurriedly wiped their tears. A moved smile spread across Xiaohuida's face. Wanshu, second brother, wasn't crying. The wind got in my eyes. Blame this tightly sealed secret chamber for being too windy. Deng Wanshu burst in a silvery laughter so infectious it lightened your heart too. "Ha, what nonsense, second brother. Still as unserious as ever." Then she blinked. "Huh, second brother, big brother. Why am I in a secret chamber? Wait, did we escape that marrow-washing realm expert? Where's third brother? Did he run away first?" Xiaohuida and Deng Rusong exchanged amused glances before looking indulgently at their sister's rapid-fire questions. "Wanshu, take it slow," Xiaohuida said gently but firmly. "I'll explain everything carefully." Seeing your task complete, you quietly turned to leave. Behind you, conversation continued, mostly Deng Wanshu chattering like a sparrow. "Wanshu, actually, it's been 50 years. I slept that long." "Yes. Why didn't anyone wake me?" "We all wanted to." "Wanting isn't enough." "Ha. We really did try waking you." "You didn't try hard enough." "Were you starving?" "Haha, exactly." "Then I'll cook for you." "Full bellies mean loud voices to wake me." "Deal, ha." Giggle. You left the chamber, left the Danxia sect, reached the mountain gate. Turning back, you saw, when had this happened, vibrant flowers blanketing the entire Danxia mountain, welcoming its own springtime. Yes. Returning to He Manor, old Wang rushed out anxiously. "Young master, you're finally back." You frowned slightly. "Old Wang, what's wrong?" "Nothing's wrong, young master." "Then why the urgency?" "To show my concern for you." "Old Wang, you truly deserve being Yutong County's highest paid steward. Your upward management skills are impeccable." Old Wang bowed happily, genuinely pleased at your safe return. After dismissing him, you headed straight to the cultivation chamber to examine your newly acquired Earth Source treasure. Sitting cross-legged, your consciousness entered the simulation space. As an ultimate grandmaster, you could perceive the Earth Source without activating divine microvision. Concentrating, the mist around the Earth's source dispersed, revealing 3 masks. 3 terrifying, exaggerated masks with grotesque fangs and intricate, colorful patterns. Information flooded your mind. Nuwa opera masks, ranked 5th among positive affinity Earth sources. Warriors who merge with them become enigmatic, excelling in divination and mystical arts. Mastering all 3 masks grants 3 abilities. First, complete physical transformation. Even close acquaintances couldn't recognize you. Second, perfect aura concealment, essential for travel or less savory activities. Third, immunity to divination. Even other positive ultimate grandmasters couldn't deduce your information. Nual opera masks? Interesting. Though you couldn't merge Earth sources beyond your dry metal affinity, you could master them without merging to access their powers. For other ultimate grandmasters, unmerged Earth sources would vanish within breaths. But you could store mastered Earth sources permanently in your simulation space. Your eyes gleamed. Damn, this cheat is overpowered. Eagerly, You began mastering the first transformation mask. You tested on familiar faces like Siehueda to verify its potency. On the second day after you comprehended the Nua opera masks, the three powerhouses Siehueda, Deng Rusong, and Deng Wanshu arrived together. Siehueda seemed to have regained his youth, shedding his previous melancholy demeanor and appearing carefree and unrestrained. Deng Rusong remained composed as ever, though his eyes occasionally revealed traces of contentment and ease. This was Deng Wanshu's first visit to your manor. She already knew you were the one who provided the reviving yang pill to wake her. Her gaze was filled with gratitude and curiosity as she studied you intently. Siehueda carried a wooden box filled with pill recipes and generations of pill refiners' works on the true explanation of pill refining. Additionally, the box contained a translucent emerald jade peace token. You understood this was Siehueda fulfilling his promise in exchange for the reviving yang pill. You greeted the trio at your manor's entrance. "Everyone welcome," you said, your eyes on Deng Wanshu while reaching for Siehueda's box. "This must be Sister Wanshu in the box." Siehueda smiled wryly and handed you the box without protest. Deng Wanshu chuckled at seeing you tuck the box under your arm. "I haven't been packed into a little box yet, but thank you for the reviving yang pill, brother he." You smiled and stepped aside, gesturing toward the manor. "Don't just stand at the door. Everyone should go back now. We wouldn't want to intrude." "Wait, go back." Siehueda froze mid-step along with the others. "Just a little joke. Hope you don't mind." Deng Wanshu replied cheerfully. "Even if we minded, we wouldn't say so." "Excellent. Please come in and make yourselves at home, just like you would in someone else's house." You ushered them to the main hall where tea was served. After sipping his tea, Siehueda explained the box contained 7th to 9th grade pill recipes, 18 9th grade, 37 8th grade, and 62 7th grade recipes. During your last simulation, you'd obtained some 7th and 8th grade recipes. Now you gained 18 9th grade, 32 8th grade, and 33 7th grade recipes. As for recipes below 7th grade, Siehueda hadn't brought them due to their overwhelming quantity, but you could consult them anytime at Dansha Sect. Nigeria Nirio. Apart from the 9th grade recipes, you had little interest in the other materials. But the Jade Piece token intrigued you greatly. This token was a heritage item from the sect's founder, passed down only to successive sect leaders. It could analyze failed pills, identifying exactly where they fell short of success. Pill refiners often produced many failed pills without understanding the specific reasons, whether the fire was too strong or ingredients were added too late. They could only accumulate experience through repeated attempts, like taking an exam knowing only whether they passed, not which questions were wrong. The peace token, however, directly pinpointed the problems, allowing targeted improvements that dramatically increased refining efficiency. You examined the token with delight. Though your 8th grade refining skills were mastered, the leap to 9th grade had stymied countless talents. With this token, your confidence soared. "This is marvelous," you thought, like having a personal tutor who compiles mistake logs. Seeing your enthusiasm, Siehueda and Deng Rusong relaxed. They knew your family's resources meant you lacked little in recipes. Your legendary ancestor was an 8th grade refiner. But the reviving yang pill's main ingredient alone was an earth source. Compensating you with just some 9th grade recipes would have troubled their conscience. Thus, Deng Rusong decided to give you the peace token to repay their debt. The token's magic came from containing an earth source itself, though its original form was no longer discernible. In terms of main ingredient value, the token and reviving yang pill were comparable. You also gained 18 9th grade recipes plus numerous 7th and 8th grade ones, along with Siehueda and Deng Rusong's lifelong refining services. This deal turned out far better than expected. You'd initially planned to just do a good deed at minor loss. Now you'd profited handsomely. Though being modest, you restrained your glee. "Brother he, are you satisfied with our compensation?" Siehueda asked. "Extremely satisfied. 5-star rating." The conversation continued for hours. Since Wanshu's awakening, Siehueda and Deng Rusong visibly glowed with vitality. During small talk, you realized without Wan Shu as their worry, Xie Huida might attempt advancing to 8th or even 9th grade refiner the simulation. Deng Rusong, at mid-level Grandmaster, might also progress toward the ultimate Grandmaster realm. Everything's looking up, you mused. Only old who remains at Yajianku battling Genia Nation. If he knew Sister Wanshu awoke, he'd probably desert to return. As you pondered, Deng Rusong asked, Hueda, have you sent word to Zhongshuan? Xia Hueda laughed boldly. Sent yesterday. Let Hu Zhongshuan see whether medicine could save Wanshu after all. Deng Rusong nodded. You glanced at Deng Wanshu across from you, thinking, old who's returning? This will be lively. Wanshu gazed tenderly at Xie Huida with dependence in her eyes, then tilted her head thoughtfully, her expression also hopeful. You blinked. Apparently, they truly intended to make their three-way relationship work. Maybe Sister Wanshu isn't fickle, you wondered, but her heart simply broke in two, loving different people. In 50 years past Wanshu's eyes, Xie Huida was dashingly unconventional, his pill refining talent unparalleled. Hu Zhongshuan was steadfast and reliable, his martial arts peerless. Faced with such extraordinary senior brothers in her youth, young Wanshu couldn't choose decisively. Thus this unconventional yet thrilling arrangement persisted. You couldn't predict their future entanglements, but resolved to grab popcorn at the first sign of Danxia sect drama. That evening, you politely invited them to stay for dinner. To your surprise, they shamelessly accepted, forcing Steward Wang to serve the lavish meal prepared in advance. After rounds of drinks, a drunken Xie Huida was supported home by Deng Rusong and Wan Shu. Alone, you focused on comprehending the Nua opera masks. Year 4. After relentless communion with the masks, you neared completion of the first mask comprehension. Within 10 days, you'd master the shape-shifting ability. The year-long intensive effort left you mentally drained, so you decided to rest one final day before the final push. That day, you visited the zoo. A year had passed, auspicious timing to harvest blood. Your precious beast had consumed 5th-grade blood essence pills daily, eating better than most warriors below dragon transformation. You were eager to see what surprises they'd yield after a year. You arrive at the zoo, where the He siblings come to greet you. Thanks to the high salary you provided, Hishan now has sufficient cultivation resources and has reached the skin-refining peak stage, nearing breakthrough to bone tempering. Hingchuan's talent is slightly inferior, remaining at mid-stage skin refining. The siblings now live full-time at the zoo, completely dedicated as caretakers. After all, getting sufficient cultivation resources just by feeding animals without life-or-death battles outside is an opportunity too good to pass up. Young Master He, you're here. The siblings happily greet their generous patron. You nod slightly. Bring my precious ones over. Right away, young Master He. Following records, the siblings herd over all animals that have reached adulthood and been fed blood essence pills for a year. The animals line up to have their blood drawn. Soon, you've collected 49 types of beast blood. Just as you're about to finish, a small animal the size of a puppy slowly ambles over and lies down at your feet. The furry little creature has a snow-white fur, a small tiger's head, a lion's body, and a thick, bushy tail resembling a wolf's. Picking up the odd hybrid that's shaking its head, you ask the other beasts, "Whose child is this?" Hishan hurriedly approaches. "Young Master He, I was just about to tell you, recently there have been hybrid offspring between different species in the zoo." Hybrids? You pondered thoughtfully. You had originally planned to artificially induce hybridization when animal variety became insufficient, never expecting them to start on their own. So you decide to go with the flow, instructing the He siblings to consciously breed different species together from now on to increase variety. The siblings carefully note this down. Truthfully, it won't require much effort. Just confine the adolescent beasts together and nature will take its course. You return to He Manor with 49 types of beast blood. In the cultivation chamber, you successfully complete the fusion. This fusion brings a pleasant surprise. Your additional physical strength soars to late-stage bone tempering. Your eyes gleam. It seems good blood essence pills are no worse than blood beast pills. Combined with the previous 134 types of beast blood, you've now fused a total of 183 types. With more hybrid animals being born and fed blood essence pills from birth, you'll obtain increasingly higher quality beast blood. Your Garden Gate body technique might truly reach terrifying heights. You carefully consider the he siblings situation. I wonder if they can handle all the hybridization work. Maybe I should hire a professional breeder, or have these siblings take courses like postpartum care for sows. After some thought, you decide to leave professional matters to professionals. You summon Old Wong and instruct him to find animal breeders for mating. Old Wong startles. Young master, humans can't mate with animals, right? You're equally shocked. Old Wong, keep joking and I'll have you do the mating. Old Wong turns pale. While frightened, he has no intention of being fertilized. He immediately runs out. Young master, I'll find breeders right away. Over the next 3 days, after 7 rounds of interviews and rigorous screening, you hire an animal breeder named Dong Jijia at high price, a graduate of the beast taming sect, one of the 5 great sects. Dong Jijia was expelled from the beast taming sect and permanently blacklisted for researching projects like mermaids, centaurs, and elephant men. Dong Jijia is exactly the special talent you need, and your zoo is the perfect stage for his skills. You hit it off immediately, kindred spirits with shared unconventional interests, brainstorming fantastical new species all night. You bring Dong Jijia to the zoo stage and let him experiment freely. Seeing the massive, powerful beast Dong Jijia drools, your zoo is his paradise. After handling zoo matters, you return to cultivate with the Nua opera masks. 8 days later, you sit cross-legged in the cultivation chamber, your dark eyes slowly opening. Suddenly, an invisible, ferocious mask materializes over your face. Your expression darkens as your facial muscles don't twist. Instead, your entire face ripples like water. Within seconds, your appearance has transformed into Xiehueda's likeness. Even your height and mannerisms perfectly match. Only unseen body parts might differ. Ha ha ha, this is amazing. You're thrilled like a child with a new toy. Your face shifts again, becoming Hu Zhongshuan, Lin Mo, Deng Rusong, various strangers. But you maintain boundaries, never transforming into women for fear of addiction. Finally, you settle on an average-looking man in his early 30s. Disguised as a pill-buying martial artist, you visit the Danxia sect. You want to test whether acquaintances can recognize you or grow suspicious. You land directly before the Danxia sect gates in full view of everyone. The guards mistake you for an ultimate grandmaster and immediately escort you to a VIP reception room. Sitting there, you release a hint of ultimate cultivation and roar. Have your sect leader receive me. The terrified attendant scrambles to summon Deng Rusong. Soon Deng Rusong enters, maintaining composure. Great hero, you've come to buy pills? May I know your honorable name? You scrutinize Deng Rusong's face intensely, making him uncomfortable. Ahem, great hero, please restrain yourself. You smile slightly. I never change my name when standing or sitting. Shangwan Goshen. Clearly Deng Rusong doesn't recognize you or find you familiar. So it's Hero Shangwan. What pills do you require? You raise 10 fingers dramatically. 10 blood chi pills. Using ultimate cultivation to buy 10 first-grade blood chi pills nearly breaks Deng Rusong's composure. His expression tightens, suspecting you're causing trouble. Deng Rusong becomes even more cautious, fearing to offend you. Suppressing his emotions, he says calmly, Hero Shangwan, I don't have them on me. I'll have someone bring them. Make it quick. You do this both to leave an impression and save money. When the pills arrive, you grab them and vanish into the sky. Deng Rusong waves farewell below. Though appearing friendly, inwardly he's cursing up a storm. He congratulates himself for handling the situation without giving you cause for anger. As Deng Rusong turns to leave, your voice suddenly sounds behind him. Sect leader Deng, were you just cursing me in your heart? Deng Rusong turned around in shock. Hero Shangwan, what do you mean? How could you possibly know my inner thoughts? The power of an ultimate grandmaster works like this. You wouldn't understand since you're not one. Now tell me how you plan to appease my wrath. Deng Rusong's expression turned grave, fully realizing this was a deliberate provocation that couldn't be reasoned with. He furrowed his brows and tentatively asked, Hero Shangwan, what do you suggest? Deng Rusong had already prepared himself for significant losses. Your Danxia sect doesn't have much to offer. Just compensate me with your local specialties. Clenching his teeth, Deng Rusong said, Hero Shangwan, name your price. Slowly extending one finger, you said fiercely, 1,006 grade essence pills. Deng Rusong was stunned. The demand was surprisingly low. If not for your ability to fly, he would have suspected you were begging. In the Danxia sect's warehouses, 6th grade essence pills might not form literal mountains, but they certainly piled up in small hills. Your request was truly insignificant, making Deng Rusong uneasy. Hero Shangwan, perhaps you'd like to take some other local specialties too? You raised an eyebrow. Oh ho, sect leader Deng is quite understanding. Might as well throw in some 7th and 8th grade pills too. Finally feeling more at ease, Deng Rusong immediately went to retrieve the pills for you. After roughly estimating the value of the large bag of pills, you nodded. Sect leader Deng knows what's good. I'll be back. Deng Rusong could only echo, do visit often. With a sly grin, you shot into the sky again. From high above, you dropped a thick roll of silver notes, slightly more than the raw material value of those pills. The notes landed precisely in Deng Rusong's hand as your voice carried from the horizon. I, Shangwan Gosheng, have lived with clean hands and never owe anyone anything. Clutching the silver notes, Deng Rusong watched your distant figure with mixed emotions. After a long while, he murmured, this only covers material costs. No processing fees included, Mr. Clean Hands. After cautiously circling several times, you finally returned to your manor. Today had given you full appreciation of the new opera mask's power. And this was just the first mask, with 2 even more powerful ones remaining. You resolved to accelerate your Earth Source collection. Your current strength now allowed you to gather more sources. 2 days later, you departed He Manor. Using Shangwan Gosheng's identity and appearance, you began traveling through several prefectures near Liuzhou. You visited 6 ultimate grandmasters with strong Earth affinity nearby, who could detect approximate times and locations of Earth Source appearances. Some belonged to the 5 great sects, while others led independent sects across different factions. You made it clear you wanted to be the first to purchase information about Earth Source appearances. This was common practice among ultimate grandmasters. Higher prices bought earlier alerts. To demonstrate your capability, you gifted each a 7th grade pill. But one ultimate grandmaster proved uncooperative, so you made sure he properly understood your strength. Bruised and battered, he happily accepted your gift and even wished you a happy new year. When you pointed out the new year had long passed, he cheerfully offered belated greetings, wishing you happiness in your twilight years. Being polite, you returned the favor by wishing him longevity until death. Through these 6 contacts, you learned each could only scan limited areas. The strongest among them was Qi Xian, a pure Yang sect elder from the 5 great sects, capable of covering nearly an entire prefecture. Great Xian had 48. Others could only scan a dozen or few counties at most. Thus, scattered Earth sources rarely attracted many competing grandmasters, unless appearing in concentrations like at Yajianku. Now you arrived at the pure Yang sect. Ayo! In their premium reception room, Qi Xian poured you tea. Brother Shangwan seems unfamiliar. A recent addition to our ultimate ranks? Playing Shangwan Gosheng's bold persona, you laughed heartily. Ha ha ha! Indeed, I only stumbled into this rank half a year ago. With such generosity, Brother Shangwan must hail from a prominent sect? Qi Xian inquired. Your laughter boomed. Just a minor sect with only one ultimate, myself. Brother Shangwan needn't be guarded. I merely wish to know how to contact you with Earth source information. After brief consideration, you replied, Brother Qi Xian, just send messages to the Palace of 10,000 Dreams in Maoxian County, Liuzhou. Palace of 10,000 Dreams. Qi Xian looked puzzled. Forgive my ignorance. I've never heard of it. No wonder. You just invented it moments ago. But by day's end, you'd officially register it for message deliveries. After more small talk, you departed from Maoxian County, where recent conflicts over Nua Opera Mask's Earth source had occurred. There you found a sect undergoing bankruptcy liquidation. Many assumed running sects was profitable, but failures outnumbered successes. The sect's most valuable asset was its 100-acre mountain property, now being fire sold. You acquired it dirt cheap, complete with ready-built halls, plaza, and facilities, move-in ready. Commissioning a grand gilded plaque inscribed with vigorous Palace of 10,000 Dreams calligraphy, you replaced the old sign. The golden characters shimmered brilliantly under sunlight, revitalizing the entire compound. Your palace had successfully reverse-merged into this shell corporation. It would serve as your second base for Earth Source intelligence and enriching Shangwan Goshing's backstory. Thus you officially became the palace's princess, no, palace master. 1 month later, you brought 3 new recruits to the palace. These rare talents, all victims of persecution who'd faced mortal danger, were hard to find. Take Sang Yi, marrow-washing late-stage cultivator. He'd had a beautiful wife stolen by a young master from a powerful family. After arduous training, Sang Yi rescued her, only for her to declare affection for the young master, begging Sang Yi to leave lest the master misunderstand. As Sang Yi's Tao heart shattered in despair, the young master arrived with experts, not to kill him. Only fancy married women, the master explained. If you die, the flavor's ruined. He instructed Sang Yi to take his wife home peacefully, promising only monthly secret visits, 3 to 5 times maximum, with assurances Sang Yi would never notice. When the wife coquettishly scolded the master for being such a naughty playboy, Sang Yi, feeling out of place for not being perverse enough, saw red and attacked in rage. Sang Yi was no match for those experts and nearly got beaten to death on the spot. At the critical moment, you descended like a divine savior using your Shangwan Goshing identity to rescue Sang Yi, and let Sang Yi personally kill that young master and his own wife. Sang Yi was so grateful to you, he practically wanted to enshrine you as a deity. Aside from Sang Yi, the other 2 among the trio also had equally explosive stories, which we won't elaborate on one by one. You settled the 3 in the Palace of 10,000 Dreams and provided them cultivation resources. Their job was similar to a receptionist security guard, just receiving and safeguarding Earth source information until your periodic collection. After arranging everything, you returned to Yutong County to continue cultivation. 5th year, you completed the 4th source power condensation of the 9 condensation's profound skill. Your combat ranking on Great Qian's Ultimate Grandmaster list rose by 1 or 2 positions. Moreover, during this cultivation session, you sensed the bottleneck to mid-Dragon Transformation stage. Dragon Transformation was already a high-level realm for martial artists, yet you saw hope for further advancement within just a few years. Your martial talent was reaching terrifying levels. After completing the 4th condensation, you focused on advancing your 9th grade pill refining arts. You got up from the cultivation chamber and walked to the adjacent pill refining room. Though the 2 rooms weren't that different, you could refine pills without changing rooms. You still preferred keeping activities separate. Taking out the peace token, you began refining 9th grade pills. 9th grade pill refinement was several levels more difficult. After a month, you still hadn't made any progress. Though the peace token helped identify shortcomings, knowing mistakes and correcting them were 2 different matters. You realized recognizing and correcting mistakes wasn't just moral excellence, but also reflected exceptional execution. After resting for a day, you went to Danxia sect to find Xiehuida, You and Xie Huida leisurely drank tea in his courtyard. Presently, Xie Huida was living joyfully every day, with even his long stagnant peak essence refining cultivation showing signs of loosening. You sincerely rejoice for him. Old Xie, with your current state, ninth grade is within reach. Ha ha, brother I appreciate your auspicious words. Just then a disciple rushed in. Seventh elder, the sect leader summons you. Xie Huida asked. Did the sect leader say what it's about? The disciple glanced subtly at you before whispering in Xie Huida's ear. Elder Hu Zhongshuan has returned. Xie Huida sprang up instantly and sprinted toward Deng Rusong's courtyard. You quickly set down your teacup and followed earnestly behind Xie Huida, afraid of missing out on the drama. After a few steps, Xie Huida felt something amiss, turning to ask, Brother you're coming too? You laughed heartily. Together. Xie Huida pondered briefly before nodding vigorously. Together. Soon you arrived near Deng Rusong's courtyard. Hu Zhongshuan was already seated inside. Though conversing with Deng Rusong, he was clearly distracted, responding absent-mindedly. The usually composed and solemn Hu Zhongshuan now appeared restless and agitated. At the slightest sound outside the courtyard, Hu Zhongshuan would immediately look up expectantly. Deng Rusong smiled. Zhongshuan, I've already sent someone to notify Wan Shu. There's no need for such nervousness. Hu Zhongshuan nodded perfunctorily. Then rapid footsteps sounded from outside, growing increasingly closer. Each step seemed to tread directly on Hu Zhongshuan's heart. Hu Zhongshuan stood abruptly to greet the arrival. His face alight with excitement, he eagerly looked outside the gate. The next instant, Hu Zhongshuan's joyful expression vanished completely. Instead of his long-yearned junior martial sister, Hu Zhongshuan saw only you and Xie Huida, two annoyingly grinning figures. Hu Zhongshuan turned heel and retreated into the courtyard. Xie Huida's face instantly twisted with triumphant mockery. His voice dripped with sarcasm. Well, if it isn't the Grand Martial Arts Master returning. The tone made you pause, eerily reminiscent of your own speaking style. Hu Zhongshuan turned his back, refusing to look at Xie Huida, but Xie Huida deliberately positioned himself before Hu Zhongshuan. Grandmaster, what brings you back? Hu Zhongshuan clicked his tongue and turned away again. Xie Huida persisted relentlessly. Grandmaster, you must have reached ultimate Grandmaster by now. Hu Zhongshuan turned once more. Xie Huida pursued. No, wait, surely you've surpassed ultimate Grandmaster. That's why you returned to awaken Wan Shu, isn't it? Hu Zhongshuan kept turning helplessly while Xie Huida circled him mockingly. The two engaged in a comedic dance, until Deng Rusong could bear no more. He interjected, Enough, Huida. These years Zhongshuan has used his military connections and personal cultivation to greatly facilitate our pill refining material collection. Cease your taunts. Omicron Beta. Xie Huida knew Deng Rusong spoke truth, reluctantly ending his assault. Hu Zhongshuan turned silently, noticing you by chance. His expression sobered as he asked, And this is? You nearly blurted out you were here for the drama, but Deng Rusong introduced first. This is young Master Hiyu, who provided us the reviving yang pills. Hu Zhongshuan's furrowed brows immediately smoothed, his scrutinizing gaze transforming into gratitude. He strode over, about to express thanks. Just then, an elated voice called, Third brother. Hu Zhongshuan froze as if thunderstruck. Though decades had passed since last hearing it, Hu Zhongshuan would always recognize that voice. Looking up slowly, he saw the lively junior martial sister of his memories standing gracefully nearby. The breeze played with her hair as Deng Wanshu appeared vividly real. In Hu Zhongshuan's eyes, Deng Wanshu became the sole dancer on stage, all spotlights focused on her. Wanshu, this single utterance released years of pent-up emotions. He teleported before Deng Wanshu, reaching out a trembling hand to touch her cheek. The soft, real contact made Hu Zhongshuan's heart tremble before surging with boundless joy. But this joy was interrupted by another hand reaching over. Xia Huida grabbed Hu Zhongshuan's wrist, prying it away. That's quite enough. Hu Zhongshuan knew he'd lost composure, slightly restraining himself while keeping his gaze locked on Deng Wanshu. Deng Wanshu beamed, looking between Hu Zhongshuan and Xia Huida. Third brother, we'll hold a banquet tonight to welcome you back. Hu Zhongshuan's eyes brightened. Wonderful. That evening, Danxia sect's 4 powerhouses gathered, toasting merrily. Of course, you attended as special guest of honor. The 4 frequently toasted you in gratitude. Seeing their raised cups and thankful smiles, it resembled a heartwarming movie's happy ending. But you knew the trio's affections would eventually entangle, uncertain which path they'd take. You could only toast. May your bonds remain beautifully complicated. Tilting your head back, you downed the cup. The revelry lasted late into the night until lamps dimmed and guests departed, leaving you to return alone. Next morning, you awoke early as usual and completed morning training. Your bottleneck from early to mid-dragon transformation was on the verge of breaking. Overjoyed, you cultivated continuously for 5 days. The bottleneck remained on the verge, persisting another 7 days, practically a national holiday's length. The bottleneck stubbornly persisted. You realized this was a so near yet so far situation. Abandoning forced cultivation, you left Manor. You headed to Palace of 10,000 Dreams to check for new Earth Source intelligence. Ideally news of Qian Metal Nature Earth Source. Obtaining another Qian Metal Nature Earth Source would effortlessly make you invincible. And according to previous simulations, no celestial enemies should appear during this period. You become Great Qian's one true deity. First, I'll kill Lian Long once to prevent any ancestral surprises, avoiding real-world mishaps. Amidst these thoughts, Palace of 10,000 Dreams came into distant view. You quickly arrived at the Palace of 10,000 Dreams, gently landing before the mountain gate. Today it was Sang Yi's turn to guard the entrance. He hurried forward respectfully. Palace Master. Hearing him address you as Palace Master always made you feel like you had an emperor for a father. You got straight to the point. Any letters delivered? Sang Yi flipped open his sleeve and produced 2 letters. Palace Master, 2 people delivered these letters one after another 2 days ago. Your eyes lit up. You had expected it would take longer to receive news, yet here were results so soon. Taking the letters, you saw one was from Qi Xian of the Pure Yang sect, the other from another ultimate grandmaster with Earth affinity. Nodding, you were about to fly directly to the main hall when you noticed Sang Yi looking at you strangely, his expression conflicted and hesitant. Frowning, you spoke in a low voice. I'll only warn you once. Put that ass away and face me properly when speaking. Sang Yi trembled in fear and turned around. Palace Master, wasn't this why you saved us? What the hell have you idiots been imagining these past few days? It turned out when Sang Yi went to rescue his reconciled wife, he expected to die on the spot. Yet you, an ultimate grandmaster with no prior connection, had saved him for no apparent reason. Having nothing to his name but a worthless life, Sang Yi couldn't understand your motives. After comparing notes with the other 2 rescued men, they realized all 3 shared similar backgrounds. Complete losers with nothing to lose. Their imaginations ran wild. Finally, the 200-pound roughneck, Zhao Wunyan, spoke up. Seems the Palace Master wants our bodies. Sang Yi froze, glancing at Zhao Wunyan's thick chest hair fluttering in the wind. You really think so? Zhao Wunyan scratched his head. Worth a try. Ultimate grandmasters have weird tastes sometimes. Somehow this made sense to Sang Yi and the third man, leading to Sang Yi's current attempt. After hearing this explanation, your gaze turned icy. Keep up this nonsense, and I'll personally deliver you back to your enemies. Without another word, you flew toward the main hall. Shortly after you left, Zhao Wunyan came running to the gate. See, I told you the Palace Master wasn't into your type. Sang Yi nodded solemnly in agreement. In the main hall, you opened and read both letters. Though from different Ultimate Grandmasters, their contents were similar. An Earth source would appear near a small island in the Eastern Sea in 1 month. Alpha knew, calculating that the journey from Palace of 10,000 Dreams would take about 7 days. You decided to stay and use the 20 days remaining to attempt breaking through to mid-stage dragon transformation. Success would propel your combat strength into the Great Qian Empire's top 5, giving you better odds at securing the Earth Source. Your palace stood on Flower Fruit Mountain, a name you chose because owning the entire mountain meant naming rights, where you began cultivating in a mountaintop villa. Though sometimes at midnight, you worried about copyright issues. 12 days passed in a flash. During cultivation, you suddenly stopped energy circulation. Rising slowly, your aura exploded outward like thunder across the mountain peak as your formidable source power resonated intensely. You had successfully broken through to mid-stage Ultimate Grandmaster Dragon Transformation. Your combat strength now ranked alongside elite Ultimate Grandmasters like Lin Jingji and Lian Long. In celebration, you circled Flower Fruit Mountain twice. Beyond the breakthrough, you were thrilled to have comprehended another new opera mask. This second mask allowed perfect concealment, undetectable by even Ultimate Grandmasters unless physically seen. Now you could safely play the lurking predator. Your comprehension speed with the masks was astonishing. You couldn't understand why someone so upright excelled at these sneaky Earth Source techniques. Must be because I'm a genius, you declared confidently. With 7-8 days remaining before departure, you attempted introductory 9-star pill refining. By the 17th evening, despite no real progress, you understood why only those with divine microvision could become 9-star refiners. The precision required surpassed normal vision, needing microscopic-level perception like viewing through a microscope. Since becoming an Ultimate Grandmaster, your divine microvision lasted longer with shorter recovery periods, surpassing mastery to reach unprecedented levels. You realized its strength correlated with mental state, and began compiling methods to enhance it into a manual titled Mind Evolution Art, still incomplete but improving. Accepting no imminent breakthrough in pill refining, you decided to leave 3 days early. Before departing, you summoned Sang Yi's trio, instructing them to guard the palace and cultivate properly. No more 3 moonlit hunks nonsense. Understanding your meaning, they promptly stopped sticking their butts out. You couldn't stand the sight of these idiots another second. You should have let their enemies finish them off, maybe even helped if this were now. Leaving Wanji Palace, no, Palace of 10,000 Dreams, the trio waved goodbye from the mountaintop as you flew eastward at near escape velocity. After 6 days of furious flying, you entered eastern sea waters. Endless blue stretched to the horizon where sea met sky, inspiring poetic urges. Colorful clouds and wild ducks fly together. Autumn waters share heaven's hue. Floating proudly, you marveled at your literary genius. If talent were grain, I'd own 8 measures while all scholars owe me 12,000. Suddenly, intense source power fluctuations ahead snapped you from self-admiration. Shit, they're already fighting.
Hey everyone, I sincerely appreciate your support. If you enjoy my audiobooks, I would be truly grateful if you could subscribe to the channel. And if you'd like to support even further, you're welcome to become a Patreon member, where you can access audiobooks of novels as long as they are freely available on the internet. Your kindness and support mean so much. Thank you.